Friday night's here. Thank you very much. We made it, didn't we, to the end of the week? Pick up everyone for being here, of course. I've got to say, do you know what? Over the last few weeks since I've been doing this on the Fridays, I absolutely love this stream. Everyone gets their say, and I'm absolutely buzzing to hear what they're all going to say. I've made some slight changes to how we're going to work it. So I'm going to have a couple of panelists sort of on. We're all going to have our little say, and then I'll open it up in the chat. So I'll be posting the link up there. It will be in the title, so everyone can sort of be able to see it. And it will be clickable, of course. But I'm just trying to reduce wait times, people, because last week, while I was grateful and double grateful for, I think 10 people sort of we had there, I was a bit conscious that people were waiting a little bit long. So I've got the best interest in mind, people. Don't you worry about that. So yeah, world-class chat. What we're going to do as well is another little change. If you've got any questions to ask, just put a capital Q, ... Doesn't matter if you put 3, put 1, put 2, put none. It's up to you. But your question will be starred, and we'll have a little section where we can answer your questions, because I don't want to leave the most important people out, and that is, of course, you. So if you've got something to ask us, ask someone in the panel specific, they're still here, put a capital Q, and we will absolutely get to it. So make sure you do that, and we'll pay attention to you. There's a few topics we've got to talk about, of course. It's going to be sandwiched in between a channel announcement as well, so make sure you stay tuned for that. But listen, enough of me absolutely waffling on. You can see I've got people that's starting here. His name is Jezza. How are you doing, my friend? How's your Friday? How's your week treating you, my brother?
Yeah, all good, mate. All good, yeah. Thanks for inviting me on, as always. Yeah, I mean, come on. It's been an interesting week. We've got, Dal, and it's been one of them in it, Wednesday night, bit of a shit show, 2-2. What do we expect? There's a lot to talk about on that one, if you want to, because why did you bring on senior players when you didn't need to? It's a shit show. This guy is clueless. He's a clown. You need to do that. As you just said before we went live, ample opportunity there to bring on the U-boys, the little kids from the academy. Give them 30 minutes. The game was dead. It's done. Game's over. We're not sorry to have to tell the toxic positive, but there's no way PSV were going to score 6 goals. Well, actually, I lied. That's been 7, because the away goals don't count now. So what was the waste of time was that then? As you say, players could have got a knock. We got Chelsea at the weekend. We don't want to go into that game with any muscle strains or dead legs or anything like that. We're weak enough as it is now. So we can't afford any more. And this idiot of a manager that we've got risked players. Unless he's going to start the kids against Chelsea. But we know that's not happening. But
no, absolute fact. You know what? I wasn't actually going to start there, but the points that we were raising and the points you just raised then, we will start. But of course, I want to introduce Shane. How you doing, my friend?
Big up, Shane.
Cheers for having me on, buddy.
What's your very, very, very brief sort of thoughts on PSV? Give us a little brief thoughts. I'll get Dow in, and then we'll get properly into it.
Yeah, man. Jez already covered it all. I wasn't surprised to see him play Gabriel and Rice and all the players that he should have rested. But I mean, that's the painful part, is that I wasn't surprised. That's the thing. You can see it coming. You can see what he's doing to the club, and you can see his arrogance. We were saying about Rice. He could have just played Marino in his natural position. He could have given Odomegi a chance up front. He could have so many things that you just know that he's listening to the noise around, and whatever the noise is, he does the opposite because he's a narcissist. And it was a more exciting game than I expected, but I expected a draw. But yeah, no, look, Jezza covered it all there. It was just insanity. Rice is booked now, and if he gets booked in the first leg in a Madrid game, he misses the away line. You know, and then he complimented Sterling for tracking back and getting booked, and he misses the first leg. Tracking back at 2-2, and what were they going to score 7 in injury time? and breaking someone up. You know, these sort of things that he faces are just, it's beyond belief. But look, I'll let you get on with the introductions there. But yeah, same as Jez. I think what annoyed me most is that I wasn't surprised.
Yeah. No, yeah, again, absolute facts. And again, as well, Shane, as well as Jez, both, thank you very much for coming on at the minute. And now we got a debut, and I've been looking forward. It brings a smile to my face because I've got quite a soft spot for our Dow, who's going to be introduced next. Oregon Goon. Go on, Dow. What was that, man? Thank you very much. I know you haven't got a long time, but big up, brother. What's your quick thoughts on that PSV shit, man?
That is a complete disaster. I mean, look at the lineup. Playing players out of position. Why? Why are we playing the 22-year-old striker, right? What's his name? Nathan's Obi something. I apologize. I get his name wrong half the time.
Yeah.
Like Shane just said, Moreno up front. Like, we need to play Chelsea this weekend. We need our midfielders to be playing the positions, get comfortable with the positions again. This poor guy's moving up and down. As much shit as we give Moreno, as much as we don't really rate him, he's at least doing what the manager's asking him to do, and it hasn't really brought any real success except for the 7-1 pounding. Other than that, it's like, why is Martinelli not starting? At least giving him a half. And I see what Jez is saying. Like, why play any of the starters, really? And I agree with that as well. But I think, like someone like Martinelli, do you guys think could have used 45 minutes out there?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah. I mean, the game was over. Right, the tie was over. There's no way they were going to beat us at home. No way they were going to come back from that. So the decisions this guy makes, I'm over it. We've got a new sporting director. Let's steer the ship in the right direction. Find a proper manager who can get a tune out of this squad, and someone that can really manage the squad a lot better and not run players into the ground. Right? Yeah. I wanted to see the players in their natural positions at first, but then at the same time, I was like, kind of like what Jez and Shane were saying, well, let's not run the risk. Well, now we've run the risk, right? If Rice doesn't play in the away game, it's done. What other engine do we have in midfield that can run like him? What other engine do we have in midfield that can intercept the ball to at least go up and get scores, right? He scored, 2-3 goals in 4 games now or something like that? So Shane was right. If something happens in Madrid, it's done. Right? To me, right now, Rice is the informed player in the whole squad. Yeah. This manager's running risks again, where we're going to end up trophyless again for another fucking season. Let's be real. 5 years we've waited on this prick to actually deliver something. And great, hey. Quarterfinals, the Champions League, I'm all there. We're all behind you, Arteta. That's the thing. We're behind you in getting it over the line. But at the same time, you do stupid shit to do reverse psychology to, again, split the fan base again in which direction we're going. Sorry I'm venting a little bit, Aaron, but I'm excited, but I'm very disappointed at the same time. So I'm kind of confused in my own feelings what I really feel about this club. I could give 2 squirts of piss about Chelsea. We need to lift the trophy with the big ears. And that's the end of the story, bro. The league's done. Let's fucking call it. Let's do what we can to get the proper players fit in the proper positions, as Jez and Shane were saying, and let's fucking win this, bro. That's all I got to say.
Man, you've just made it quite difficult for me to follow that, Dale. Jesus Christ, mate. Thank you very much.
For a while.
Me, you bastard. Now, listen, look, I actually agree with absolutely everything you've said, and you've hit the head. I mean, you're hitting wallop, home runs, straight after wallop, home run, mate. Absolute fantastic, yeah. And do you know what? Before I have my 2 bob, and I will jump in on this because there was something else I wanted to talk about, but it's made a shift over to this PSV because everyone's talking absolute sense. But I just wanted to say hello to the fucking world-class chat that we've got in this building, man. And I want to say hello to Vic. We always love a little bit of Vic. Big up, man. Always a pleasure. We got Dazza, my main man. Lawrence. I know I said I'll be 2 minutes, but you know what my 2 minutes are like. I'm like a woman, apparently. Aces, big up, brother. Macy, the link will be out in the chat if you want to come on soon. Dad, big up as always, mate. Normski, we've got Gavin in here as big up, brother. Matthew, I will open the link up, but because this is the first time I've seen you in the chat, you got a sort of half semi respect. You know, once I see it a bit more regularly, I'll open it up to you. You know, you kind of get that drift. You know, Joel, big up, brother. We got Rashid in the house. You know, the link will be out there soon, bruv. Get your backside fucking on here, son. Sam, yes, we will do a Real Madrid. 150% do a Real Madrid preview. Normski, same as you. Get your fucking backside on here soon, my brother. Carl Rossi, big up, my brother. Always good to see you. AFC always as well. Big up, man. Matthew, as I said, Cher, you know, we'll get you in the chat, man. You know, we'll get you. But the more I see of you, you know, you can jump on. I'll have a little bit of that. Hendo, how you doing, brother? Good evening to you, my friend. He's saying good evening to all the chat and the first class panel that we've got on here, of course. Get me on, Aaron. Yes, the link will be made available in about 5 or sort of 10 minutes. You know, we're just going to run through a couple of little bits and then we will get there as well. Chat, we will do it again. I'll say it again because there's more people in the building now. Put a queue behind your questions, or in front of your questions rather, ... however many you bloody well want, and then ask your questions. We will have a specific segment where we will be running through your questions, so make sure you do that. I will star them and we will absolutely get through them. I'll take a couple more in the chat and then I'll put my 2 bob in on the PSV shit show. Dada, first off, how are you doing, my friend? Daddy, what you saying? Jez, the best. Yeah, my dad's got a lot of respect for you, Jez. I will say that, mate. You're passing on your experience to my son. That is a hammer. I'm too embarrassed to. Yeah. Well, you know, I don't want your experience because I mean, we ain't hardly winners, but you fucking ain't either, Dad. But no, yeah, we were talking about you earlier, very briefly, Jez, and he's got a lot of respect for you. So yeah, big up, man. AFC always. I'll take a couple more and then I'll get in. FC always. Look, just look at the state of the left backs. Yeah, I know, everywhere in phase 5. No matter what this manager claims is in phase 5, not one fresh youngster. Listen, he's an absolute coward. Do you know what makes me laugh about the left back situation? Sorry, and I'll get this done very quick. They've got Kieran Tierney there, which is the best one. We all know this. You know, it's nothing new. So they sign him because they signed Zinchenko because why? Oh yeah, he's injury prone, Kieran Tierney, all the time. What makes you laugh? You spend 35 million on Zinchenko. He's always fucking injured. So then, do you know what? They're like, well, you know, everyone's always injured. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll spend 40 million on Calafiori. He ain't even a left back. But guess what? He's always fucking injured too. And who's our saviour? A 17-year-old kid in his breakthrough season who's actually a left 8 midfielder. And we play him at left back. And he's actually the best one. That's the joke of it all. Listen, it's a point that you could make and you can make and you can make. The point that I'm trying to make and trying to highlight is this club are run so embarrassingly pathetic. It's an absolute shit show. How have we spent all of this money on left backs? And the best one was already there in the first place. Same with the goalkeeping department, you know. Listen, that's for another show. I'll digress. DJ Crane, big up, man. Don't worry, we'll get you on, Macy. Yeah, don't worry, brother. Yeah, I'm in hibernation until the regime has changed. Yeah, maybe that's why I haven't seen you for a little bit, my man.
That'd be a long time, Carl. That'd be a long time.
Yeah.
5 years, Rossi.
Hope you've collected enough food, my friend. You know what I mean, because you ain't coming out anytime soon, Rossi. Nick, hey there, how you doing? You guys are way too negative. Oh wow, here we go. We are in such a good position overall to every other team, bar first place, apart from Liverpool, without a full squad. Tell me, my friend Nick, I'm not being, you know, funny here. I'll call us out. There's 4 people on the panel. We'll be friendly with you. In fact, I'll send me my email. You'll be the next person to come on if you want, and all 5 of us will have a little chat. I'll do that for you, my friend, because you know what you're talking about. Why do you think that 2nd place is any different to 5th place? I can get why people say 6th place is different to 5th place because they get the money, they get the Champions League football, etc., etc. But we're 15 points beyond the leaders, brah. What are we doing here? Like, how are we in a good place? We might have been in a good place this situation last year when we were sort of all right chasing the pack, but you know, we were kind of in a title race. We haven't been first once this year, my friend. Not once, not even for a day, not even for a second, not even for a minute.
He's a troll. He won't come on. He ain't got the ball.
He won't.
I had a guy when I did the stream the other day. It was in last night. I shared it to my channel. I had a guy come in today. Don't know who he is. He said, well, I'm an Arsenal fan, but now I think it's Arteta FC. He then said, I think now that Arteta is bigger than Arsenal. People like that, all they want is a reaction. He wanted me in my comments section on my channel to reply to him. No, mate, I'm not going to give you the pleasure, because at the end of the day, you just want a reaction and you ain't getting it from me. Goodbye.
Yeah. I think they want their little couple of seconds of airtime. Do you know what? Sometimes it depends what kind of mood I'm in and how many beers I've drank. You know, sometimes I'll give you the 5 minutes you so desperately crave. But I mean, other times, you know, I just tell it, fuck off. Nick, it's your opportunity, man. The link's going to be in this chat. You've came on the right chat, Nick, because the link will be going in a minute. So you can come on and have your say, my friend. And you know what? If you change my mind, and if you change Jez's mind, and Dow's mind, and Jay's mind, and the chat's mind, you know what? I'll bow down and say you're right. The likeliness of you showing up is the likeliness of me winning the lottery 7 times in a row. But, you know, hey ho, we move on. What can we do? What I will say is after Liam, a big up Liam, how you doing, my friend? I'll have a little say on this PSV thing, yeah, because we had a good little chat and it's nothing that this world-class panel haven't already said already, yeah? And by that, I mean the absolute farcicalness of this manager, this stubborn little shitbag that we call Mikel Arteta, yeah? He had a great opportunity not only to rest some players, which he did to a certain extent, but try some new formations, try players in different positions, maybe try some youngsters. I said this off cam. Do you think now that Chido Obi Martins in heaven, but more particularly Chido Obi Martins, might actually be right leaving Arsenal? Because do you know what? I see a youngster on the bench, that Oyedeji, however you pronounce his name, who's a striker. If he is not going to get minutes on Wednesday night against the PSV at half time, while the aggregate score is 9-2, and he can't even get a couple of minutes run out or whatever, or even sustainable minutes, then do you not think that maybe that Chido Obi Martins has gone to Manchester United and thought, do you know what? Maybe this is a good mood because he's got minutes in the first team. If we're not prepared to change things around and play different players or give people a chance to try a new system in a game where we're so heavily 45 minutes, we had to concede 7-8 goals to go out in that competition, and he still brings Marino on and things like that. It's disgraceful. It's absolutely disgraceful. This manager is so far up his own arse. I don't even know where he ends or where he begins. It's ridiculous. It's an absolute shambles. And this is why we do all of this. We don't say this because we're all batshit and off our rocker. We say this because it's facts. Why didn't that striker get a chance? Why weren't Martinelli given a great chance to have a striking role? Because he scored a lot of goals under Emery, but this manager don't want it. I see a couple of reports today saying, Zinchenko, how do you feel in your new role? What do you mean new role? It's always been a fucking left 8. What are you talking about? Look, it's in his new role now, because you know why they're doing that? They're portraying it like it was a masterstroke from Mikel Arteta. Like it was some absolute masterstroke. It weren't a masterstroke. You've just, for some reason, it's took you 3 years to play in his actual position.
He skipped the inverted step. That's all he did. He just skipped the step of inverting him when he was a left back.
I mean, come on, man! Help me out here. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, I don't really know where to start. But listen, I don't know if any of you boys have got something else to sort of say on the PSV thing. Because if you do, I will move it on and put the link in the chat. But the floor is yours. Unless you're done with the PSV thing, I kind of sort of thought so. Because what I want to do next is talk about Thierry Henry's comments. And of course, who will be facing in a game that sort of semi does matter. And we all know that it's going to be Real Madrid. Now, this man has been saying some comments. And I just want to know if you boys agree or not. So, look, he sort of came out recently and he sort of said, in like an interview, I'll be paraphrasing, you know, you've got to be in it to win it. He said he went to the Bernabeu in 2006. We all remember the game with an inferior squad. And we all did. We all know we did when we played Real Madrid. Everyone was laughing in the media. We thought it was going to go out. And he's basically saying, you know, if you go into these games with that mentality, then you're already out, which I can get. I totally sort of get. Boys, do we have more of a chance now of getting past Real Madrid than we did when Titi was playing? I'm quite intrigued to see where everyone's at, because Thierry Henry thinks he doesn't think we're going to be favourites to go through, but you know, he's saying, you know, you got to go there, and who knows? I'm interested in seeing how you boys think. I'm going to start with Jezza on this one. Where's your sort of heads at in this tie, Jez? What you thinking, mate?
Look, I'm a realist, right?
Yeah.
I don't live in the clouds. you know, hyping it up, and you know, all these YouTubers that give it all the large. And I'm going to be fascinated if Arteta does get the bin, and what they're going to do on their channels, because they're all, you know, blowing sunshine up his arse every time, right? Yeah. Let's be realists. Real Madrid didn't play great the other night. They weren't a great team, but they did what they had to do. They got it over the line, and that's what Real Madrid do. That's the way they are. And we've got to play them at home first. I'd prefer to play away first, but unfortunately, that's the way it is. It's going to be a tough ask, right? You know, 15 times, is it, they've won the Champions League, right?
Yeah, 15.
You know, they're going to look to be winning 16. And I'm sorry to be negative. We haven't got a team good enough over 2 legs to beat them. Simple as that. Let's not gas it up and put, you know, unicorns, fairies around it, because that's what some of these YouTubers do. They're just, all those people that do that are doing it for views. That's all they want. They're doing it for views. They don't really give a shit about Arsenal. Let's be fair. They're doing it for that. They're doing it that they get more subs. Blah. At the end of the day, I'm of what Arsenal can achieve, and it ain't going to be winning the Champions League.
Yeah. No, facts, Des. Yeah, no, 100%, mate. Hitting it on the nail, mate. Do you know what I mean? Hit the nail on the head, rather. Shane, what's your thoughts on it, my brother?
I think we have less of a chance than we did back in 2006. Even though back then, I think we started with Flamini at left back, at Boué at right back, and Boué was only breaking in. We had Senderos at centre back.
Yeah, no, I know.
We had Wenger as manager, and we didn't have Arteta as manager. That's the difference for me. I don't think the players are playing for him anymore. I think I always liken it to an army regime now, that they're just petrified of getting dropped if they try something new, and it's so regimented. Everything they do is regimented, sideways pass. We were talking before about Trossard. He beat a player, cut back in, and just play it square, because he's thinking, if I take this full back on and lose it, I'll get that. You know, I'll have to deal with that. But I did think that we had a better chance against Real. But when I say that, I just mean we had a slight chance compared to an extremely slim chance against Atletico. I don't know if he'll rush Saka back. I hope he doesn't. We were chatting about that before, that it'd be criminal if he rushes that kid back. He'll destroy him. But we know how his mind works, and he's not thinking about anyone but himself. So I could see him rushing him back. I just think that, you know, I did say to you when we were discussing it, I was saying about preferring Real for the simple reason that if we play Real, it would be their attack against our defence. And if we were to play Atletico, it would be our attack against their defence. And our attack's brutal, where our defence is good. I just think that our defence against their attack, although their attack's better, I think that that's a closer match than our attack against Atletico's defence. But, I mean, we're talking about 2006. We had Henry. You know what I mean? That we don't have Henry. That was the difference between us getting through and us not getting through. It was just Thierry Henry. You know, you look at that goal, you look at that clip of injury time in the Bernabeu, the coolest time wasting ever when he flicked the ball and just pirouetted over someone. And, you know, we didn't have that class, and we didn't have that winning mentality. Who's going to take the game by the scruff of the neck? When we were having this discussion, you said, I can't really see Raheem Sterling beating 4 players and putting them in. And I was in stitches laughing because I was just picturing it, man. I was just picturing Sterling taking off. You know what I mean? We don't have it. We don't have that in the team. We might if Saka was at his best, but I mean, come on. Do you know what the thing is? I was only thinking about this today. Even if we did miraculously get through, right? This is Mikel Arteta. we'd then end up going out to Villa or something in the next round. You know what I mean? As soon as we got a slightly easier game, we'd go out because that's what he does. You know, and he'd find a way to twist it to how good we were. We got past. We're progressing because we got to the quarterfinals last time, and then we got to the semi-finals this time.
Yeah,
he'd have another one of his made-up stats that he gives to the top gooners when he's brainwashing them, like, oh, we had the most points in the calendar year. It means absolutely nothing. What does that mean? We had the most points in the calendar year.
Nothing.
We didn't win anything. You know, we didn't win anything.
Year of cliche, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's just propaganda. You know, that's all it is. And that's why I call him Mikel Koresh. He's just a cult leader. He just, you know, he targets the sort of the weak-minded, and he just pumps these 3 or 4 sound bites into it, and then they repeat them to you, and they just don't understand sense. But yeah, to answer your question, no, I don't think we'll get through.
Yeah, no, look, it's a tricky one. And look, before I bring in Darwin, there's 50 in the building. Don't forget to drop a like on this stream, and drop a sub as well. And don't forget, sub to all of the boys. Their links will be in the description when the video finishes. I wasn't sure it was going to come on. I'm not a mind reader. I'm not Charles Xavier as well. You know, I don't know. But yeah, Dow.
Yeah.
How you stand, brother? I know you ain't got long, my friend. I'm conscious. I
just I'm good. I got a few more minutes of my lunch here. No, I think Rashid is right. I would rather go against Real Madrid because I think their defense is not as good as Atletico's, right? I do think our midfield, though, if fully fit, if actually functioning with Rice, Partey, and Odegaard, I think our midfield's even better. I know they have Modric, but, you know, let's be real, he's 39. They don't have Toni Kroos anymore. Obviously, their strength parts are their wings and their central attack, right?
Yeah.
I think that, you know, Brahim Diaz is tough, but I think on the day, if our midfield can get its act together, along with our center backs, I think we can kind of keep them at bay. But the problem is we're going to have Calafiori against Rodrigo.
Yeah.
Right. It's going to come down to individual battles, and that's where I think we lose out. I don't think we score there. They'll probably beat us 1 or 2-0, but I do think I think we do have it in us to at least play them to the wire. But it's like Audrey said, they've got to want it. Like I was saying earlier, they've got to want it. They've got to really want it. And this is really going to question the mentality not only of the club overall and Arteta, but really to the core of the mentality of the players, right? Mistake-free football. You know, we've got to defend like we did against City, but we have to attack like we did against PSV. And we're not very good right now at either one of those, but I do think we can win the midfield battle. As crazy as that sounds, I do think there's something there though, with our defense and winning that midfield battle. But stopping their attack, that's a whole nother thing, right? Rodrigo versus Calafiori, that's done. That's done, right? Vinny Jr. against Ben White. If Ben White plays, he's going to destroy him. But I think Vinny will have a tough time with Timber because we know Timber's got an engine. He's aggressive. He'll want to get him off the ball, and he'll be told to stick to him, you know, like stink on shit. So I think defensively there's something there, but we just got to play mistake-free football.
Yeah.
I don't think we beat them in the end. I think we can tie it up at home, maybe go out in extra time with penalties, but as long as we play it to the wire, maybe there's something there. But I, like the rest of you guys, my hopes aren't up. That we're out.
Can I ask a question? Philip Owen.
Yeah, I was going to come here.
How long have you been supporting Arsenal, little man? How long?
You stole it, Des, mate. You cook good. So, yeah, go on now.
You ain't going to come on camera. You ain't got the balls to do it. Right?
Link is pinned as well, Philip, if you would like to come on.
Come on camera, fella. Or if you can't come on camera because you won't, because you're a little wet wipe, right? How long have you been supporting Arsenal? How long? And then I'm going to absolutely roast you. I'm going to rip you a new one, because I'm going to ask you some very, very difficult questions about Arsenal. Yeah, so don't sit in there giving it the large, giving it the big one, the big gob, right? Because at the end of the day, I know what you are. You're nothing, right? And if you want to come and face me out on camera, if you want to come and talk to me, come and talk to me, and I will roast you live because I'm going to roast you. All right, let's see what you got. Come on.
Jez is sharpening them knives. Wow, I'm not getting it right today, am I? Jez is sharpening them knives, mate. Philip Owen, aka Philip Morris. If you want to stop being a little bit of a so-and-so, do you know what I mean? Why don't you come on? Just see what bollocks you got, my old mucker. I mean, it's all well and welcome. Also, as well, it's worth saying, you know, you come on, you say your bit. It is what it is. We can have a laugh. We're going to joke. There's no digital gun to your head, son. You can just fuck off if you like. If you don't like the content, do you know what I mean? There's a X on the top right-hand corner of your screen. Click it and fuck off if you don't like it. And if you do, come on. You know, there's a friendly invite here. But, you know, he's got tiny shriveled little balls like you've been in the swimming pool for 10 hours, isn't he? He ain't coming on. Do you know what I mean? What we doing here? Well, as well, I will say, boys, as well, before I bring Lawrence in, don't forget, if you've got any questions, put a Q behind it and then write your question in. I will star it and we will go through them. So if you have any questions,
mate.
John
Guna, the Premier League's the best league in the world. Why are we fearing Real Madrid? Yeah. Philip, come on, answer my question, you little mug. Answer me. Don't just say
we're all fools. I mean, we'll just jump on. Look, you know,
come on.
Yeah, you wouldn't do nothing.
Get a little rock bottom.
Philip, I'm not saying I'm going to beat you up. I'm just going to roast you over the fire.
Yeah,
just roast you. Yeah, I know more about this club you'll ever know in your fucking life.
Yeah.
He must have his parents' permission, is he?
Yeah, innit, mate? Yeah. That's it. Does your carer know you're on the laptop, Philip? Do you know what I mean? It's getting to 8 o'clock, Phil. I think you're half an hour in the Euro. I think it's running out, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? What's going on? You've got 12 minutes left.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to shut up right now, right? But it does make me laugh when you got a little prick, right, like Philip Owen, right? Absolutely nothing about Arsenal Football Club because he can't ask. I've asked him a civil question. I've asked him how long have you supported Arsenal?
Get on the panel. Come on.
All I said to him was, how long have you supported Arsenal? He can't answer it, right? He's probably supported Arsenal since Arteta's been here, right? He knows nothing about the club. This melt here, he probably doesn't even know what. He probably doesn't even know what a gooner means, right? So at the end of the day, don't call yourself a gooner, son, because never turn up to the Emirates or never ever walk around Highbury calling yourself a gooner. I'll tell you what, my friend, you'll have a fucking bad day out. Yeah. People that call themselves gooners walking around there, right? You have a bad day. If your face is no. So I'll tell you, they are still around. The herd and the gooners are still around, and they don't like it. They do not like it. People give it the mouth, right? I'm warning you. I'm telling you, don't do it. But you won't because you never go.
Yeah,
you never go to the games, so you never do it. But hey, come back to me, Owen. Give me the fact. How long have you been an Arsenal fan, fella?
You cut Jez on a bad Friday.
Yeah. You've last Friday, maybe next Friday, who knows? You know, I can't see into the future. Yeah, but not this Friday, Phil. Come on, not this Friday, John. What are you both doing, you silly fucking sausages? What's going on? What we doing here, man? Like, you know, we're gonna get the El Mutantes creep in out their little sewer every now and then, isn't you? Do you know what I mean? But what can we do? Unique says it, and big up as well, Unique brother. He says, well, what a wet wipe. Do you know what I mean? What a wet wipe. Get on the damn panel. There you go. You know, the link is pinned for anyone. We've got 7 people on. I'm sure there's either 1 space or 3 spaces. I'm sure we can get up to 10. There's plenty of space for both of you. You can get your backsides back on. Let's see what fucking minerals you're made of. But I'll tell you what, the fact that you're still writing in the comment and you're not saying it with you old mouth tells me you've got no bollocks whatsoever. The minerals are left wanting, aren't they? You're taking vitamin tablets because you got no fucking minerals, son. What's going on, mate? What we doing here? Well, listen, I'm gonna fill it. Oh, Felipe's run off. Yeah, unique. This is what we're saying. I'll eventually get the right one. He's got. Oh, here he is. Actually, he's come back. Jez, when did you go to a last game? Wow, you're not as. This ain't gonna go well for you, son. If you keep asking these silly things, bro.
I went last year, Brighton away. When did you go?
Mate, he's got about as many Emirates Stadium attendances as he's got IQ in his fucking brain. Do you know what I mean? And it's either none or one at best. You know what are we doing here? But listen, like, I'm gonna have to move it on from these absolutely spastic mongs. Just quickly before I go. By the way, both of you, before you eat, do you have an aeroplane spoon with the noises and a little bib while you're wearing them? I'm probably gonna think yes. I'm just taking a little guess. I'm gonna go for yes. Listen, man.
He still hasn't said how long he's been an Arsenal fan. Interesting.
The reception's bad in his mother's basement, man.
Yeah. We all know when he was an Arsenal fan. It's 2019 when Mikel Arteta took over. We all know that his bedsheet is the stickiest, crustiest bedsheet going because he's got a life-size picture of Mikel Arteta on his fucking ceiling.
Difficult is the question: how long, how many years have you been supporting Arsenal? Now, this guy might be deaf. He might have a brain deficiency. He might be a little bit not quite there, right? But just work it out. Get your carer or your mum to say, Mum, how long have I supported Arsenal? Oh, we've been supporting them probably since Arteta joined.
Yeah.
Easy answer. I can work it out on my fingers. Oh, 6 years. 6 years. There you go.
Spell it out with alphabetic spaghetti and get your mum to type it for you.
John's calmed down, though.
Yeah, there you go.
Calm down. He's writing at least some bit of sense.
Well done, Philip. You've been supporting since Arteta was here. Well done.
Well done, Phil. Well done, Phil. At least John's getting some sense in here. Here we go. Seriously, though, lads, to regards to beat Real Madrid, I totally agree with you. As a Laguna, I totally agree with you. I'm hoping for a miracle. I totally agree with you. One of them's found sense, 50% of them. Well done. Thank you very much for coming round-ish, John. Now, Phil, you on the other hand, mate, you've got some fucking problems. You need to be checked into fucking rehab because that deludium you're hooked on, son, is seriously going to be affecting your life going forward, mate. So if that's how you think now, you're fucked, son. Absolutely, well and truly, double Philip Morris fucked. Yeah, FC always. Philip Morris got some crusty white socks. Oh, you know, mate. Honestly, his socks are. It's like.
Seriously.
Every time he's walking, mate, it's just a puff of cum dust on his socks every time he walks, isn't it? But listen, I'm getting too off topic now. We've gone
a little bit
way too off topic. So I'm going to rein it back in. Fuck you, Philip. Lawrence, what do you feel about the Real Madrid tie? You know, throw your two bob in, my friend. What we saying? And then we'll move it on after Macy and Rashid and Paul.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I just want to ask you, Aaron, did you get my Instagram email with my contact details?
Instagram, I did not. I'm not the best with the socials, but after you've just said that, I will, when we've wrapped up the show, I will have a little look, my friend.
Okay,
so, yeah.
all right, no worries.
Cool.
Yeah, basically, I'm starting to warm myself up for my annual "Told You So" speech to all these deluded mugs in our fan base on April the 17th, because that, as I keep telling people, we've got three hopes of beating Real Madrid: Slim Hope, No Hope, and Bob fucking Hope. As someone said, it will be a miracle if we do get past them. I hope we do, but from what I've seen this season, no chance whatsoever. You know, as I said, I'm a realist, and compared to their team, we don't stand a chance. And for Philip, what's his name? Philip Owen, I think he should take his Arteta tinted specs off. You know, he's part of a group in our fan base who I call ostriches. You know, there was a famous manager who called a group of people ostriches because they were so deluded. And this is what we've got in our fan base. We've got a core of fans who know nothing about the club, who've only been following the club since this club this clown has been in charge. Okay, they think the club is called Arteta FC, not Arsenal FC. But it is what it is. And I said, based on what I saw the other night, I don't think we've got a hope in hell of overcoming Real Madrid.
Yeah. Listen, man, you know you talk facts. Every Friday you come in here and spit exactly the same facts, mate. Do you know what I mean? And I'm very, very grateful to have you on here, man. Like, listen, I will move it over to Macy if he's here we go, his head's up. How we doing, Macy? Listen, every time you talk, you fucking amuse me, son.
Yeah,
Come on,
up,
man.
Aaron,
One of them Macy home runs,
I
bro.
salute you and I acknowledge you, my tribal chief, as always. And the Real Madrid game, this will decide whether or not we are worthy of challenging for the Champions League. But I think now this will be the end of Mikel Arteta, because now this has to be his last chance, because if he gets battered by Real Madrid, then there are no more excuses for him. He needs to go, because every time he comes out of his press conference and says, "Oh, but I'm still like we are where we are," like he's basically happy that he's more than happy that he's in the Champions League rather than the title race. So if he really wants to win this Champions League, then he has to go hard against Real Madrid, because Real Madrid, I call them the bull sharks of the Champions League, because the sharks, they will swim by you and they will snap at you. So that's what Real Madrid will do to us if we do something foolish on them. And what Dow said about about our midfield compared to theirs, I think our midfield is much better than theirs, but it's unlikely, but we'll see. And our defense is a bit okay with their defense, but their one defender, Real Madrid, is Asenjo, that young centre back. He is an absolute top centre back. He can make good runs. He can track back well. And I've seen this guy, Asenjo, play in centre back with Rudiger, and he will absolutely keep Mikel Merino quiet up front for us. And I think this game for us is the hardest of them all, because we have them in the Emirates. That's good, but Real Madrid aren't going to sit back. They will absolutely show that they are more of a menace when it comes to the Emirates, because even though our form at home has not been that great, because we came off on the back of a 2-2 draw with PSV Eindhoven, I think Real Madrid will sit back, wait for us to make a mistake, and then they will start launching a counter attack on us, because that's what they do. And Ancelotti is a master of the game, because he knows how to implement a game better than any manager. And for all these top gooners that say, "What did he do at Everton?" Sorry, what he did at Everton, he absolutely got them up to a top half, to the top of the table with them at one point. So big up to him for what he did at Everton when he got them up there. But what he's doing at Real Madrid is incredible. He's got them to 13 Champions League trophies, and he is the master of this competition, and he's looking to win number 14. And I know this season his team have not been themselves as of late, but I still think Ancelotti is not going to stop, because he will do absolutely everything in his power to get this Real Madrid.
Mike's doing a madness in the background there. I don't know where. Sorry to cut you. Someone's madness.
It's fine. I mean, as I said, even though Real Madrid are on a bit of a sticky run as of late, they will still find a way to beat us, because our front line of Moreno, Trossard, and Martinelli is not good enough compared to their front forward of Vinicius, Mbappe, and Rodrigo. So if this manager and and I hope he does not start Calafiori against Rodrigo, because that Sofia Carson Italian will get absolutely cooked by perhaps one of the best young wingers of all
Right,
time.
Macy. But so was Skelly, bro. As much as we love Skelly, Rodrigo's cooking whoever's in front of him, bro. Let's be real, right?
And
I'm saying if it's Calafiori, it's probably
I
going to
like
be worse,
Skelly.
right?
I mean, Skelly's a young player, Dow. I like Skelly,
Yeah,
but
me too.
he's in for a tough game against Rodrigo,
extremely
because
tough game.
as
Yeah.
much as Skelly has improved for us, he's going to be in for a real battle with a top winger in Rodrigo. So,
Sure.
I mean, I'm not confident about the Real Madrid game, and even though these top gooners, especially Egal, because he was basically doing a combined 11 with Arsenal and Real Madrid, and he's picking Bellingham and Vinicius as one of the combined 11s. But all in all, he's picking the rest of the Arsenal team: David Raya, Saliba, Gabriel. But he's not he's only picking what he wants, the Arsenal team with only 2 Real Madrid players. Like Egal, I'm happy that Egal is coming out and he's saying what he believes is right, but he has to understand that this team is not ready to win anything this season.
No.
We've crashed out of the FA Cup. We've bottled the League Cup. We have no chance of the Premier League title now. And he's coming out here saying, oh, let's give this manager next season. He's already had like a whole season to get the ingredients that he wants. And he has absolutely failed in every single ingredient he's got. So why should we give him another season? He's had so many seasons and he still can't get us over the line. So if the manager does not win this Champions League, then this has to be his final season. I've had enough of all the let's give him another chance and all that. No more chances. Let's go and get a proper manager next season, because I can guarantee you, when Bertie comes into our football club as our new sporting director, the first thing he'll do, he will bring in Simeone from Atletico Madrid, and he will make him our new manager. And I really hope Simeone does come, because I've seen him, how he plays, how he gels with Atletico. He's got them to 2 Champions League finals, and also he is responsible for lifting Atletico the La Liga title over the two biggest clubs in Spain, in Real Madrid and Barcelona. So I really hope Simeone does come. I really wanted this guy for many, many years. Even when Unai Emery left our football club, I wanted Simeone, but I really, really hope next season, Simeone does come to our football club and he can change the philosophy and the playing style that we have been missing from this football club.
Yeah, listen, no, it would do, man. And Macy, again, facts, man, like literally, absolutely
100%.
facts. And what you said about Berta, I will, that will be one of the topics that we'll be bringing up. But what I do have to do is relieve my main man, Dow. Thank you very, very, very much. Look, as always, I'm so glad you came on today, man. I appreciate it. I know you're busy. You've got other things to do. So you give me any time today was always fantastic, man. Shout your thing out. And again, very grateful you came on.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, bro. It's the 7-8 hour time difference here on the West Coast. Doesn't make it always that easy. But no, big up the panel, big up everybody, all the legends in here. I see a lot of familiar faces, and big up everyone in the chat. Great topics today. I gotta agree with you, Macy, 100%. We've got bigger issues right now than just trying to win this league title. We've got to get this sporting director in there, get the players we need to push this thing over the edge for next season. So 100%. But I'll be on with TJ in about an hour with Big Jez. Shout out Jez. So everybody come on through, say hello, leave a like on the video. We'll be talking similar Arsenal shit. So come on by, say hello. But big up everybody in the panel chat. And thanks again, Aaron. Great show. And I'll join you anytime. So big up. Thanks, everyone.
Brilliant, mate. Thank you very much for your time. That's what it's all about, man. Thank you. Don't thank me, man. Dal, thank you. Well, a lot of respect for that, man. Thank you very much, Dal, for giving me the time. There's a lot of time difference. You don't have to do what you do. And just like everyone on the panel, and even in the chat especially, giving up your time to just come watch us talk a bit about Arsenal. It's always double appreciated. But I do have to bring Rashid in. How are you doing, brother? I've been waiting there nicely and patiently. Do you know what I mean? Like, what's your 2 bob? on this Arsenal Real Madrid. I mean, it's going to be a full house of opinions. But what you saying, brother?
Big up for having me on. I appreciate it. Big up to everyone. Big up to the whole panel. Big up to the whole chat as well. Real Madrid. Nice game for the people that are going to the game. I hope I can get a ticket somehow and go to that game because it's Real Madrid, and we already know what kind of team Real Madrid are, what kind of club. Amazing. But talking about Arsenal versus Real Madrid. Look, listen, this is how it works, yeah. You've got Arsenal that are unprepared at the moment. We weren't prepared in the summer, but now everybody's shocked that we're not prepared. Everybody, if you fail to prepare, then prepare to fail. Okay, basically
100.
what happened is that you've got now about 12, 13 players, and the rest are all garbage that you can actually play. Now, if we lose to Real Madrid, they'll tell us, what would they tell us, Aaron? They'll tell us that, the injuries and stuff like that. So I'm just preparing. I'm going to be talking about the injuries. The injuries are due to the fact that we've been playing that fast-paced football, that constant pressure football, where you run the players to the ground. And we've seen signs that Saka should have been bought off many games before Saka was injured. So there was instances where we were like, every one of us here and every Arsenal fan knew that at some point Saka is going to get injured. So please, people, don't be so surprised. Now, going to the game, we're going to play a very high intensive Real Madrid team. You know how they play their football. You know they got incredible talent in that team. Vinny, my favorite player in the world. Vinny, Mbappe, Rodrigo. How are we going to face them? Jude. You know what I'm saying? Like even the players that I have on the bench. How are we going to face them? 10 man behind the ball and Martinelli up top. That's the only way. That's the only way we can face them. And how would I deal with the left back situation? It will be first half, it will be a Skelly. Second half, it will be a Tierney. Because if you're playing Skelly there 90 minutes, Rodrigo is going to catch him at some point. And you see those chances that other teams create against us. You've seen chances that Leicester created against us. West Ham, Nottingham Forest. It's not like there wasn't chances. Teams do have chances, but they're not clinical enough. Well, we're going to meet a team that's very clinical. And Real Madrid, the only Real Madrid people was watching Real Madrid against Atletico, but that's different because the way Atletico Madrid defend is like an army. I don't know if you watch the game, but it's like an army. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like troop back and forth. They know how everybody knows their position, the way they play the block. Look, listen, the thing is that we can play the block, but we will have 0 shots on target if we play that low, stinky block. Because to change from defense to attack, that's not something we're very good at, you know? We're very slow to change. We're usually very slow in the build-up as well, because by the time we're building up, the team will already be set back. So playing a stinky low block would limit our chances to maybe one chance, and you're gonna have to take that chance. Do you guys feel what I'm trying to say here? Do you guys get me? Like, you're only gonna get a chance, max 2 chances, if you play that stinky low block, because the transition, we're just too slow on the transition. Too slow.
Way too slow. Way too slow. We're too slow.
We're way too slow against teams that are worse than Real Madrid, like mid-table teams. Do you know what I'm saying? Like mid-table teams had chances to finish us off. This season, the whole season, they had chances to finish us off. Unfortunately, it is what it is, you know. We're gonna have to play that Real Madrid, and there's no way around it, you know. That's the Champions League. But yeah, that's my thoughts on the Real Madrid game, man. That's my thoughts.
No, big up. And you will also see that Nats is here. Big up, mate. Before I get you in, my friend, there is a little little-ish sort of, you know, channel announcement I wanted to make, and I wanted to share it, you know, especially on this stream, because I love this stream, man. This is one of my favorite things of this week, man. I get to talk to everyone. The chat's always lit. The panel's always first class. But yeah, so I wanted to sort of have a little chat about sort of what's coming up. And listen, man, I won't bore you all to death, but yeah, look, I've been doing YouTube, you know, a few months now, and you know, if I'm being honest, I didn't know if it was going to be for me or not for a little while. You know, didn't think I'd enjoy it. You know, I had a lot of self-doubt. I'm not gonna lie, I've had a lot of fucking self-doubt, you know, and some people that know me are quite surprised that I can have a little bit of a, because I'm very heavily critical on myself, you know. But yeah, listen, having a first class chat like this, panel, the people I've been on with, and all of that, man, it does give me a little bit in here, you know, and the community that we've got, Rashid, you know, as well, we always talk about it, mate, off thing. Community that we've got's massively helping that. Honestly, many more ways than people sort of know. But look, the past like week or two has been like a massive sort of change up here for me, man, and it's been a big turnaround. It not just for me, but for the channel as well. And I will be taking YouTube a little bit more seriously from this sort of point. And I've got young Connor. Jez referred him to me. Young Connor is going to be doing a new intro for me. We're going to get some. We're going to get a new what do you call it? A new thumbnail for this show, because it's not good enough for what it deserves to be. It's my favourite show, so I want a proper thumbnail for this Friday Night Feeling. I absolutely love it to bits. So it's going to be doing that. You know, I'm going to be doing a lot more match previews. You know, they're going to be regular. And they're going to be sandwiched, you know, between 10 and 12 in the morning. So I'm going to be doing a fresh little thing there in the morning, to make sure you tune for that. I've been doing a little bit of work in the loft and all of that to make sure I'm going to get a little green screen. And, you know, we're going to be doing things good as well. You know what I mean? I'm working with people. DJB reached out. We're going to be doing a lot of, you've probably already seen some people. We're going to be doing the like the watch-alongs and things like that. The last 15 minutes of watch-alongs, and then we're going to go straight into the live. So me, DJB, will be working very, very closely. And to my surprise as well, I had an email from Cass from Never a Foul. Yeah, we've been having a little few conversations, you know. After a brief chat, I will also be joining their team as a panelist on a fixed panel for this season and for next season. So yeah, I've already been on Never a Foul on there Wednesday. Trust me, top gooners on that chat do not like me. They do not like me. And do you know what, people? I fucking love it. Because I'm Popeye and these top gooners are my fucking spinach. And yeah, I already put a couple of them in their place. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, so I'm joining that sort of team, you know, with Cass. I'm buzzing for it. And yeah, as well, you know, I'll be going on streams with Potsy. You know, I'm looking forward to that. I've been wondering if I'll get the call, and I've got the call. So I just thought I'd, you know, share some cool bits. You know, I thought about quitting a little while ago, and you know, sometimes what a turnaround it can be. But I just wanted to share it with everyone. I'm going to be doing a lot more streams. We're going to be going this way. We're going this way, and I'm sorry, everyone. You're stuck with me now. That's it. There was a chance where you nearly got rid of me. Do you know what I mean? But like herpes, I'm here to stay, unfortunately. But big up, man. No. Listen,
you deserve it, bro.
I'll digress now. Enough talking. More drinking. I'll let Napster take away, man. What's your thoughts on the PSV? Fuck off, Aaron. What's the thoughts on the Real Madrid?
Yeah, no. First and foremost, big up. You appreciate the announcement as well, because I really wanted to hear that as well, because you deserve it. As you know, I've been making a few videos. I need to be more consistent. I'm late as well. So, you know, the whole like lateness is greatness thing kind of shit. You know, if you want me for punctuality, I ain't the guy, bro. But if you want first class content, if you want controversy and all that kind of shit, yeah, I'm the man, innit? And then some. So, but yeah, no, big up. You deserve it. And you will reach the top. I know you said that to me, Rashid, and I take it humbly, you know, as much as possible, pause. But like, either way, like, you deserve it, man. And we will all make it. If you want to get in this thing, you will make it. Just keep making videos, even if it's not the most consistent to start with. Yeah, just keep going, man. That's the one thing, because I felt like, you know, before, trying to do it like every day, other things going on in your life, you know, shit happens. But yeah, you just got to keep plugging away, man. But I'll digress on that because I want to keep the vibes up. You know, it's vibes FB. You know, we're not all toxic and negative and all of that shit. But yeah, in regards to the Real Madrid game, for me, because I watched the Atletico Real Madrid tie more than the Arsenal one, because I knew we were through anyway. I saw the goals, but that was about it. But with the Real Madrid game, I saw a real close insight into both teams. And looking at Real Madrid, I wasn't impressed. However, Tchouaméni is going to be suspended. He won't be a massive miss as people think, because they've got Modric, they've got Camavinga. Them two alone in the midfield can do a job. They could play a 4-2-4 and smoke us, and we would still struggle to score. Like that's basically what we're dealing with here, guys.
Yeah.
So the truth of the matter is that we are really struggling to create chances, let alone finish chances.
Yeah.
Because our number 10, who's really an 8, he's like I've been saying this. He to myself, he's a futsal player. He is a bang average futsal player.
Yeah. That
holds on to the ball, does all these fancy little touches, and in futsal it's cool, isn't it? But when there's a bigger pitch, when there's more players on your team and shit like that, you can't be doing that shit unless you're that good and affecting the game, which he doesn't either. He's not that good. And he doesn't affect the game anywhere near as often. When was the last time he scored a free kick? It was Burnley, wasn't it? Away.
2001, I think it was.
Yeah, 2021 or something. Yeah. That's what, fucking 4 years. That's 4 years.
No, I was there watching it go in. Yeah, I was like, oh, wow.
Oh, you were there? Yeah, you were there.
Got that 4 years later.
Yeah, exactly. And then at Man United, what does he do after Bruno scores his controversial free kick, Hits the wall. Now, look. My knees are shot. I'm long, retired, playing any kind of, footy or rugby, on a serious note, anyway, on a serious level, but remotely. But I could do better than that. We could all do better than that. At least get it over the wall. He couldn't even get it over the wall and hit the target, even if the keeper caught it. Didn't even manage that. He hits the wall every time. For him. He's moving like a 40-year-old plus chick. The wall is undefeated, and he can't get over it. He can't get around it. He can't get through it. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Big up. But I just don't see how we win this game. Even if they play poor, like they did at Atletico in the second leg. I saw Dave's match reaction. It was very interesting. He's kind of changed his tune slightly. But the truth of the matter is. And, fair enough, it's his opinion. But the way I see it, we're just not going to do enough to trouble them. And they'll probably shithouse their way to a semi-final. Because we know they don't have to be that good. They've got Mbappe that, just like that, he can turn up. Vinny can turn up. And even Rodrigo as well, who weren't great the other night as well. So they have match winners. We don't have match winners. They have world-class players. We have none, and it's very, very simple. So where do we really go from here? And once we're out of the Champions League, our season's done. And it would not surprise me if them fuckers start playing scintillating football and we finish second. But to tell you the truth, bro, I hope these fuckers down. We get knocked out of the Champions League. These fuckers better down tools. Better down tools, because what's the point of trying to play when you're out of all competitions just to play in the Champions League again? And next season we probably ain't going to win shit until this manager leaves. It's this never-ending perpetual motion cycle, and I'm just bored of it. I'm just sick of repeating myself when it comes to that, man.
Yeah, listen though, like what I've found out, man. Be used to being sick of repeating yourself, because under Mikel Arteta, we're going to be repeating ourselves. Because guess what? This guy doesn't learn from mistakes. I'll take just a little example how he doesn't learn. Just one example. We nearly won the league 2 years ago. Right or wrong? Yes, we did. And we bottled the lead. What was the one of the main factors and why we done that? We lost Saliba. So you think, do you know what? That cost us that pretty much cost us a league title that year. Have we signed a right-sided centre-back since? Nah. That would be the first thing you'd do, wouldn't it? If you lost the league and you thought, you know what, the main reason why is because your centre-back got injured. Maybe you need a replacement. 2 years later, you got a replacement? No.
But apparently it's Rob Holding's fault. It's Rob Holding's fault, apparently.
Mate, it's madness. There's so many... He just doesn't learn. Either he doesn't learn Mikel Arteta, or he doesn't learn anywhere near quick enough for us to progress forward. And that's what happens when the University of Arsenal hire freshers like Mikel Arteta. We've given him 5 years to get his MVQ level 1 in management, MVQ level 2. You know what I mean? Is City in guilds, and what have we got to show for it? He's not nothing. He ain't passed any tests. You know, he the first sort of season. You know, well done, fair dues. You got yourself a little FA Cup. We were all buzzing. We all celebrated. But you know what? It's 5 years ago. Like, we beat Manchester City. Yeah, this is an example of the point I'm trying to get at. We beat Manchester City 5-1, mate. I've been to the Emirates for many spankings, and unfortunately, unfortunately, like I've been maybe 5 or 6 I've seen. We've all seen them on the telly, yeah. Absolutely ran over us. When we beat them 5-1, I was buzzing. I knew it didn't go nowhere. I knew we weren't going to win the league after it. But do you know what? I was buzzing. Guess what I done when I woke up in the morning? Couldn't give a fucking shit about that 5-1 win. Because what about tomorrow? No one cares, but that's the problem. All of these fans and these Arteta sections and everything like that are all like, well, you know, we did win an FA Cup. That was 5 years ago, mate. I celebrated that FA Cup. I got absolutely steaming with my mates. I probably woke up in my pants, fucking semi-naked, completely with headache for about 2 days, flat on my face on the fucking couch. But guess what? When I woke up and came to normal consciousness, I had a couple of paracetamol. I was all right. I went, all right, what about next season? Because that's what football's all about. You celebrate the times, it's buzzing. But what about next season? These lot are like, yeah, but he's won an FA Cup. So fucking what? He's won 2 FA Cup games since he won that FA Cup. Telling me that's good enough. What are we doing here? What are we actually doing here? Like, it's madness. And these people, you get people like Philip Owen in there messaging in the chat. Oh, yeah, you're all thugs. We're all thugs. Mate, I'd rather be a thug than a fucking complete and utter idiot like you. Let's just get that. Absolutely right. I'd rather live in the real world and be a thug rather than fucking live in Princess Sparkle La La Land like you. You're like a woman, mate. You know what I mean? You wake up and if you're semi-drunk,
come on, I'll give you my favorite catchphrase. Just bring it.
Aaron,
go on, Lawrence, mate.
Don't forget, he won the FA Cup with a team he inherited from a previous manager.
Yeah.
Only one player that played in that
team who won the FA Cup, Aaron, it contained of Aubameyang, Lacazette, Pepe, Tierney, David Luiz, Martinez, Xhaka. Those were the players that won that FA Cup with Mikel Arteta because he was the one that inherited that team. And ever since that, all of them left. He built his own squad. And what have Arsenal won ever since then? Nothing. And people still want to say...
Well, according to Mr. Arteta, we've won 2 community shields. And he seems to forget all the pre-season Emirates Cups we've won under him.
One of them we got...
You know how prestigious those are?
Go on, Shane.
We were in the quarterfinal. We were already in the quarterfinal of that FA Cup when he got the job.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We were already in the quarterfinal. And his whole community shield thing, we wanted to. That's one of these ridiculous stats that he makes up that he hands to all the top gooners. You know, it's the same as we were top scorers in the calendar year. We scored more goals than it was. There was 5 league games in that calendar year where we didn't score at all. You won't get City having 5 league games in a calendar year where they don't score at all. So if you're pumping 6 past West Ham and 5 past Palace, and spread the goals out. There's too many games when you got caught with a low block. And we lost 5 or 6 league games in that so-called calendar year league that he talks about. And he doesn't mention that the 2 last games in December before that calendar year, we lost to West Ham and we lost to Fulham, which lost us the league.
Yeah.
In the week leading up to it. So that's the Arteta. That's the whole cult leader side of him, where he comes up with these ridiculous stats and he just keeps repeating them, and all the top gooners repeat them. Then, we haven't lost to the big 6 in 18 games. We drew 6 of them. Oh, sorry, we drew 8 of them, and one of the ones we drew against City, 0-0 last season when we had them on the ropes and we should have finished them off. He settled for the draw. And we ended up losing the league by 2 points.
Yeah, he's a coward.
So he's a coward. He's an absolute coward. And Gary Neville, who I don't always agree with after that game, said Arsenal should have taken them. They had them there. They should have taken them. And Rodri came out and said that's loser mentality. And he was right. It was loser mentality. Absolute loser mentality.
Yeah.
0-0 away to your rivals. They're on the ropes. You finish them off. Win the league. You don't lose the league by 2 points. Then say, we had more points in the calendar year. We had more goals. It means jack shit. It means absolutely nothing until I see a trophy. and he is allergic to chocolates.
Yeah. No, in fact, just
And according,
move on. Sorry, boys. Just before we move on, I have to jump this because we've got a chat from Unique in here. Big up Unique as well. I think Jez is in amongst the background. He'll be back in a second. But if you can hear me, he'll appreciate this Unique because you've been a long-serving follower of all the channels, man, and in particular for 12 months the Jez's. I want to give my cigars to a panel full of champions. Big up to you, brother. Along with the fire chat rooms, and they are, man. The chat's always fire. Big up to the fucking chat. And don't forget as well, chat, like and sub to the stream. And also, all the boys' socials, their channels will be in the description. And if you already know them, go sub. What are you doing? Yeah. The winner table never lies. Thank you for wanting success. Listen, bruv, that's what we will always do on this channel, on all of these boys' channels, on their socials. Whether they haven't got a channel or socials, they'll give you the same opinion. That's why they're on here, man, because we all talk sense and Unique. I'm sure Jez will be extremely grateful for the service that you've given in this chat, my man. Absolute fucking legend. I'm just going to run through a couple of chats and then we'll move on. We'll get Devontae in. He's just jumped in. Big up as well, brother, for being here, mate. As always, big up. I'm just going to run through some of the chats. Dad's taking a piss. I'm in fucking tears, emotional. You tart. Yeah. Cheers, mate. Always supporting me, Dad. You know what I mean? He's had my back since day dot. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, wanker. Love you, mate. Yeah, Richie, big up, mate. Aaron, I've been speaking about Arsenal since I was 8. I've been a fan for 33 years. You're not too far off of me. But like you, I started my own channel about 6 weeks ago. I wasn't sure, but I'm away to 100 subscribers. Big up to you as well. Do you know what I mean? And I'll go over and check you out and have a look, see what you're saying. And people, why don't give him a chance, innit? Click on Richie Langton 99 Arsenal and see what he talks. I'm sure he talks sense. He's in the right chat for it. So do you know what I mean? That's a good start, isn't it? Yeah, Daz a Smoke Chew. Remember, everyone, Daz a Smoke Chew. He sits next to me. He's my season. He's right next to me. My season ticket. He's an absolute boy, is our Dazza. Yeah, go watch Corey, you tart. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll Phil Owen. What are you doing? Yeah, SG, big up, brother. Always a pleasure, man. Aaron, how you doing? My namesake. Here we go. You know, friends of Aaron and all that. Aaron, bruh, that Babs fraud needs sorting. I don't even think that changes opinion, my friend. But yeah, you know, what can we do?
Yeah, that Roger Federer backhand, didn't it, bro? Or you know that that cartoon fucking slap, innit? Don't give me excuses. It's the results.
And the thing is, if you get to see Babs, I don't know whether if I had a Roger Federer tennis racket in my hand, I don't know whether he'd get the fucking racket or the back.
Hey, mate, I don't need a racket. I don't need any kind of weapon, bro. You know, action in this motherfucker. Do you know what I'm saying?
I've seen the old tents of fucking Napster.
Genetics.
He started doing a strongman on me a couple of days. I was thinking, all right, here we go, muscle.
Yeah. Backstage with you and Guns. I won't get into it, obviously, because we're talking about a lot of shit. Yeah,
that's all personal. But
you know, bro. It's all good. It's all love here, man.
Gunner and all, man. What a fucking geezer that is. John's come round. Big up, John, because you're talking sense now. This is a great show. First time I tuned in. Thank you very much. Maybe you were misunderstood the first time. I don't know, but it's glad to hear that you've got fucking red pill. You've chewed the red pill in the last fucking couple of minutes, didn't you? Thank God, because the blue pill wankers can go fuck themselves. I realise the fans will always watch to be a part of the club managers. Yeah, that's come and go. Exactly right. Yep. We're talking sense now, John. Thank you. That's all we wanted, my friend. Vic, my OG, how you doing, brother? All right, AFTV having a day off? Yeah, that's it, man. Yeah, I know why the mutants here. Well, you know, it is what it is, isn't it? What can you do? We'll get flamethrower, I suppose. You know, what can you do? Fuck them all. Arteta on Trent. You know, if Madrid win and advance, but Arsenal keep it low scoring, mainly due to the Madrid not getting out second gear, and the Arsenal PR machine will say a gallant effort in the face of adversity.
Arteta that's incoming. That is incoming.
All sharks will destroy Super Nick Arteta. Sharks.
Go on, Lawrence, what you saying?
Yeah, Aaron. What are the odds of Arsenal bringing out more merchandise when we get knocked out by Real Madrid?
Oh, mate, like, what are the odds of them? Like, and what are the odds of them bringing out merch tomorrow? I mean, they're all very high. The amount they brought out is ridiculous. I think I'm still counting 2021 or something like that. There will be a show that I'll be bringing in. Guess what? While it's relevant as well, you will all have probably watched my Arsenal, Everything Wrong with Arsenal stream where I pulled their pants down with my spreadsheet. Guess what? There is indeed and Arsenal. Everything wrong with Arsenal 2.0 that I am working on. Same panel, maybe a guest. We'll find out maybe who that guest will be, and it will be about everything. So make sure you keep following, because if you think that one was good, what I've done earlier, that was just scratching wee surface, mate. This one is gonna fucking absolutely go for that jugular. Wow. But yeah, big up, man. What we're saying, Richie? We got oh yeah, he's talking and having a little chat. Big up, mate. Christofsky, whatever your name is, mate. Big up. Thank you very much for the watch. You won't have the opportunity to be part of the Arsenal winning the European League Cup. I fucking hope so, my friend, because I'll have a ticket. If you stick at this, I hope so, because I'll have a ticket. This should be the mission of your club going forward. I hope so, because I'll have a ticket. Like, you've got the gorgeous stadium. Well, I wouldn't say gorgeous, mate. When was the last time you went to it? I don't actually know when the last time you went for it. But I'll tell you what, it's pretty in the pre-match previews. But inside, it's warm, mate. It could well do with an updating. But do you know what? I'd rather them spend money on the fucking squad than update that. I'd rather stand in the shithole and watch winners rather than stand in an absolute picturesque stadium like Tottenham and watch a bunch of fucking losers. Let's get that right.
Yeah, look at what Chelsea did, bro. Look at what Chelsea, Chelsea's still in their stadium. Stamford Bridge is still there. You know, that bridge ain't fell down. You know, everyone thought it would at one point, but you know, like for the longest in the Roman era, they were winning trophy after trophy after trophy. There was talks about upgrading stadium, new stadium, moving grounds, or whatever the legalities and shit. Whereas with us, we were told we were going to leave Highbury to compete, and we ain't doing that. And now they're talking about, you know, upgrading the stadium to 80,000. Man United have got New Trafford along the way. Do you know what I'm saying? Everton are going to move into their ground shortly. So we know what's going on with that, people. Do you know what I'm saying? You know, just to like lower the standards.
No, sorry, I didn't interrupt you there. Yeah, I've not
just
said
focus
a couple of times, and I haven't said big up, but big up to you, brother. Big up, man. Big up.
They focus on the wrong stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be focused on building.
Look on the bright side, Aaron. Look on the bright side, Aaron. We could have a circus top like Man United in a few years.
Yeah. Yeah. Rosa as well. Yeah, listen, I agree with you. I do want to slightly move this year now, and this is going to be our next quick little thing we're going to talk about. And I want to throw in a little curveball here, because you know what? We've got a new director of football. Yeah, we all know this. This is no new surprising, right? But what I want to say is, I hope that he comes in with a bang. Yeah, boys, we all do. Do you know what I mean? We hope he comes in and changes shit, because we all know that Mikel Arteta and Edu, when it comes to signings, they just ain't doing the thing, are they? And I want to bring Devontae in on this. He needs to come in with a bang, and I think of it. What more of a bang would it be if Berta has the bollocks to come in and try and sign Harry Kane, who will have a release clause? Now, I'm not saying it's possible. I'm not saying it's feasible. It may or may not happen. He's got a release clause that's definitely affordable. And I'm looking at my manager and especially now my new director of football, and I want to say, do you have the bollocks to come in and try and have a go for try and sign Harry Kane? Because that's who I'd like to get. One, Arsenal would be in an unbelievably better place if we had a player like Harry Kane. Two, well, probably should have been one. Fucking Spurs, Sol Campbell. We all know it can happen. And three, how big would that endear Berta to this fan base, even if you don't get him, but actively tries to try and get Harry Kane? We need someone that's bold enough, that's going to be bold enough to get one of the big boys over the line. Because I keep hearing, you know, the same names, but no one's saying Harry Kane. Why should we not go in for him, boys? Devontae, I want you to have your two bob on this first, my friend. Do you think Bert will come in, shake things up, and do you reckon he'll have the hairy nutsack to try and sign Harry Kane or not, brother?
You know what my opinion is on that. First of all, let me say big up to everybody. You know what I'm saying? But I'm on the fence with Harry Kane simply because, first of all, I think he's like 32 now. He don't got a lot of years left. Like that's one of the issues I have with Harry Kane. And also another issue I have is he has proven that, you know, when you need him to step up, like we've seen it with England as well. Like when you need him to step up, he's not really like the one to do it for you. We've seen it. Like he missed penalties and stuff. Like that's the only two issues I have with Harry Kane. Other than that, he's been a proven goal scorer. If he comes in, we finally have an elite striker. He's one of the best strikers on the world. Like, whether you like him or not, what do you think he is? A leader or not? He gets you goals, and we need somebody that gets goals. You know. But will Berta have the guts to sign him? You know, when he came in, I had this thought in the back of my mind, right? We've seen that Arteta has a lot of power that a lot of people underestimate. He has a lot of power in this club. A lot of people don't know that. There's a reason why Edu left. There's a reason why some players are at this club. So my only fear is, does he have total control to do what he wants to do, like what he did at Atletico Madrid, right? If he doesn't have that, I'm afraid that we're not gonna get the players that we need or that we want to see. Then it's gonna be like Rashid said a time ago, like we're gonna see the players we don't want, players that are not good enough, players that are okay to say the least. So that's some of the things I'm on the fence with Berta and also Kane. But let's say Kane gets Bayern over the line to win a title or even a Champions League. Then he finally gets to see what it's like to be a winner, and he can take that to Arsenal, you know, and maybe then he'll probably be the guy that gets the goals and gets Arsenal over the line, and maybe do something for England. I'm not saying England's going to win something sooner, but 2026 is around the corner. The World Cup is next year, right? England is one of the favorites. They went far last Euros. And if Kane is able to finally win a trophy in Germany, and I know some people in the chat are going to say, oh, yeah, but it's the Bundesliga. You're still going to have to win it. You still have to win it. It doesn't matter what league you play. You have to win it. If you're on top, you're the winner. So if he's able to get Kane over
Leverkusen won it last season. Sorry,
exactly. You have to win it.
Leverkusen won it last season.
You have to win it. And Leverkusen won it last season. They're the defending champions. So you have to win it. No, so I will see what Berta's going to do. But again, I'm very on the fence simply because I just know Arteta has a lot of power. There's a reason I call him Mick Jong-un. There's a reason I call Arsenal dictatorship. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really on the fence. I just hope that they appointed Berta and gave him total control to do what he needs to do. Because if not, we're really going to see the same circus over and over again.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Now, listen, man. Like, it's fact. Like, it will always happen, and especially one of the things I want to say about what you said as well is, you know, we desperately needed a change, didn't we, Bunny? Come on, man. Like, something needs to happen. Like, we knew. I reckon Edu got bullied. Like, massively bullied by Arteta. And I'm sitting there and thinking, do you know what, Edu, man, you were pretty much of a powerhouse in our midfield in 04. Probably didn't get one of the bit of the credit he deserved. Do you know what I mean? Then you've got pathetic Mikel Arteta. I'm thinking, like, why are you getting bullied by this geezer, man? Like, Arteta's got his way. He's like like a rich kid. Do you know what I mean? Where they're just so used to getting their way, they're little brats. That's what Mikel Arteta is. He's a
spicy Richie Rich. He's a spicy Richie Rich without the master plan, bro. Without all them contraptions and, you know, like very intelligent ideas and shit like that. He just thinks he has them ideas. Like, it's mad, bro. It's mad. You know, he's a side man, bro. He's a side man. The things with Edu, as a player, baller, of course. I ain't gonna knock him as a player. No one on here, or the chat for the most part, will knock him for being a baller. But at the same time, he's a side man in real life, and we've seen it now. Whereas with this Berta guy, the way I see it personally, I'll just get into this quick. I don't see him. I don't see him as a short-term fix. You know, like I know, was it Northside thinks that it's going to be, as an example, like nothing's going to change. Like Arteta's still going to get his own work because he has a lot of power at the club. I hear that, but for me personally, Josh has made that signing as a long term, and even though Berta's going to get more money and all of that shit, because that's partly the main reason, but at the same time, it's just like, if he knew, like Berta ain't stupid. You know, you don't have that track record if you're dumb. Do you know what I'm saying? Whether you have bollocks or not. Like, he's not going to go into it you know, even with Atletico being out now, because they can always go again next season, knowing that he's not going to have any say or he's going to get rolled over by a fucking rookie. Like, come on, man. Like, this guy is here for the long term, I believe. Now it's up to Josh to show some bollocks, because trust me, these fans will turn on Lego Head. You know, there was already murmurings, and Josh Kroenke has already been at the training ground saying to Arteta, "What's going on behind closed doors?" Isn't it? You know, like, fans are kicking off. Like, what are you doing here? You're making me look stupid. You think he ain't gonna rock up again from the States or wherever he is in the world? He will, which is why he's bringing him in. And as long as Berta reports to Josh and is on his good side, Arteta will be brushed under the carpet. Yes, it will be a slower process, depending on how he does on the field. So if he's there or thereabouts where he is now, I don't think too much will change in the short term. But if we have a sudden collapse next season, which I believe we will, then Berta's gonna, you know, he's gonna have that dossier, you know, like, and Josh is gonna be like reading it, you know, what's going on in training, what's going on behind the scenes at the football club, you know, all the other staff members, etc. And he's gonna be like, look, it's an absolute shambles. Like, you know, you've wasted damn near £1 billion in 6 years on a rookie. We can get a better manager that will not only make us more money, but will do better on the pitch, and it will keep the majority of the fans happy. And at the same time, like the players won't get riddled like with injuries as such. Yeah, you know, and it's just basically shit like that, bro. It's common sense. Like, I don't see how this guy's a short-term solution. I really don't, you know, see it, to be honest.
Yeah, just quickly, yeah, I totally agree as well. In the chat, Dr. Seymour, yeah, I haven't seen your a question. I don't know if you put a Q and then a couple of dots or whatever, and then asked it. I haven't. If you want to resend it, I will star it. There's 8 starred at the minute. So chat, if you want to ask a question, I will do a segment on your questions. Just make sure you put a Q in there at the start of it, capital Q, couple of dots, just so I know it's a question, and it will get starred. You know, we've got 7-8 people here. You know, everyone wants to chat as well. You know, the chat is absolutely fucking lit, people, and I respect that. Some of them unfortunately missed out. So if you put a Q on there, it gives me a great opportunity to be able to find it. We will do a segment on it. So if you've got a question, make sure you do that. And don't forget as well, while I've got the chat, like and subscribe to this channel and also every other Absolute Legends channels as well. I've noticed Jez has come back. How are you doing,
sorry,
Jez?
Mate. Sorry, mate.
You're
I've got
good,
to go. I'm sorry. I've got to go, man. I had a long conversation there. My daughter and my grandson have been involved in a car crash. I've got to fuck off. Right.
Wow.
I've got to get to the Worthing Hospital. All right. So sorry about that. I've got to go, boys.
Please do not apologise. All of my best hopes and wishes. Hopefully, it's nothing too serious, my friend.
Yes. All the best, Jez.
Jez, my friend.
Take care.
Let's get it right, chat. We will all send Jez our best wishes and hope that it's nothing too serious. A car crash is, of course, serious, but we obviously hope that people have come out completely and utterly unscathed. So, Jez, all the best, my friend. Family first, man. Severely more important than this dream. So, big up, man. Big up to Jezza. And yeah, our wishes are with you, my friend. Yeah. Who wants to go? Yeah, who wants to go? Have a little chat. We're talking Berta. Harry Kane, what we saying? Rashid, you've had your hands there. Let's go.
Yeah. Prayers to. If I hope it's all well. I hope they're all well. But yeah,
course, mate,
if we're talking about Berta, yeah. Family first. If we're talking about Berta, look, I just feel like Berta's kind of gonna like paper over the cracks that Arteta's gonna create. That's what he's gonna do. He's there to get us better signings than Moreno, Calafiore, Kivior, Lokonga, Marquinhos. I can keep going. A long list. He's just there to get us better players than them, because there's a pattern there. Out of 30 players, 5 or 6 are the only ones that actually can play for this club, and the rest are very meaty. And some of them I even question if they can play for the Premier League. Any team in the Premier League, I think they're just not to the standards. Arsene Wenger always used to have an eye for detail, and I wanted to tell you when I started to feel like Arteta doesn't have this eye for players. It was Eddie Martinez. Martinez came through. He gave us the best 6 months of his life. He accepted being loaned out. He waited for his chance. And when he got his chance, he took his chance. And you can see some greatness in that player. Yes, he wasn't great at that moment, but you can see that this goalkeeper gives us that kind of like calmness. Do you remember? He used to give us that calmness. Leno was all erratic. Ball in the box, erratic, kind of like, you know how Leno is. He's a shot stopper. But apart from that, not really a goalkeeper that keeps everything calm. Martinez is a calm presence and used to tell players what to do. Oh, you do this, you do that. And he's kind of like has a personality as well. And that's what I want in my goalkeeper. Jens Lehmann used to have a personality. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know about the others. I don't like any goalkeeper that came after Jens Lehmann. But look, listen, that was the first thing. That was the first thing that gave me the first thought I had was like, what is Arteta doing? Why are you rushing back Leno that's been out for a year and letting Martinez go? Why? Create competition. What is the problem with competition? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's the same thing for other players as well. This manager refuses to create competition between the players. These top players play week in, week out, regardless. Never on the bench. Never.
Yeah.
Madrid, Real Madrid. There's players that go on the bench. Sometimes you find Jude. Sometimes it's Rodrigo. Sometimes it's Mbappe. Sometimes it's Vinny. Do you know what I'm saying? And sometimes it's other players. Modric, Cruz, Toni Cruz, Arda Güler. Ballers. You will have to hold bench at some point. Look, it's a team sport. It's a squad. It's not if you want to play a one player kind of thing, go do tennis. Do you know what I'm saying? Go do tennis. Football's not for you. Football is 11 players and subs as well. And that's one of the reasons why this manager doesn't have his best team or his team that these fans are saying like, oh, because we have injuries that we didn't win. And if we had the full squad, there'll be another excuse. But yeah, I think it's all Arteta's fault, and Berta's coming to fix some of those problems because some of the players are just not good enough.
Exactly, Rashid. Exactly. You are absolutely spot on. He's brought in, I'll just say this. Berta was brought in to clean up the mess. Wage bill number one, you know, when you have the donkey, Kai Havertz, on 280 grand a week, absolutely finished. I don't care what anyone says, Jesus, regardless of how good he is technically, on 260 grand a week. You got Wodegaard, missing guard, doesn't have a fucking clue guard, you know, on 240k a week. You know, even Saka, I rate Saka, but 200k's worth? Even now, like, I'm not convinced. He's brought in to clean up all this mess, write the dossier, report to Josh Kroenke, to let him know what's really going on, which is what Edu wasn't doing. If Edu done that and made some competent signings during the period he was here, he would still be here. But he's not, because he doesn't have the bollocks. This Berta guy will have bollocks. It's just a question if Josh Kroenke has the bollocks, because, you know, as you said earlier, Rashid, Arteta doesn't have talent ID. I mean, when you're buying Runnison for £1 million and putting him on 30 grand a week, 30 grand a week.
Oh shit!
That's a joke.
Look, I've played in goal in 5-a-side. I've played in goal for like 11-a-side and all that shit. And I'm only fucking 5'10", barely, just under 5'10".
That's what Zinchenko was on.
30 grand, I could do better than fucking Runnison all day. And he's not even that tall. He's 6'1".
That's what Zinchenko was on at Manchester City, and we gave him 150.
Yeah, another one.
Is that?
Listen, as well, just quickly, I've just got to have to say this in the chat as well. One, big up Gunnar Russ, footballers community thing. This is landing it, not a business, money, profit. Exactly. This is why we need a revolution. Also, Revolution TV. Exactly right, man. Yeah, we need 50 plus one more light in Germany. Yeah, too many foreign owners, investors, corrupting our beautiful game. Listen, that's exactly it, man. Gunnar Ross as well, big up, man. Always appreciate you coming over here, 100%. And as well, I just want to say thank you to the people, you know, in the chat that are writing all nice things, you know, like this about Jez and all that. We're all mad about football and all of that, but when it comes down to it, man, family's family. So, you know, I don't mean to reiterate on it again, but fantastic to everyone in the chat as well. We're all human in it, man, and big up again for Jez and his family. I hope it's nothing too serious. Sorry to cut everyone like that. I just thought I'd just have to again run that out there. And again, Gunnar Russ Wells running is the most laughable signing I've ever seen. I don't know, man. We've got a few bits there in a competition, man. I mean, Raheem Sterling, okay, I suppose, you know, like,
and
like,
you
know,
just on Bertha.
Go on, Craig, Shane, go. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, just on Bertha, the lads, to follow up on what the lads were saying, I think that we will see the real test of if he's in to drive Arteta out. If he gets a good bit of control of those transfers, and he signs big name players like you were talking about, Harry Kane.
Yeah.
Without someone making Arteta sign these players, he would never sign a big personality like that. He doesn't like them. It's why he shipped out Ozil. It's why he shipped out Aubameyang. It's why he shipped out Guendouzi. He shipped out anyone who questions him. He only wants yes men like Havertz, who, you know, to me, when you're talking about an attacking player, right, and the first thing you say is, oh, he's got a lot of work rate. That should be a fucking given. Work rate should be a fucking given. And you get it with Liverpool fans, and they go, "Oh, Darwin Nunez on his work rate." I don't want to hear about an attacking player's work rate. I don't want to fucking know about it. I want to know about how many goals he scores. I want to know about, you know, how creative he is. And if we're going to look at Arteta's signings, I was commenting on Gundown's stream last night, and they were saying about, you know, the amount of left backs he signed. You know, he tried to Kivior and Zinchenko and all these players, and all the keepers he signed. You know, he signed Ramsdale, and he signed Runnerson, and he signed he signed Leno. He had Martinez and Tierney when he took the fucking job. He had a World Cup winning goalkeeper and a left back who was getting compared to Robertson at the time. You know, we need Bertha to come in, and we need him. If he comes in and he takes control of those transfers and he signs players like Cunha, and he signs, you know, ready-made players with a bit of attitude, that would be the only thing that would drive Arteta out. Either that, or Arteta will start refusing to play them because they're too strong personally, and that might get a reaction out of the Cronkies, because so far he's only signed yes men. When people were talking about signing a striker in January, I was saying to people, our pool of strikers that we can go for is drastically drained by the sheer reason that Arteta goes, oh, well, he's got attitude problem. He said it about Tony. He's got an attitude problem. You know, he doesn't work hard enough. People are saying sign Osimhen. There's no way on earth. If the Arsenal board came to Arteta and said, we'll get you Osimhen tomorrow, he'd go, no fucking way am I getting that guy, because he's far too strong personally for me. He cut off his own nose to spite his face. And that's, you know, when you're a leader, when you run a business, or if you're a parent, or if you anything that you're a leader in, you sacrifice yourself for the good of the team, and you be willing to say, I made a mistake here. You know, I'll bring Tierney back. He's our best left back, instead of putting an 18-year-old kid in there and getting him bombarded and getting the press on his back because he's getting sent off. And you know what I mean? Take one for the team. Say, listen, Tierney, you've got 6 months left. Go out there and you know, do a job for us. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. But he would never do that. He's too arrogant. You know, getting rid of the likes of Smith Rowe. Sorry, go on.
As well. Do you know what pisses me off about everything correct that you just said? And it's not pissing me off of what you said, because you were smashing it. It pisses me off that Arteta does these things at the detriment of the team. Is that narcissistic? That is for the benefit of him and not for Arsenal Football Club. It's for the fucking benefit of Mikel Arteta at the detriment of Arsenal Football Club.
And we were saying
to the detriment.
That is why he played Gabriel against PSV. It's why he played Rice against PSV. He didn't want to lose 2-1 and go through, because then his record would say, he can now turn around and say, we haven't lost in 8 European games, or we haven't lost in... He risked all that. And if you look up fucking narcissist in a dictionary, that it'll pretty much explain that, man. It'll explain everything about him. that he thinks that when he got asked in the press conference about drawing with United in the lead up to the PSV game, he said, "Oh, we're talking about Champions League now." So a narcissist will say, "Well, I'm telling you that doesn't matter anymore, so you better believe that it doesn't matter anymore." So he just thinks if he tells people that this doesn't matter anymore, that they in turn have to believe it. And the sad thing is, a lot of people do.
Yeah, it's worrying. It's worrying when you get to sort of that stage where this rookie manager, and we give it to him, this geezer, like I always say, University of Arsenal hire freshers. What do I mean by that? This club only hire rookie managers. Mikel Arteta is a rookie manager. Why is he rookie manager? Because he hasn't got fucking CV. Why hasn't he got CV? Because he's never fucking managed before this club, and he's taken over the third biggest club in fucking England. This is madness. How can this be allowed to happen? And you know what? That's fine. You win an FA Cup in your first little bit, you get a bit of credit in the bank. But I didn't think for one fucking minute that credit in the bank would last for half a fucking decade, and it would cost us fucking £750 million. Mate, a lot has changed in my life. I've become a dad to a second daughter. I've changed jobs. I lost a limited company of a trade I worked my fucking arse off for. But you know what? Stayed consistently the same. Mikel Arteta and Arsenal have not been fucking good enough. They are the most consistent thing in my life. Consistently fucking shit. Consistently not good enough. It's the only consistent thing in life.
We basically got like backroom staff. We've got board members that are all rookies, or they're way over the hill, way too old, respectfully, to the older guests on the panel here. But the reason why they're here, so case in point, Harris of Peckham and that, Nam, is they're using Arsenal Football Club for dividends. That's the only reason why they're there. We had fucking, what's his name? The horse racing loving fucker, there for ages at the AST or whatever, doing their meetings, like palming everyone off and all of that, all of that fucking shit, right? We could all tell deep down that he doesn't give a shit. And then he ended up fucking off anyway when he knew that the shit was going to go down. Yeah. Edu, and what is it? Vinay. Remember Gazidis when he used to get so much shit? And then Vinay walked out the door without a scratch on it. What was he doing there on £3-4 million a year? He was T-boy.
No,
he was there to fill a quota. He filled the quota and he fucked off.
100, mate. 100.
No one. And don't forget, Aaron and Natster. Do you remember what Vinay said on the 12th of January? He said, when we were currently top of the table, he said, top 4 is the aim of a league sport. And all the fan base, the top gooners, they got fixated with it. They said, "Ooh, Vinay is actually getting onto something. We don't need the Premier League title. Let's just focus on getting top 4."
We were top of the table. We were top of the table at the time when he said that shit.
Yeah,
we were top.
And look what happened. And look what happened. Ever since Vinay said that catchphrase, we've dropped points to West Ham, to Southampton, to Man City, to Forest, to every game that mattered to us, because all the fans got giddy with Vinay's catchphrase of top 4 and the Champions League. And look what happened. We bottled it. And then Edu, we were supposed to be getting Caicedo because we needed a midfielder to cover in for Granit Xhaka and Thomas Partey. But what did Edu do? He called up Chelsea and he said, "Yo, can I have Jorginho for like a free transfer?" And then Chelsea said, "Oh, okay, then we don't need Jorginho anyway. He's all yours anyway." So what was the point? Because I wanted Caicedo at our football club because he is more energetic, because Jorginho, his legs are finished. Because what was the point of bringing him into to Arsenal anyway? The guy looked absolutely like finished with his legs and all that. And the fact that we've got a clueless CEO who left, that was good. And Edu who left as well, that was good. Yeah. But you've got pundits like Ian Wright, Martin Keown, Paul Merson, and Ray Parlour, all 4 of these fools thinking that, but you can't criticize Mikel Arteta. He still needs his ingredients and phases because we're still in phase 5 of a season. But it's just jarring to see these legendary Arsenal players become pundit jokes.
But there is one pundit joke I will give praise to, and his name is William Gallas. He came out a few weeks ago and he said Mikel is a fraud because I'm not going to back him, because if he does not win nothing, then he needs to go. And Gallas is spot on, because Gallas knows the levels of this football club, because he's played for this football club before. And big up to him for standing up to Mikel Arteta. Him, Ori, Petit, Vieira,
winners.
Yeah, all of them are standing up to this manager because they see the bigger picture at this football club, because they will not want to see their football club be destroyed by a rookie manager, because they love this football club too much and they will do anything to preserve that football club, and they will not stand for Mikel Arteta's lies, his hopes of something, and all the bullshit around him, because Ori and they're not going to fall for this. They will do everything they can to make the fan base realize that this manager ain't qualified enough to get this football club to where it should be.
Yeah. Nobody on this board of directors have got any football background. Sorry, nobody on this board of directors has any background in football. They're all businessmen. They don't give a fuck about where we finish or how many trophies we win. We haven't had a proper director since David Dean, right? I mean, the day Arsenal died is when he left the club, in my opinion. Okay? You talk about all these other directors we've had in the past, Sir Chips Keswick telling the shareholders that if they want to hear from the owner, buy a newspaper. You know, and then when he dies, everyone's saying, oh, what a great man he was. He was Arsenal through and through. He didn't give a fuck about the club. He was more interested in horse racing, you know. And this is the culture at this club. You know, it is so mismanaged up at the top as well as in the team and the management itself. You know, I keep telling people, I can't think of any other profession that would give someone a job as high as manager of this club to anyone else who hasn't had any previous experience. And I knew this was going to happen the day that clown Arteta walked through the doors to become our manager.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, pretty much. Like it's a whole. You hit the nail on the head, Lawrence. You hit the nail on the head. Like Chips Keswick, absolute fucking dinosaur. But not only that, mad ignorant, mad disrespectful, and never gave a shit. You know, like he is so forgetful. I forgot his name until it was brought up. I think it was Guna Russ in the chat. I forgot his name, bruv. Everyone knew who I was talking about, but you know, like he's so forgetful. Like you forget his name as soon as he bounced out the door. Then you got fucking Garlic Head, who when Vinay left is now our CEO. He came from West Brom. He came from fucking West Brom. What are West Brom? And what have West Brom been in the last like 10 years or so?
Yeah.
Yo-yo club. You know, when they get in the Premier League, they go straight down. You know, they're there for this as well.
Just quickly, Lawrence, I think your mic's bugging out. I was just having a little thing. I think your mic's,
sorry about that.
I don't know if you go out and come back in. I don't know whether you got something loud. It's definitely
okay. I'll come back in. All right.
Yeah. Maybe turn something down or something like that.
Big up, out. Lawrence. But basically, all I was saying is just like the whole structure of this football club, and I've been saying this for the longest. We need a reset. Now, Berta coming in is a nice breath of fresh air. However, he has to play his cards right. So he has to be on Josh Kroenke's good side to be able to even do his job. Because we know what Arteta's going to do. Arteta's going to be that fucking trophy wife little bitch, that fucking gold digger that goes to her sugar daddy and be like, oh, baby, these people, this and that, they're saying all these mean things about me, and all of that. Fuck out of here, man. You know, like, what are we running? Like a daddy daycare or some shit? Do you know what I'm saying? But this is what Arteta's going to do. That is Lego head in a nutshell. So Berta has to shut that shit down like a boss, like an absolute certified fucking boss, and do what needs to be, ballsy. Do what needs to be done, sir. if he does what he needs to do, Arteta will be out the door in a year or so. Trust me, even before the majority of the fans turn, because it's already happened in spurts this season. Trust me, we're going to slide down that table. And I can't fucking wait, guys. I really can't.
Yeah. Shane, just quickly as well. I think it might be your mic and all. Let's having a little go. I muted yours and it stopped and then I started. Maybe it might be something. I don't know if you need to turn.
I'll go out and come back in.
Yeah. I'll jump you straight back in. Just quickly as well. Sorry to interrupt. Just before we go, I will get just before we go. We're staying on. That's not what I meant.
The show goes on.
The show goes on. I will be getting all the starred questions in. I meant move over to the next section.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I know what you meant.
Yeah. That's it. Definitely was time with Shane's, because it's gone. I'm sure it's only very, very, very minor. So I didn't mean to jump in, boys. But yeah, man, listen, let me just jump in and say my two bobbins of things. It's all madness, isn't it, man? Like how we're run. It's worrying, and it's extremely, extremely, extremely worrying. Do you know what worries me the most? What worries me the most is the fact that I can see this continuing for a long time. Like, and that's a very bad thought when you sit there and think, is it going to be sorted at this summer? No. Then you think, is it going to be sorted by this time of the Christmas? No. We're still going to be in the same regime. So, okay, are they going to have that? I hope that they've signed Berta in to have a backbone to get rid of Arteta. But then it's just like, well, that's such a quick swinging turnaround when you sort of sit there and think, well, you've only just given him a 15 million quid a year season. Do you know what I mean? Like a contract. Like, what are we doing here? Like, why would you do that? That's what Arsenal do. And they do that for a long time, people. And there's so many examples of it. They cripple themselves in the transfer market and then wonder why they can't spend any money. The proof's in the pudding. I've done a show on it about 2019. Why'd you give Aubameyang all that money? Why'd you give Ozil all that money? Why'd you give average players all that money? And now, why when Odegaard was on 100 grand a week, why'd you have to give him 240 for one good season? Martinelli was on 70. Why'd you have to give him 180 for one good season? Why'd you have to sign Mikel Merino on 130? No,
1 year left on his contract.
We spent 35 million.
Why
have we given one sec, basically? Let me know. Why did we sign Zinchenko for 35 million and then give him a pay rise from 30 grand a week to 150 grand a week? Why did we sign Kai Havertz for 65 million pound and give him 285k a week? Why did we sign Jesus for 45 million pound on 1 year left on his deal and give him 50 grand a year? Like, and you expect that now it's such a gamble, this, and financially and business wise, they're all gambles. Every single sign I said, they're really bad for business and they're all gambles because if they all work, you go, well, it don't really fucking matter what you pay them because they're all excellent signings. But all of them, none of them are they're all shit signings. And guess what happens? You handcuff yourself. So what do you go and do then? Because it's easy to sack a manager instead of sacking 22, 25 players. But guess what? I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll give a manager 4.5 years into his reign, we'll give him 15 million quid a season, fucking 2 months into a season where he's not even really started that well, and we'll give him a fucking 3-year deal, and we'll make him the second highest paid fucking manager in world football. What are we doing here? I wonder why we didn't have a good summer, because there's a lot of excuses that people make as well, yeah? Oh, PSR and things like that. Let's just say, for argument's sake, everyone, that PSR was the issue. Let's just say, yep, PSR, we overspent, we outspent our money, whatever. Why did we do that? Why did we do that? 35 million pound on Fabio Vieira. Where is he now? Oh, by the way, we'll just give you back to your club we bought you from for a year. How did that go out? There's 35 million. In fact, just him and Havertz alone is over 300 million a week and 100 million pound. Just him and Havertz. Shall I carry on? One summer. Here we go. We got Zinchenko and Gabriel Jesus, both from Manchester City. They were going to bring the mentality, apparently. What mentality did they bring? So we ain't fucking won anything since. Oh, yeah, and it cost us 90 million pound in transfer fees. Oh, and guess what? 500k in wages between them. Oh, what about Kai Havertz? Oh, yeah, Arteta admitted straight after, I don't even know where his fucking position is. Oh, that's well, Andy. How much did you pay for him? Would you get a cut price off of Chelsea? Did you? Nah, of course we didn't. We almost give him the fucking same amount of transfer fee that they paid fucking Bayer Leverkusen. And he's got 3 years of proven track record that he's not good enough in the fucking Premier League. But I'll tell you what we'll do. Not only will we get you out of jail, Chelsea, what we'll also do is We'll give you fucking our record highest fucking earner, Kai Havertz, for this current team. Brilliant. That's what we'll do as Arsenal Football Club. And do you know what, Mikel Arteta? While you're at it, you ain't fucking won anything, but how do you fancy about being the second highest paid manager in world football? Is that quite good? Does that sound nice to you? This club is fucking backwards, mate. And the reason why I'll always say it, and I'll constantly say it, and there's new channels, new panelists, new this, new that, new people in the channel finally coming around. Guess what, people? We're not in a good fucking place. And I'll tell you why we're not in a good place, because we've got a fucking incompetent manager that don't win things. We've only just signed maybe a half-competent director of football, and it's taken us fucking 5 years to do it, because guess what? When we hired a fresher and a manager, we also hired a fresher and a fucking director of football as well. What more do you expect? What do you absolutely expect when you hire two fucking pillocks that don't know what they're doing, that never managed a club before? What do we expect? And I'll tell you what now, we're all reaping the benefits for it, because I'll tell you what, the top gooners, yeah, and I'm going on a bit of a rant and I will move it on. Tell you what, the top gooners, they couldn't give a fuck, mate. They go to the stadium, and I've seen them do this because I've had a go at a couple of them, even during the match. All they want to do is this. Have a little quick selfie with a stadium behind them. I sit on row 6, just above club level, yeah? So I've got quite nice seats. And they'll go down there and they'll sit down there because I sit one seat right next to the little walk down in the row. And the amount of times I go, well, I'm trying to watch the game. Fuck off. Piss off. Do it before time, before at half time, or do it after. All they want to do is do that with their little see-through bags, just to show the little queue, you know, that they've bought £120 worth of merch. Oh, let us in. There ain't a bomb in here. You know, it's just merch, of course. You know, what are we fucking doing here? That's all they fucking want. And oh, who pays for it? They go home. Arsenal draw 1-1 with Manchester United. They fucking do all of these nonsense of fucking results. But they go and they couldn't give a fuck, mate. They walk out the stadium. They've seen all their mates, this and all that, and they're off they fuck. They couldn't give a shit about Arsenal until their text message to their mate going, oh, do you know what we'll do? Who's driving today? Woohoo! Who's driving today? But people like me, people like Shane and Macy and Lawrence and fucking Natster and all of you fantastic people in the chat, all the OGs, guess who picks up the fucking pieces when it all goes wrong at the end of the season? Because I'll tell you what, it ain't the fucking top gooners. It ain't. It's me that fucking lays there, gutted, devastated, heartbroken, and just the same as you lot. We're the ones that pick up the fucking pieces, but they couldn't give a shit about it. But Arsenal couldn't give a shit about that, because who's lining their fucking pockets with spastic 21 lines of fucking merch? All these spastic top gooners that are incidentally holding the club back. Run over. Jesus.
Yeah. Pretty much, mate.
Your being, because who should have? I mean, the only football game I do go to is the England game at Wembley, because at least England do put a good performance in, even though they have been trashed these past year with Southgate. But now that they have a better manager in Thomas Tuchel, this England team are a force to be reckoned with now that he's in charge. And the first thing he did, he brought in Miles Lewis-Skelly into the England squad, and he recalled Jordan Henderson as well. So big up to Tuchel. He's making a good statement. But when it comes to this manager, look at all the things in his time as Arsenal head coach, the horrible things he has done. He was responsible for not making David Luiz the captain of our football club. And even though that I don't rate David Luiz that highly, and even though he's got that mistake in him at several games, but he made up for that, and he went on a journey to redemption, which led Arsenal to the FA Cup. And David Luiz said that he wants to be the captain of this football club. But Mikel Arteta made Aubameyang the captain and Granit Xhaka the vice captain, and just basically pushed David Luiz out of the football club for no apparent reason whatsoever, because David Luiz had a anger problem on Arteta. And David Luiz was not wrong, because he wanted to be the captain of this football club because he's a leader. He's experienced. He's won trophies in England, in France, in Brazil, everywhere. So what makes this manager think that he can just push David Luiz out of this football club because he believes that Arteta just wants to like make Xhaka the vice captain because Xhaka is his yes man. And the fact that all these players like Declan Rice and Kai Havertz and all these players, they are Arteta's puppets, because every time Arteta says to them, do this, do that, and they all say, yes, Arteta, we obey your command. It's like they're too afraid to stand up to this manager. But there are players that I will big up and say that at least they showed a bit of guts to correct this manager and stand up to his words. Aubameyang, David Luiz, and Mesut Ozil as well, because even though his time at Arsenal was looking like it could come to an end, at least give Ozil a chance, because he would at least make into the team and show that he can still offer something to this team. But no, Arteta threw him out because he's got an attitude problem. Same with Guendouzi, same with Luiz, same with Aubameyang. All these players that had attitudes towards this manager, and every time, and all these yes man that Arteta likes. He likes Saka because he's a yes man. Declan Rice, Odegaard, Havertz, he calls them his yes men because they will obey every command he spews at them. And this football club has gone backwards. And I've been to the Emirates at one point, but not for like a football game, but like a tour to the Emirates Stadium, but not a football game. Because why should I go to a football stadium that don't care about me? Because I speak from the heart with this football club, because I want what's best for this football club. And if this football club won't give it to me, then I will never ever go to the Emirates Stadium, because I've seen the dark times at that stadium. So I will never ever go to that football stadium ever unless change happens. And right now it won't happen, because we're stuck with Arteta, we're stuck with the ownership, and and hopefully, fingers crossed, this Bertie guy, hopefully he can make some change, miracle happen at this football club, because he's the one guy that I rate as our new sporting director at the moment. He's far superior than Edu, and hopefully if Arteta if Arteta gets rude or disrespectful to him, then he has to stand up to this manager.
No, facts, man, 100%. Look, we're gonna go on. Sorry, after Lawrence has jumped in, I will come to the starred questions. Lawrence, jump in, my man.
Okay, I don't know how old you guys are, but to me, this manager. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, this manager.
Anyway,
yeah, well, I think this is before your time. Sorry.
Oh, definitely.
But this manager, this manager has taken us back to the days when we were shit under Terry Neal in the early 80s. And I remember those days vividly, because at the end of his tenure, fans had enough. And we, after we got knocked out of the League Cup by Walsall, the fans had enough.
Oh, wow. That
and we all crowded out. Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah.
And all the fans stood outside the main gates of Highbury yelling for Terry Neal's head to get him out the club. And the following game, we lost at home to West Bromwich Albion 1-0, where he had just signed Tommy Caton as a defender. And I didn't even rate Tommy Caton.
Yeah. And
a few days later, the board of directors realised Terry Neal had to go, and they sacked him, and they made Don Howe caretaker manager before they gave him the role permanently. And this manager, as I say, has taken us back to those dark days. Okay, there's no progression with this manager. We've regressed. Okay, and I can't see any light at the end of this tunnel. I'm telling you this, at the end of this season, if he hasn't gone and we've got Simeone or somebody else in charge, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Next summer, it's going to be the same old shit of the club and this manager dragging their heels throughout the whole summer transfer window, struggling to get another 2 signings over the line, none of which will be a striker. It'll be another fucking left back and central defensive midfielder. He'll sacrifice both the domestic cup competitions yet again so that we can progress in the Champions League and Premier League. We'll get knocked out of the Champions League again in March and April. We'll have a little run near the end of the season to challenge for the Premier League title, only for us to bottle it again under this clown of a manager. It'll be rinse and fucking repeat again, and we'll still have these clowns in our fan base saying, oh, let's give him another year. When does this fucking stop? When are people going to wake up and say enough is enough? Get out of our fucking club.
Yeah. Mate, it's Bill Murray settings at this club, isn't it? Bill Murray settings.
Groundhog Day,
isn't it?
Yeah.
You know it. We're at Bill Murray settings.
Well, it's Groundhog Day.
We wake up. We lose we get knocked out of a competition. There we go. We wake back up. All right. What competition we in this time? Oh, the FA Cup. All right. Oh, we've been knocked out by Manchester United. Oh, here we go. We'll wake back up. Oh yeah.
I need to get that clip at one point where like Bill Murray keeps getting slapped by Andy McDowell, isn't it? Do you know what I'm saying? And then you have Arteta's face on Bill Murray.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, bro. Like, because that is him right now, bro. Like over and over and over again. Like I've had this shit,
wait, before I know you want to get to the questions, I'll be quick.
Yeah.
You know, when Tottenham gave Tim Sherwood the job, an unproven manager, we all laughed our arse off at giving an unproven manager. But 6 months later, they fucked them off when they realised they made a mistake. We kept Arteta for 5.5 fucking years. You know, we laughed at them, but they went, "Oh, geez, we made a mistake. Out, sorry." But we didn't. We didn't learn from our mistake. It's staggering.
Because we're fucking full of cowards. At least back then, do you know what I mean? You had like up top, you had Hillwood, you had Arsenal boys, David Dean, you had all of them boys there. The whole, you know what I mean? The core of that club at least was Arsenal people. Now what you got? You got owners, cronkies come in. What's the first thing they say? One, oh, I'm silent Stan. I don't really like fucking talking anyway. And two, we ain't fucking here to win trophies, by the way, people.
And David Dean was given no. He was brought into the office and told that day, "Pack your stuff, get out." He wasn't even given 2 weeks to. I mean, I read his book. He was called in and just that day told. Wenger offered to quit at the time.
Shocking treatment of a proper Arsenal man.
A legend.
Sometimes every now and then, when I go to Arsenal, every now and then I've seen him. So I go in at F and I come in from Holloway Road station. So I come in when I've gone from that station, or let's just say if I've walked past the Tolly and then I go up that little ramp bit where the players park their car, I always walk past it, and I can't think what it might be, the diamond section or the media section or whatever. There's like a little bit where I walk past. It might be between C and F, somewhere in between there. If you go to Arsenal, you know. And I've seen him so many times over the years, David Dean standing in queue in there, and I've shook his hand and said hello. And he still goes to games and watches, man. And it must break his own heart to just know that this is the club that turfed him out, everything done. Because let's get it right, Wenger didn't want Sol Campbell. That's a David Dean signing, and there's probably been plenty more. That's a David Dean signing, not an Arsene Wenger signing. He gets the credit because he was the manager. But David Dean was going, yeah, man, you need to be getting your ass to this.
David Dean got Wenger in. David Dean pushed for Wenger.
Exactly right. Yeah.
And Wenger actually listened to him. He's the only one upstairs that he would listen to. He
offered to quit. Wenger offered to quit when David Dean got sacked. He turned around to David Dean and said, "I'll leave as well." That's how in sync they were, you know.
I didn't know that. But then, what did the Cronkies do? What did Silent Stan do?
Yeah, because they wouldn't
£10 million a year to protect us. Shut your mouth when anything that goes on upstairs, and you've got a job for life as long as you get us top four.
You see, the bank wouldn't sign the loan over for the Emirates unless Wenger agreed to stay for 5 years. That was part of the contract. They wouldn't give them the loan because he'd get them Champions League football.
Yeah. Just quickly, I do want to get the questions in, but I do also, because it's pressed for time. Normski, man, big up, man. We ain't going to get no This week, how you doing, Normski, man?
Yeah, man. I just finished.
Not neglecting the wife this week, Normski.
No. We're all good. We're all good. We're all good, bro. We're all good.
Man, big up, man, to you. And listen, I love talking to you, and I'm so blessed that you come on the channel, man. I don't know how much you've heard, whether you're in tune with what we're sort of saying, or whether you're just coming in sort of blind in the ears.
Kind of a little bit blind. Bit blind because
we were just sort of having a little chat about basically the board, the owners. Do you know what I mean? How we've sort of let all the Arsenal men go, like I said, Peter Hillwards, the David Deans and everything like that. And now we've got Americans. That's fine if they care. Don't care what country they're from. But they're American and they don't give a fuck about Arsenal. Let's get it right. They've been here a long time. What's your sort of two Bob sort of on like on where this club's going in this sort of like whole regime? Because like they've got Berta in now, yeah. But they've still got Arteta in there. Do you see anything changing at board level? Because we all want Arteta out.
Yeah,
and it's very difficult to bring you in on it because it's been
when you're coming in cold.
Yeah.
It's like when you're playing football and you put you on for the last 10 minutes and it's like the game is going at a different pace and you're you guys must be
come on.
I'm just trying to find Arteta's press conference. There was a question that was asked, so you probably maybe read it already. I think he was asked about Berta, the new sporting director, and essentially I can't say word for word, but essentially what he was saying is that the way this club is that we have to align ourselves. The board needs to be aligned. He has to be aligned with the board, and for this whole thing to work perfectly. Now, obviously, things have happened where Edu has decided that enough is enough, and he's gone to green pastures. And we're not going to hear anything because at the moment he's still on garden leave, getting paid. So we know there's an issue. We don't know what this issue is, but until he's completely, paid off and he's now free man, then we'll probably hear his memoirs of what was really going on
in the book.
Once the NDA clears, once the NDA clears, it's all good, mate.
It's gonna let off the clip. It's gonna let off the clip.
The Charles Watts book, the Edu
Revolution. What, mate? You're having a laugh. Bro.
Yeah, exactly.
But listen, I was saying last night on Gundown, or whatever his name is, Carl Brooks. Gundown. And we were sort of asking the question of like, Berta coming in. I call him Big Berta, the mafia man. I think he's going to come in and ruffle a few feathers. Because if you're seeing the way he works with Diego Simeone ain't no pushover. And I don't think Berta is going to be any pushover. And would that have been something that Amanda Arteta would have liked to have come in? I don't know. I don't think he should be a part. If he was, I don't think he should be a part of the decision process in terms of bringing him in. So I hope that's not the case. Maybe Josh has looked at it, and sort of said, bro, the way you guys are spending our money and wasting it, I've got to bring in a man here because I'm not going to lie, Arteta's talent ID, the same with Edu, they are, when it comes to talent ID, they're complete novices. I'm sorry, mate. We've only got to look and see how many left backs they bought, how many goalkeepers have bought, the amount of money they've spent on an 8, and they still haven't got the 8 that they want. So, and you did that comprehensive breakdown you did, Aaron, a couple of weeks ago, which was fantastic. Yep. Maybe Josh was watching your stream and thought, you know what, I'm bringing in Berta. I'm bringing in Big Berta because the money that's wasted is unbelievable, and I want to see changes. And I think Berta coming in, I think he's a no-nonsense man. And I think he's going to, as Jed said last night, he's going to be there with his torch, shining a bit of light, working out what's going on. Yeah, because I think the way this club at the moment is run, and they're all culpable, they're all in it together. Yeah, where we can blame the January window on the owners, but I'm blaming Arteta and Edu on the summer, and it's really the summer window that we go look back on and say, this is the reason why we're where we are. It might be the owners turn and say, listen, I can't trust you with any more money. You spent and wasted money where you should have gone and got a striker and you didn't. Now you're crying for a striker in January. Come on, man. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So I think going forward, I would hope to see changes. If by any chance, because you know these Italian guys, if they don't like it, they're on their way out. You understand?
Yeah.
Just like Conte. Now, if he dashes after a year, then you know where the problem lies. It's Edu, isn't it? Yeah. Not Edu, sorry, Arteta. Yeah, he is the problem. He is the problem. And we know Arteta. He's a protagonist. He's a narcissist. It's all about him. Yeah. And, you know, everything is another 4.55 phases, sub-phases of trying to win, the competing in the Champions League. We know what that means. So we're going to go out in the quarterfinals. Yeah. Next year, we're going to now compete for the semi-finals. And then the following year, we're going to keep. So that's another 3 years, 4 years in. That's 9 years without a trophy.
Lumsky,
like
it's a click of the fingers when you're on 15 million quid a year, isn't it?
Of course it is. Of course it is.
I would just wait 2-3 years and that's no worries. But what about people like me? You know what I mean? And people like 60 other thousand people at the Emirates have got season ticket that go, all right, so I've got this bill to pay. I've got this bill to pay. Or can I pay the season ticket up front? Okay, no, I won't. So I've got my car insurance coming out. I've got this and all that. The point I'm trying to make is we're budgeting for it. And they're just like, nah, do you know what? I'll tell you what, in 3 years we'll be all right. There you go. Yeah, it's process, isn't it? That's why they said the word process. That's why they said the words is because it's just unlimited time. Well, it is a process. It's been 7 years, but it's a process.
Remember, I said I've got a picture of Martin Keown, sort of basically turning around and saying that Arteta has still not found the team that he wants, basically. Yeah. I saved that picture and I will keep that picture on and keep reminding people that is the case. Yeah. He sort of basically said that it doesn't look like Arteta has got the team that he wants and it's going to be a major rebuild. So you know he's going to be in there. As much as we want him out, we know what the score is. He's going to be there. It's going to take something out of this world to get this guy out. You know, the fans, if he finishes out of the top 5, top 6, gets a total battering from Real Madrid, like back in the day when we got batterings from Bayern Munich. Is it going to take something like that? The fans have got to vote with their feet. But as I said,
I was there for 10-2 norms.
Jeez, mate. You know what I mean?
So,
and that for me, that was
Craig in the chat. Mate. Craig Govan, and he come. Dazza, who usually sit next to me, who's a modern here. This gentleman Craig came and sat next to me for the atrocity. I couldn't even give the ticket away next to me because Darren couldn't go away for personal reasons. He couldn't come for personal reasons. Craig sat next to me, and we was 5-1 down watching Robert and Ribery. But don't forget though, it was even Gazidis did say that we will be competing with Bayern Munich. I just didn't think we'd be competing that little. Do you know what I mean? It's
Aaron.
Go on, mate.
Stan Kroenke, once he took over the club, said he wanted to model us on Leicester City after they won the league in 2016.
Really? Yeah. This is what I'm saying, man. You know what? Look, mate, that's what I'm saying, Lawrence. It's fucking batshit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over. It's batshit. I'm going to switch over to the questions. The questions that the wonderful world-class chat have put in there. And this is quite a one from an OG as well. I love a bit of Vic. Big up, brother. And it's relevant now as well. So Vic Lavie is asking, man, question. Do you guys trust Kroenke to fully back Berta financially? For me, I want a new manager. Otherwise, the signings will be wasted. I personally maybe think over the years I've lost trust in the Kroenkes, or maybe think over the years they've lost trust in the Kroenkes. What do you guys reckon? Do you reckon essentially the crux of the question is, do you guys trust Kroenke to fully back Berta?
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah. For me, I'll just say this, right? For me, I think the Kroenkes have made this decision because they have to. Because if you look at the wage structure of our football club, we might technically be in the green, but at the same time, it still limits us, even without PSR, which used to be FFP. Do you know what I mean? We're still heavily restricted. So Josh has brought Berta in to steady the ship, You know, get rid of the deadwood, get rid of some of the high earners. So Jorginho's on over 100k, 110, 20k, whatever. He'll be out the door. Partey's on 200k. He'll be out the door. Kieran Tierney, as much as I want him to stay, and Partey to a degree as well, he'll be out the door on top of that. And then it's going to be maybe Zinchenko, 150k. You know, Arteta starting to play him in midfield. All of a sudden, as soon as he does that, he's out the fucking door in the summer or next summer. You know, go figure. Like, it's just this backwards thinking, bruv. Do you know what I mean? So I never trust, like, corporate bigwigs, like, full ownership. Do you know what I'm saying? You know, and as the common man and woman, like, you know, in general life, like, you shouldn't anyway. Do you know what I'm saying? You got to think for yourself. You know, critical thinking, common sense is not common these days. You know, when common sense ain't common no more, things get fucked up. And we're seeing it in every single facet of life. And football is a reflection of that, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, you know, to each their own. But in football, you're seeing this. And you're seeing this at our football club. And our football club is a circus. Once the circus rolls into town, you know, we are at the forefront. So what Bert has done, or is being brought in to do, is to steady the ship, stop us being a banter club, and to get all of our finances in order, start buying players for a lot cheaper that are better, because Arteta clearly don't have the talent ID. As you said, Normski, neither does Edu as well, and Aaron as well. I know you said that. So it's pretty much just a patch-up job. And you know what I mean by, you know, patch-up job. So that's what he's being brought in to do. So I trust Berta more than I trust the Cronkies, because if Berta ain't getting his way, he's going to walk. He's Italian. He don't give a fuck, bruv. You know, Normski, you were saying, like, what is it, Mafia Man? 100%, bruv. Godfather, Goodfellas, was it Casino and all of that? You know, this is what we're dealing with now. But I can't wait, because these fans will turn on Lego Head anyway. So I'm all for it. We get knocked out by Real Madrid, you know, then results will slide. Because there are other teams that are playing for shit, either survival or places in Europe. Do you know what I'm saying? Trying to get a little bit of extra money, even in mid-table. I know that sounds a bit odd, but this is what we're dealing with, people.
Yeah. Now, I'm just going to quickly jump in on a comment that Gunnar Russ has made. Is like all these players leaving is all fine and dandy. Yeah, absolutely. But how are we going to recruit 8 players in one window? Or we're struggling to get 3 done. Now, listen, I totally get what you're saying as well. Listen, I think we need 10. I'm sort of settling for the fact that we should be signing about 6. Yes, we should be selling players, left, right, and centre. Absolutely, I totally get you. There's some players to go. We'll probably struggle to sell them because we're notoriously bad sellers. The problem I've got as well is, let's just say I'm going to cut it down to 6 because I don't think we're going to get 8. I think that's unrealistic. But I think we could maybe get between 5 and 6. Now, here's my worry, Rush, Big up as well. Appreciate the question. Here's my worry, right? Arsene Wenger, I keep doing this. Mikel Arteta has signed, I think, 31 of 32 players. I need to double fact this because I hear 31 and 32 everywhere. I need to double fact this before I say this. But let's just go with 32. Only about 5 of them have been really any good. Let's get it right. And that is worrying math when you sit there and think, 32 players and then 5. That's like 1 in 6. It's not good. So then when we're signing 6 players, my worry isn't about getting 8 players in or getting 6 players in. That's not my worry, Russ. My worry is if we get 6 in, how many of them 6 are going to be fucking any good, mate? That's the biggest worry. That is the biggest worry. Because over 5 years, could anyone in this panel tell me, it's rhetorical, could anyone in this panel tell me more than 6 players that have actually hit the ground and smashed it with Arsenal? I personally don't think so. That's the biggest worry for me. And that's why I'm sort of glad maybe that Bertus came in, because the Cronkies, I hope and I pray they've assessed the situation and gone, do you know what? In the summer, we gave you XYZ amount of money. We don't know exactly how much, but he had a set amount of money. And he chose to spend a Gyökeres release clause on fucking Calafiori and Mikel Mourinho. And that is not good enough. Do you know what? I'd have rather no one and just kept Emile Smith-Rowe. If our window, and look, hindsight is 2020. Of course it fucking is. But do you know what, people? We would have had a better window. We'd have just kept Emile Smith-Rowe and not signed anyone. how on earth do you think that last season, after we is clear as day to anyone that we need a striker, clear today as anyone, you ask any rival fan, you ask any whoever. I mean, I asked my missus, and she, you know what she's like, why are you not scoring any goals? And do you know what much she's like, when it comes to football, she ain't got a fucking clue. And even she knows. Like, what are we doing here? So when you think, all right, you've got £80 million to spend, what you're going to spend it on, and you sign a fucking centre back that can't defend, and you play him left back, and then you fucking sign Mikel Merino, who is just, I don't even believe is even a footballer, let alone a good footballer, let alone a good enough midfielder to play for Arsenal. And then you're wondering why we haven't progressed from last season. We're wondering why we haven't regressed from last season, because the signings have been fucking shit. They've been nowhere near good enough. And we've had that release clause. And do you know what? I wouldn't mind Gyökeres, yeah? And can I just say this before I move on to the next question? It'll be bittersweet if we sign Gyökeres, and I'll tell you for why, everyone. Because if we sign Victor Gyökeres on that release clause this summer, do you know what that tells me? That says that you've signed him on the release clause and you've waited 2 fucking years to do it. You poor
did the same thing with Thomas Partey, because just very quickly, Aaron, because Unai Emery wanted Thomas Partey. The board didn't allow that, and then when Partey's 50 million clause was brought up when we signed him on deadline day, 3-4 years back or whenever it was, then we get him. That's a example that was bittersweet as well. And that was under Arteta.
Yeah. Can I just come in here? Just regard to the striker situation, where we could have. There's a number of strikers that we could have got in terms of the release clause, and I've got one football up, and I'm just kind of looking at the game between Galatasaray and Altonspor. Okay, there's a certain man called Victor Osimhen. Right, the guy's got 20 goals. 20 goals in their league. Not I'm talking about competition, just in their league. 20. He scores an hat-trick tonight. Yeah, he had a buyout clause of 60 odd million.
And
we could have got a Victor Osimhen. Yeah, right. He's 26 years old. Yeah, 20 goals, all competition, 26 goals, scores an hat-trick tonight.
Arteta would never sign him, though. Obviously, that's the thing.
I know that, and that is the problem.
He's got too much personality for him. He's too much personality for him.
And that is the problem, my friend.
He's got an attitude problem. He's got an attitude problem.
Yeah. If Arteta turned around to Osimhen and said, "Oh, you need to keep tracking back. You need to be like, I need to save my energy for scoring, like any fucking attacker." Arteta bases everything on work rate and everything on tracking back and everything on being a yes man. Osimhen would tell him where to go. Osimhen would just be like, "Oh, he's out the door 6 months later."
Yeah.
This manager has no business acumen whatsoever. He could have gone out and got Tielemans from Leicester City for free. The player wanted to come and join us. But what does he do? Yeah. Oh no, I'm going to throw 35 million at Porto for Vieira.
He was the perfect Xhaka replacement as well.
Perfect.
For free.
You smashed it, bro. Yeah. Smashed.
And he wanted to come to Arsenal. That's what makes it
exactly. Yeah, that's the he wanted to join us.
Because then every football pundit, every fan went, you know what we should do? We should get Tielemans on a free. So narcissistic Arteta goes, well, I'm going to do exactly the fucking opposite because I'm not doing what everybody else says.
Yeah, my squad.
This is me. Yeah.
At the detriment of fucking AFC. My squad.
He's Mr. Protagonist. That's what he is.
Yeah.
It's all about him.
Mr. Pricktagonist, mate. Absolutely, 100%, mate. This geezer's all about himself. He's so self-involved, so narcissistic. So he should be called Mikel Arteta. I'll get it out. Mikel Arteta.
I think in Spanish it's Mikel.
Let's freaking go, guys.
Another thing as well, Aaron, with Berta coming in, I don't want him to get another player from Chelsea because we've seen Vinay Edu do this, because every time Vinay asks Edu, Edu, go make a call to Chelsea and ask them if we should get one of their players. And Edu says, "Thank, of course, Vinay, I'll do it right now." And then Edu says, "Chelsea, I want to buy one of your players." And then the Chelsea board will say, "Of course, who do you want to buy?" Kai Havertz. And then Chelsea will say, "Okay, we'll give you Kai Havertz. And how much do you want for him?" And then Edu says, 200 grand, 200 grand a week. And Chelsea will say, "Yep, 200 if you want. We don't want him. He's all yours." And the fact is, I don't want Bertie to go through this predicament, this obsession with taking one of Chelsea's players and turning them and molding them into top stars at our football club. Because if Bertie does that, then he's going to go through that same hellish life that Edu went. So I mean, Bertie has to go and get players from other leagues, because I just don't know why our fans consider the other leagues to be farmers' leagues. I mean, like, why do they consider them farmers' leagues when they said, "Oh, look at what Calafiori did at Italy when Bologna qualified for the Champions League. Let's get him." And the fact that they're so obsessed with the zesty Sofia Carson Italian now that he's one of our own. And another thing is, they bought Mikel Moreno, who flopped at Newcastle, went back to La Liga to play for Sociedad, and and Lee Gunnar said the third best player in Sociedad's team. And this football club say, "Oh, but he can unlock Martinelli, and Martinelli needs someone to receive the ball from." And this fan base thinks Moreno can do it. But when Moreno was poor in midfield, and the fact that we've lost Kai Havertz to an injury crisis because of this manager by far, what does he do? Oh, I know. I'm such a genius. I'll turn Moreno into a false nine striker because I don't have any other strikers, because all of my strikers are injured. I'll stick with Moreno as my false nine. How does that work, Mikel? Your experiment keeps failing you every single time, and you want to come out with this, "Oh, but I still need time to give Moreno a chance to adapt himself as my full striker," and all this fucking garbage. Like, I just don't. It's just Mikel is trying so hard to be Pep, but he will never be Pep, because Pep has a more ingenious plan than this manager. Because even though Pep can do something crazy, that's the level of an elite manager. And Arteta, he ain't elite. He is just a manager learning from Pep. And I can give you news: you will never be Pep Guardiola, Super Mick Arteta.
Well said. Well said.
Can I ask you guys, what did you think about his tantrum at that press conference against Man United?
Pathetic.
When he walked out on the interview.
I absolutely loved it. He is rattled, and I am here for it, Lawrence, my man. 100%. Berta sorry, Shay, just very quickly. Berta coming in, and then Arteta doing that means he's under serious pressure now. He's realising that Josh and him ain't as tight as he thought. He thought he had him in his back pocket. No, mate. There's a reason why Josh is the billionaire and you're not. Yes, you're the second most paid manager, but at the same time, you are replaceable. You are indispensable, my friend. You know, Josh is nowhere near as indispensable as you are. And then when you have Berta coming in to do the patch-up job, like I mentioned earlier, and what you were saying, Macy, about is Berta going to buy from Chelsea and other guys on the panel? Is he going to make the really expensive signings? I don't think he'll make many expensive signings, especially in the short term. In the short term, he's going to go the cheap but not so cheerful. And what I mean by that, he's going to do what David Dean was doing, years ago, back in the day, where we bought cheap players, gems, bargain buys that are ballers, which is what I want if we're not going to buy the elite level players for X amount of money. If you're not going to do the expensive route like City and what Chelsea used to do, fine. Get them ballers, get them Riyad Mahrezes, get them N'Golo Kantes and them man there. Don't be getting Mikel Merino. And the only reason why you bought Mikel Merino is because he's called Mikel first and foremost, and two, because it's his doppel fucking ganger. Oh, but he can peddle out the merch, you know, and all that bollocks. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that, like we're done with these PR signings. If Berta does not make one PR signing for a whole year, I know he's the real deal, and I know he's not there just to kiss Mikel's ass. You know, excuse my lingo, but
the problem is that we need somebody that can, if he gets those kind of players, like, you know, under Wenger, you found those diamonds, you found those gems, and he turned them into world-class players. I don't think Arteta can do that. And that's where it is. And this is where I think Arteta will fall on his sword. Because what will happen is he'll bring these players in because he's gonna look down and say, right, okay, because I'm sure he's gonna have to have meetings with him. You know what I mean? I don't know how regular him and Edu met, but I'm sure that my man will be saying, right, Arteta, right, what we're saying, what's that player saying over there? Nah, forget that, because he's probably looking at Moreno, Calafiori, he must be thinking, he said, what are these guys on? This man he's had 20 plus years of going out, buying and selling players. So the whole thing of we might not spend big, but I think Berta will, because we were saying about how many players we think he's going to bring into in the summer. We want between 6 and 8. Maybe it's going to be 6. I think he will do it because I think he'll be doing his homework now. He'll have the talent ID to go, right, that guy, these will work. And it's whether Arteta now falls in line. It's whether Arteta
and if he doesn't fall in line, his ass is on the line. Best believe that. We know this.
Can I link this as well?
Sorry, mate.
Sorry. As well. Nah, you're a good man. Now I'm here. I'm in no rush. Dr. Seymour Butts clearly watched The Simpsons. I've seen you in a lot of chats, man. Do you know what I mean? Big up, my brother. He's got a question, and it kind of ties in with what we're talking about as well. Is how much independence and authority do you think Berta will have? David Dean or Raul Sanelli level? Hopefully not Raul Sanelli level because he was just brown envelopes. Do you know what I mean?
The brown envelope matrix and that.
Yeah, exactly right. Berta would have taken the job if not given certain guarantees, and that's the best bit of the question. That's the best bit of the question. Do you think? So I'll start it here, Dr. Seymour, if you don't mind. Do you think Berta would have taken the job if not given certain guarantees? And I want to come in to Lawrence with this. What's your take on that, my friend?
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I've done a bit of research on this guy. He does have a lot of clout behind him. And if I was him, I would put down my stipulations in black and white and say that if you do not allow me to do my job properly, then you can find somebody else.
Yeah.
You know, and I personally think that Arteta is walking a tightrope now. If he steps 1 foot out of place, I guarantee Berta's going to be on the blower to his mate Simeone and bring him in.
Yeah.
Love that.
He knows. The fact that man walks out of a thing, he knows the pressure is fully on. Fully on, bro.
And do you know what? So it should be as well, because like this is what like we don't forget it, but it's very easy to forget. But this is Arsenal Football Club.
Football club, man.
This is Arsenal Football Club. Jesus Christ, man. This ain't, with all due respect to him, it's not Crystal Palace. It's not Brighton just coming up. Do you know what I mean? We're not talking about a club that may have the chance to do well and stay in the Premier League for 5 years. You know, we're not talking about a team that bounces up and down the leagues. We are talking about Arsenal Football Club. 13 league titles with 14 FA Cups. Third most successful team in England. We're talking about giant of football. We've had magical moments. We've had invincible seasons, and nothing in my mind will ever beat that 89 season. That's fucking magic. That don't happen in world football. That's fucking fairy tales. But George Graham made it happen. We're Arsenal Football Club is the fucking point I'm trying to make. We've had the world's best players come through them marble halls, grace them marbles. We've had some world-class managers. We're Arsenal Football
Listen,
Club.
we was known as the classy club. Yeah. Now we're known as the banter club. Let's face it. Yeah. We was known as the classy club. I used to be proud walking about, and you think about what they were saying. We was known as we did things by class. Yeah. But this generation, unfortunately, has dragged us into the pit. Yeah. You know, these guys that have not seen these guys that have not really, they may have sort of been born in the era when we've done the 2004 when we went invincible. Any people after that? Listen, there's some guys out there that want to learn the history of Arsenal and whatever, got their heads screwed on. But others, they're just living in cloud cuckoo land and just being as what's the name? They're plugged in.
Plugged into the Arteta matrix, bro.
The Arteta matrix, man. This is real, bro.
Yeah. We had.
I call it the Mikel Matrix. I don't
the Mikel Matrix.
A little while ago.
We are Arsenal Football Club, and like you said, we do forget it. Sometimes we forget it. We had Thierry on. We had a team that every other fan wanted. Every other fan used to drool on our football. Thierry Henry was asked a few weeks ago which three teams he loves the most that he played for, and he said Arsenal, Arsenal, and Arsenal. That's from a Frenchman. That's from a Frenchman that came over and got taken in by everything that Arsenal is, and he lives and breathes it. So when he comes out and takes a pop at Arteta, fucking right you should, mate. Damn right you should, because you can say whatever you want about this stuff.
Yeah, they want his statue taken down.
Oh I wouldn't be shocked. Would not be shocked.
Fuck out of me.
Greatest Premier League player of all time.
That's from all the fans.
Disgraceful.
That's from all the fans that have never watched Arsenal Football Club post 2019 when this stupid, narcissistic. I won't say that.
When I was a kid and George Graham was in charge, and before the internet, I used to buy videos of Arsenal about their history. I used to read books about their history. I used to want to know everything about their history. I used to want to know about Ted Drake, and I used to want to know about his 7 goals against Villa. I used to want to know everything about them. It wasn't just the internet. I wasn't checking, And these fans come along and they go, "Oh yeah, look, we got second, and we have Win the Dog, and we have, playing fucking You'll Never Walk Alone," and they see these documentaries and a speech. Oh, look at this team talk. Look at that team talk.
Oh,
bollocks, man.
How do I know about Liam Brady? Sorry, I just very quick. How do I know about Liam Brady? That's before my time. Rocky Rocastle was before my time. Ian Wright, Andrews Limpar. You know what I mean? Obviously, Tony Adams. Like I saw him like basically at the end of his career, and then Martin Keown as a player. Not as a pundit and commentator, he's dead to me basically. But all of them players, Righty as well. The only reason why these fans know Righty is because he's on TV and he models
Match of the Day.
And Match of the Day. And then when he stops doing that shit, and then when he stops like peddling the merch and shit, and he starts having an opinion and that, he's all like, sitting on the fence or whatever. Now people want to cuss him out as well because he knows that you can't win. You can't win this shit. You have to.
When we had Ian Wright,
don't bother.
Sorry to interrupt.
No. Go on, Trent. Yeah, no, I'm done.
When we were boring Arsenal, and I used to go to school and I'd get all the stick for being he's a shit and we were winning just 1-0. But it was always Ian Wright that scored. But even during that period, all the other fans would be, hey.
Yeah,
all the other fans,
proper legends.
But they still loved Ian Wright. We still had players that Paul Merson that other fans loved. Because they played the game the right way. We had match winners, and we had even the 93 season. We finished 10th in the league. I think we only scored 37 goals in the season. We won 2 cups though. We won both the cups. We have a proud history, and this man he's won two FA Cup games since we won the FA Cup. 2 single FA Cup games.
Yeah, and one of them was against the Football League opposition in Oxford United. Oxford United.
Arsenal should always put everything into winning the FA Cup. We are the FA Cup. The Arsenal fans love the FA Cup. Stop treating it like it's nothing.
Yeah, it's still sponsored by Fly Emirates. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if it's still sponsored by Fly Emirates, we should be winning that or competing for that proper every single year.
Always.
League Cup, Champions League, and the fucking Premier League. Go for all the trophies. That's why I rate Unai Emery. Yeah. That's why I rate Pep in terms of mentality. I know he's kind of killed football to a degree, but that's more everyone else trying to copy him at the same time, but go for all the trophies, yeah? Man City are as big as they are now. Why? Because they go for all the fucking trophies. And
they won the League Cup 4 years in a row, didn't they?
Exactly. Winning mentality. Jose's first trophy at Chelsea. What was it? It was the League Cup.
Yeah.
And then he came out after the like in his post-match or whatever, after they beat Liverpool, at the Millennium Stadium in 05, was like, no, I don't feel the pressure. No, I don't feel the pressure. One other manager has won the European Cup in this league. That's it. And that is it. That is elite. What we have is a fucking clown rookie who ain't got a Scooby-Doo what to do, mate. He ain't got a Scooby, But again, if this Berta comes in, and to answer the first question, like, will he get the will he have like free reins to do his job properly? If he plays his cards right, and I believe he has bollocks, but if he sticks with it in this climate, regardless of what anyone says outside, positive or negative, like whatever, then he'll be fine. And then, like you said, Lawrence, he'll get on the blower to Don Diego Simeone, and then he'll bring him in and fuck off Lego Head once and for all. And all you fans, all you tippity top gooners can fuck off with him. Yeah. Because that your Lord and Savior, your Lord and Savior will be out the door sooner than you think, and we will still be here. The club is the star, not any manager, not the players, not any of the board members, even the Chips, Keswicks, etc. that have come and gone and all that have been here for God knows how long, But it is what it is. Apparently I'm negative, but his ass is twitching. Pause. Yeah. Lego Head is finished in a year or so. Facts.
Can I just ask you guys, okay, because I need clarification, because I've asked people this question and they won't give me an answer. This is my Arsenal shirt. Now, on the front of it, what do you see?
Like I said to you, it's a cannon that's facing the wrong way.
Yeah, I know. It's back to front, right? But you don't see a picture of a Spanish clown with Arteta FC written over it. I've never heard of this club called Arteta.
Yeah,
I know. What
remember back in the day, it was Arsenal FC, it's Arsenal FC, not Arsenal FC. It's not Arteta FC, it's Arsenal FC. The club is the star.
The AKB. The AKBs. The AKBs are back, as Arteta knows best.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to make a point on that as well, because it's valid. Because there's a lot of top gooners, in the chat panel. I'll be gobsmacked if every single one of you didn't full house agree with what I'm going to say. You know what? Everyone's like, oh yeah, it's second place again, or it's it's excellent. We finished second place last year, the year before, possibly this year. It's all progression. We all see this, that, blah, 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 blah. I will digress. We will be, I think, the second team or the first team definitely to go second 3 consecutive times in a season. But you know what? And let me get this right out, because no one in Arsenal really remembers fondly, at least, 1999, 2000 and 2001. But I know what it was fucking sandwiched between 2 double winning teams. 2 double winning teams. That's what that was sandwiched in between. What's this sandwiched in between? 5th place and what next year? And that's what we've got to remember. We've had second places. We've got, when we won the double and we had the Overmars, the goal at Old Trafford, and we see him like that celebration, we see it there. That bookies were paying out, but you know what? Arsene Wenger done it. We got over that line. We won the double. Nicholas Anelka and Mark Overmars again. Newcastle 2-0. Wembley. Bosh, we've won the double.
Have some of that.
Absolutely have it. Come on, you boys. Yeah. Then we go to 1999, and then we have that Patrick Vieira lazy leg. Ryan Giggs, put your t-shirt back on, you hairy little pasty fucker. We don't want to see you swinging nothing around there. And then we've got Jimmy, Floyd, Hasselbank, Dagger at Ellen Road, near post, you bastard. But do you know what? 2000, 2001, guess what we go and do? 2002, Giovanni Van Bronckhorst gets injured for the half of the season. So does Robert Pires. Oh, but it's funny I say Robert Pires of that because we remember the shirt, Gia Robert, thinking of you. Yeah, if you know, you know. Yeah, isn't it? You remember that shirt, lift up, Gia Robert, thinking of you. We all remember that. But Odegaard, he's missing Saka. So did Ashley Cole and Thierry Henry miss Robert Pires on that side? No, they didn't. They just won the double. They just won the double. You know, did Freddie Ljungberg at Old Trafford? Did he miss Thierry Henry, Robert Pires, and Dennis Bergkamp when he went through on goal? Freddie Ljungberg, do you remember he had that mad run of scoring goals constantly? And then he went through on goal, and Fabian Barthez carries it out, and you'll all remember Sylvain Wilton.
Yeah, Wilton.
Straight in, and then you'll see Canu, all 6 foot, God knows. Coming straight over his nut.
Oh, brilliant.
These are winners sandwiched between 2 double winners.
And do you know what? One of the big things about that was Wenger didn't decide to play Petit up front.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, mate.
He didn't.
1998,
as much as I rate Saka, like all these people
like
talk about every single player that's in our current squad, they rate to the highest heavens, yeah. But let's be real, guys. Like, obviously, like, was it Lawrence? You've been watching Arsenal for over 50 years. Shane, I'm sure you've been watching Arsenal for a long time. Normski, I know you've been watching Arsenal for a very long time, yeah. Even Aaron, you've been watching Arsenal for a while, yeah. Can you honestly say, could you put your life on it, that Bukayo Saka, as much as we like him, as much as we rate him, is and was ever going to be better than Freddie Ljungberg out on the right? Never mind Robert Pires, never mind Mark Overmars. Is he even better than Freddie Ljungberg? I say no. And I've only been watching Arsenal since basically 2001.
Freddie was a big game player, man. He was
Freddie wasn't the most composed on the ball, but he had the fundamentals. And Saka's a limited player.
3.5 million. 3.5 million he costs.
Great at what he does, but he ain't no Freddie Ljungberg, mate.
And that's the point. That's the point that you were saying as well. That perfectly actually ties to the point I'm going to say. Freddie Ljungberg. They were the opportunist signings that Arsenal made and turned them into stars. Look, we all know that Wenger had the French market absolutely, completely locked down. He just did. He just knew it. Look at the Nicolas Anelkas, the Patrick Vieiras he bought very, very, very early on. You know what I mean? Then he bought Petit and obviously, more proven than probably the latter two, especially Nicolas Anelka. I mean, because he was a pup. But he carried on buying them. You carry on going. The Thierrys and the Bobbies, the real blockbuster first team Frenchers for us.
I know this might sound like a stupid question, but do you think this current squad could be a match for that team of Henry, Bergkamp, Pires?
No, it's not a stupid question.
They would be steamrolled.
No chance.
Steamrolled.
Do you know what? Let's actually have a separate thing on that. Let's just do a whole new thing while we're still here, because I've still got time. If any of you boys need to shoot, I totally get it. Yeah, we'll go round it. We'll do because Macy and a little chat in a while. We'll go clockwise round that. We'll do Macy, Natstar, Lawrence, Shane, Normski. Which players in this current squad would get into the Invincibles? Even the bench, because I don't think any in the first thing.
Guys, just before you say that, I know this sounds crazy. I had I was late coming home from work today. Why? I was having an argument with my nephew about who would get into this current squad, who would get into the Invincible side. I said to him, "You are tapped. You're one of them." He's 30. I said, "How are you talking like that, bro?" Yeah, I'm gonna have to pull that matrix plug out your head. Yeah? Listen, let's go back. Now go round. I can't believe it. I cannot believe we're talking about this now, because we had the same argument about 8 hours ago. Unbelievable.
Well, you get to rehash it all again, just like the Matrix. The fourth one was all about, just rehashing that old same thing. Almost like we're all plugged in.
Yo.
That is an elite level, screensaver, bruv. Elite.
Listen. I will only very quickly digress on this. Matrix. is, has, and will ever be my favourite film of all time. Why? Because one, it's a cinematic masterclass for its age.
It's a masterpiece, bro.
It sent a message of its time in 1999 when it was released. And here we go. Norm's ain't fucking about either, man. I love it. I love a bit.
And Aaron, you may say you may like The Matrix. I get it. I like The Matrix, but my favorite movie is Godzilla, and Godzilla for me will always be the king of the monsters. And
that was out there. Yeah. Macy, I am not surprised that's where you took it, my friend. You're a fucking legend.
I'm guessing, Macy, Godzilla beats King Kong, innit? I'm guessing in your mind, Godzilla beats King Kong.
Yeah. I mean, Godzilla's invincible. Like, even though King Kong is like, King Kong can give Godzilla a fair match. Like, Godzilla.
But what about Neo from The Matrix? You know, because I'm thinking, you know, Neo's the one, mate. Do you know what I mean?
He is the one.
It's way too off topic. No, I was bringing you in to talk about the invincible sides versus this current squad. Not fucking Godzilla, Macy. You've got it on the screen, and you know what I mean. So, what do you think of the invincible squad, Macy?
So, I mean, it is hard to choose which of our current squad could go into the invincible team, but I don't know. I mean, none of our players, like, I'm not sure. Like, to be honest, like, I mean, if I had to choose one player, I would say maybe I'll go for Gabriel, because him and Sol Campbell together in that defense, or Tony Adams, that would be like a good partnership if that was in real life. But Adams is retired, so I'm just imagining Tony Adams and Gabriel together. Like, that would be like a good defensive partnership in my mind.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's definitely obviously questions that could be raised about, you know, the Salibas and the Gabriels, but, you know, that invincible team, obviously, you know, the Colo Torre is going to be the one that suffers, isn't he? In that invincible team.
He was,
you know, that's where he was awesome. Let's not knock it of him, but, you know, if you're looking at trying to squeeze someone in, Colo Torre might be the one that you're sort of knocking out. What do you think, that's the bruv? Well, like, is there anything that you'd do? Formation change? You know, like,
well, we were playing a 4-4-2 Mike Bassett settings. If you've seen that film, you know exactly. I love a 4-4-2. I don't care, and I'm sure Simeone, if he was brought in, he would play some kind of variation of a 4-4-2, even a 4-4-1-1. Either way, I'm sweet, mate. But yeah, to answer the question, none. Not even in the reserves. None of them wouldn't even get in the reserves. Period. Period.
Wow.
Not even Gabriel. Yeah. Because here's the thing. People shit on Pascal Segon, but Pascal Segon wasn't a starter. He was part of it, but he weren't a starter. Do you know what I'm saying? And let's be real.
I did include the bench, so you wouldn't have Saliba or Gabriel on the bench.
No, none of our
No, you're going You're going too angry here.
It's not even that, bro. It's not even that. That's that. Unplug yourself, man. Come on.
Yeah, mate.
No, bro.
The blue pill. You wake up in your bed. The story
you wake
ends.
up and you believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. I'll show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Pause. You know, but on the real, Aaron, I love you, mate. But like on the real, none of our current players in our squad will even get in the reserves. They wouldn't even get in the reserves. Erdegaard is nowhere near it. I know that will bring a gal to tears, but I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't give one iota of a shit. But Gabriel is probably the closest one, you could argue. Maybe Saliba, but even then, bro. I'm not saying Pascal Segon was a G. He wasn't. But as a squad
you'd
player,
rather have him over Gabriel or Saliba. Like, that's what I'm saying. Oh,
yeah.
For the balance of
the agree with you that.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Pascal Segon, like the one thing I'll give Pascal Segon, he weren't a bozo. Look, Gabriel can defend. I'm not saying he can't. Saliba as well. But Pascal Segon, he had his, deficiencies and all of that. But look at who Pascal Segon was coming up against. You're telling me that Gabriel would have a walk in the park against like Ruud van Nistelrooy in them, man? Michael Owen. even fucking Alan Shearer towards the end. Like for me, like it's just chalk and cheese, mate. Like, you know, some of the older panels on the guest respectfully might agree, might disagree, but for me, none of them get in the squad. None of them get in the squad, mate. None of them. I don't care.
I feel that
Mr. Controversial here. Yeah, none of them are getting in the squad.
Overall, but I reckon if you was to look back on it and watch someone else say that, you go, you probably maybe, I don't know. You probably go, well, probably someone in the defence does. But listen, I asked you the question and you've given it to me, but I like that's cool. That's why we're doing it.
Gave you an honest answer, mate.
This is not real controversial. This is not an echo chamber. So yeah,
you did. Yeah. Listen,
but apparently we agree on everything. Apparently we agree on every little single thing here.
Yeah. No, we don't.
What are we doing it?
This is what we do. But do you know what the difference is? Me and Natsa will disagree here. Maybe everyone will disagree with me, disagreeing with Natsa. Maybe everyone will agree with me and disagree with Natsa. But guess what the difference is between Arsenal fans that got their heads screwed on? We just act like men when we disagree. Because do you know what? I disagree with you, Natsa. But guess what? I appreciate that you've got your own opinion.
So we are, mate.
We're fully grown adults. And we can deal with it.
High line for life, mate.
Yeah. Guess what? We don't have to throw a tantrum, and we also don't have to wank ourselves silly to a life-size fucking Mikel Arteta poster on the ceiling.
Get him out. Get him out. He doesn't agree with me. Get him out.
Yeah.
Stinker and hooks and that.
You know what? Yeah. Natsa, you're never coming on again, right? Where's the removal? Kiss off, man. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's it. Anyways, it's nice knowing you anyway, bud. You know, anyway, that was Natsa official. We'll never be on the channel again. Of course, that's not the case. Guess why? Because we're fully grown fucking adults. Isn't it? No, listen, no, obviously, Natsa, big up. Yeah, that's your
no, it's all good, man. I'm here for all of it, mate. The bands, everything, mate. You got to laugh sometimes, bro.
Yeah, you do, man. That's what we're doing here. Listen, well, that's why
I want to hear what Normski, Shane, and Lawrence think of that, and obviously their opinions as well. I'm
going to go to Shane next. Then we're going to do Lawrence, and we're going, we'll go Lawrence, and we go Normski, because that's the way it was before I removed you for saying these naughty things that I don't agree with. Shane, sorry. Shane. Come on, man.
Yeah, sorry. Even though I said that Torre was so important to that team, he did a lot of the sprinting around while Campbell sort of held it together. I will bring in Saliba just for what Wenger would have been able to do with him. The player that Wenger would have turned him into. If Wenger had been his coach, Saliba, I think, would become one of the, if not the best centre back. I think if he had Wenger, and that's the only reason I do that. But in a way, I agree that, you know, not changing anyone if you were going by upsetting the squad, because Seagan, as bad as, well, not as bad as he was, as sort of he had his faults. He didn't try and upset the apple cart too much about not starting, you know. And I think he still started about 14 games that season. He was in the team. But yeah, no, if it was up to me, I just think if Wenger had got his hands on Saliba, someone like Saliba, we would have. Yeah, as good as Saliba is, he'd be a lot better. He would have reached the top. So yeah, the only one I'd put in would be Saliba.
What about even on the bench? Is there sort of any sort of
names I was thinking about Saka and players like that, and maybe Saka, but like Will Tor coming off the bench, you know, and there's these players there's these players that are almost forgotten about. Will Tor was an absolute baller. He would have been a star for any other team. And again, he never moaned about being dropped. He just came in and did a job when he came off the bench. So I think, for the bench, maybe Saka. Odegaard's not getting a sniff. Partey's not getting a sniff. Martinelli wouldn't even have him put out.
Just quickly, there's a background noise. I don't know if it's a telly or a phone. Someone.
No, I'm in
No, it's like a phone or something. Someone's got it. I'm just letting you know. It might be a Macy. He's on his blower having a little nibble there. I don't know. Yeah, right. Someone's got it. Just letting everyone know.
Looking for a link, mate. Looking for a link.
Yeah. Well, it better not be. Macy's on Pornhub, isn't he? Just getting ready. It must be wrapping up soon.
It's okay. I'm just having my food. That's all. But yeah,
you're
once
mate.
again, I'm glad to be on your show again, Aaron. It's great to be chatting along with you again on another Friday about the match on Sunday, the battle of Pep's his like rookie managers, Arteta versus Maresca on Sunday, and that's going to be an interesting game. And I think we might go settle for another draw, because the title for me is done already. Like, there's no hope of us like stopping Liverpool. I think Liverpool will win the league definitely, because Onslaught in phase one has absolutely cooked this season, and big up to him for absolutely turning this Liverpool team into title contenders. And what happened to them in the Champions League against PSG was like, it wasn't like, I mean, they gave it a go, but PSG came out the better team. So big up to Liverpool for like showing a bit of courage to fight to prove to PSG that they're also another strong team. But in the end, the better team won. So PSG are through. So Liverpool's concentration is the Premier League. And of course, they've got a League Cup final to look forward to against Newcastle. So they could win 2 trophies on the spin, because they have no FA Cup to look forward to. So all that's left for them now is the Premier League and maybe the League Cup if they beat Newcastle. But it is a bold move from them. But given the fact that Newcastle themselves have not yet won a trophy for like 16 years, like, because like Newcastle, for me, like, they really need to win something, because they've really had a season to forget on beating us, and really cementing themselves as to why this League Cup is their redemption, because of what happened to them against Manchester United. So they have to win that League Cup. But Liverpool, for me, like, it's going to be tight, but we'll see which team comes out the better of that League Cup final. But Arsenal against Chelsea, I'm expecting a draw, maybe 2-2, because still, like, our chances of the title is over. So the only thing now is just to close out the rest of the season, and yet another top 4 finishes on the horizon, boys. And it looks like we'll still be stuck with this manager of more Champions League football next season. So yeah.
No. Macy is always valid points as always. Normski, I'm going to get your opinion as well on it. So we're going to revert back to the Arsenal Invincibles. Who makes your team, man? You said you was having this conversation. Rehash it, man. What did you go for with?
Okay, so
I'm intrigued.
So basically, he was saying that Saka gets in over Lundberg. I'm like, I said no. I said no way, man. You're talking. I said none of them. He was even talking about, does the team of 2006, when they in the first, the team that played Real Madrid, can they beat this current squad? I said, yeah, easily. He goes, no. What are you on about? I mean, they've got game changers in, even though they had Flamini playing at left back, right? And I think they had Central in there. I think Central's is in.
At one point. Yeah.
No, guys, they had players in there, right, that could do that. But there's one thing, yeah. Sorry, mate. Just a minute. Oh, Morpheus. Oh, guys, what I was thinking, just a second, can't get this thing out the back of my head, man. I think that Kai Havertz would I'd put him in the Invincibles. Oh God. Oh no, what's going on? What's going on, people? The Sentinels are coming.
Agents, bro.
The agents, man. Oh, God, what's going on, mate? People. No, Kai Havertz must get hang on a minute, guys. 2 seconds, people. Just a second. Just give me 2 seconds. Oh my God. Right. Bro? Sorry about that, people. The Sentinels all got me, mate. Listen, mate, I was plugged in and I saw this number 29 coming to me. Looked like a donkey. Bro, nah. Nobody gets into this invincible side. What I would say, though, is on the bench, I would have Saliba and Gabriel on the bench. Fantastic backups. That's it for me, man.
Yeah.
All right, Lawrence.
I would. Oh, yeah. I'd have 4 of this team in the that invincible side. That maybe they wouldn't get in the 11, but definitely on the bench. I'd have Gabriel and Saliba, and I'd also have Rice because I think him and he would be an asset to the midfield, and I'd also have Saka.
Yeah, they'd be on the bench. Would they be on the bench? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe Gabriel or Saliba could get into the 11, but yeah, the other 2 definitely reserves.
Yeah, no, Lundberg was just too good, man. He was too fucking good. Didn't Wenger just see him in one friendly against England and signed him?
So that again, mate?
Did I hear that? Did Wenger just see Lundberg play one friendly against England? I think, and he signed him off that. Signed him off the back and seen him in a friendly.
He probably did.
Yeah.
I remember him with his red hair, mate. I think everybody was dying their hair red, wasn't it? They were class. I mean, you was getting goals from Lundberg, Perez. You know what I mean? And then you had Bergkamp. Look where all the goals were coming from. Do you know what I mean? Henry hitting 30 plus goals. Oh, man.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I just changed. I had a little change of scenery. So obviously I was in the bedroom, and you know what I mean, it started getting to that time, and I knew my missus wanted to go to bed. She's looking at me like now, she's like, yeah. So I had to let her go upstairs to bed. You know what I mean?
Beauty sleep and all of that. I hear it, man. I hear it.
But she needs some beauty sleep. God bless her. She doesn't. Look at the look on there. If you could only see. I'm only joking, my darling.
Hey, what's that fist? What's that fist come to you, though, bro? What's that fist, man? What's that fist, bro?
Yeah. No,
my missus dragging my head last time, and that I mean, so.
Yeah, I love that. She's not doing some pretty face. Night wifey. Yeah, Miss Aaron talks Arsenal. You know what I mean? She's off to bed. That's what we do. Do you know what I mean? We let her. We do this for our the face she's giving me. Yeah. Anyways, that's what we do. Listen. Now, thank you very much for holding the fort there. I'm going to throw my 2 bob in the old things. You know what? And that stuff. I've got to come back to the fact that one of the 2 defenders couldn't get into that team, man. I'm sorry.
Bearing in mind, we had Martin Keown. It wasn't just
sorry.
Seagon. I know I made the point of like Seagon, but we had Martin Keown as well. But in terms of like backups, look, I'm not going to rule out that there's an argument to put Gabriel and Saliba on the bench. Definitely the reserves. But like, for me, it's just like Pascal Seagon as a backup worked. It clearly worked. Whereas when he started, that's when the problems arose. Do you know what I'm saying? When we got beaten by Man United 4-2, that was kind of like the beginning of the end at home. But then we got beaten away, innit? But Seagon didn't start in it. Do you know what I'm saying? And then obviously Rooney diving and shit. But look, I'm here for it. For me, I'm like old school mentality, kind of in a semi new school body, innit? Like these modern day players, I just don't rate that highly. Like, is Gabriel a quality centre back in this era, along with Saliba? 100%.
Yeah.
Is Saka a very good player? Yeah, sure. In this era. But they're all limited. Like, Saliba's concentration is the main thing for me, and Gabriel with his bozo moments, and then with Saka, he can dribble and do all these things. Wenger would get a lot more out of him as a player for sure. Because you mentioned that, Shane, with Saliba in particular. I hear that, But as like out and out footballers and what they had to deal with, you know, the whole Van Dijk conversation. Look, I'm here for it, and I understand it, but at the same time, Van Dijk, you know, even that Liverpool team that was struggling is just like, imagine them like having to come up against, and even with Saka, you know, like coming up against, you know, we can all laugh about whether it's Gary Neville or whoever was playing at left back, like Chelsea at the time. It was like, well, maybe not Wayne Bridge, but like Del Horner or whatever. You know,
Del Horner,
yeah, like John Arne Riisa at Liverpool, and you know, players like that.
He was a boy. He was.
Proper baller.
He had on him.
Yeah, but then like you know, with the centre backs, you know, you got to deal with Ruud van Nistelrooy, you got to deal with Michael Owen, you got to deal with Alan Shearer. Do you know what I mean? You got to deal with Hernan Crespo and them man there. You know, even what's his name? Not Kesman, fucking Adrian Mutu on the sauce, innit? Yeah, Mutu on the sauce, bro. Yeah.
And Robbie Fowler's for real.
Yeah, Robbie Fowler's another one as well. Andy Cole, bro, one of the most underrated Premier League English strikers ever. Never
Andy
gets
Cole's
his respect.
Dwight York, Solskjaer, and Sheringham. When
exactly. They never
get
his respect. That's the only reason for my thinking.
They have four strikers.
Yeah.
Four.
Yeah.
Andy Cole as well.
They were all
only ever took one penalty.
And we
exactly.
Cole go.
Yeah.
Do you remember when he was playing for Newcastle?
Yeah.
The goals that he was
unbelievable.
Ridiculous. We let him go to him, man. It was mad.
Yeah. Before Kane, there was Andy Cole, mate. There was Andy Cole.
Yeah.
Mate, he is so underrated, man.
So underrated.
So underrated, that man. You know,
one penalty, that's the thing. You know, he only one of his goals.
Yeah.
The quality of strikers that you find back then compared to now. Like you could if you go back to that era, you could probably count like in the league 10 quality strikers. How many quality strikers now in the league? You can say, right,
Norms, can I just completely seal that point with we've just named 4, just in 1999. We'll just do it on first and second, Andy Cole, Dwight York, Solskjaer, Sheringham, Nicholas Anelka. Oh, I might have left that year. All right, fair enough. Dennis Bergkamp, Ian Wright. There's 7. There's just 7, just in that one season. Yeah, even do it the season before, and you can actually include Nicholas Anelka. There's 8. Yeah. Now name me 8 strikers just in Arsenal and Manchester United that finished first and second. Just name 8 across the world that were anywhere near as good as them. Oh wait,
none. ...
Tumbleweed.
They're comparing Thierry Henry to fucking Mohamed Salah. Like what are we doing here? Like what are we doing here?
You look at it, like, and I love doing this a little bit, like, and I'll try and sort of remember as good as I can. But you think when the league started, you know, you had the Manchester, you had Blackburn that won the league, and they won it with Shearer and Sutton.
Yeah.
Shearer and Sutton, you know, especially obviously, of course, Shearer. You know, you had the Manchester United teams that had players like Eric Cantona's balling. The Manchester United teams, of course, the 4 we just said. You had the Arsenal teams in that 1998 that had Nicholas Anelka, Dennis Bergkamp, and Ian Wright. And then you think, all right, well, let's now go to the class of 2002. You can add Sylvain Waltord and, you know, Canu to that sort of mix of sort of whatever. In 2004, and you obviously got to add Thierry Henry. And then you think Manchester United obviously won it. Who did they have? Oh, yeah, Ruud van Nistelrooy. And then you go
Jose Antonio Reyes as well.
Reyes
was a baller.
Who did Chelsea win it with? Oh, yeah, they had Hernan Crespo. They had the Didier Drogba's.
Ida Johnson. So underrated.
What's the Irish?
Damien Duff, you're on about.
Damien Duff. Damien Duff was cold.
Damien Duff.
Ian Robben.
It's just even then you're going forward, Once you've gone past the Didier Drogba era, Manchester United.
Felipe Melo as well. Do you remember Felipe Melo?
They were boys, but let's just keep it going, Let's just go to Manchester. Let's just go to the Manchester United era after that Chelsea era, because they also signed Andrei Shevchenko. He weren't really a baller for them, but he also won the Ballon d'Or.
Scored a wicked goal against Tottenham
in 2005. Exactly right. So then we'll go after that. Oh yeah, you had the Manchester United era. Oh yeah, who did they have? Berbatov, Tevez. Who else did they have? Rooney. Who else did they have? Fucking Ronaldo. Oh yeah, and then you go forward again. Oh yeah, Chelsea still got
2008. That
Drogba.
2018.
Oh yeah, and they also had again who Nicolas Anelka again, and then you go to the Man City successful teams, and you're like Sergio Aguero, Edin Dzeko, Negredo, Balotelli. They had that one year. Shall we keep going? Almost like you need a striker. The Leicester year, Jamie Vardy. Then we're getting a little bit better. You've got the Liverpool team. Oh, but they didn't have a striker. Yeah, but they had Salah, they had Mane, and they had Firmino that tied them all together unbelievably well. And then Manchester City win it again with who? Erling fucking Haaland. Almost like you need a striker. Yeah. But we don't need one.
No, because we've got Moreno.
No, we need a left back.
IT solutions. Come on.
We need another left back. That's what we need.
Yeah.
We've got the Bolivian as well. Bolivian.
It's madness, mate. I can't be here.
You know what?
I can't see the point.
Yeah, no, you was talking. You know, earlier when you was talking about how we all like to blame. You know, how we progressed, and you know, Arteta's doing a fantastic job. So I clipped a conversation between Ian Wright, Douglas Kelly, or I forgot her name. What her surname is? Kelly Douglas's daughter.
Kelly
Coates and Owen Hargreaves, yeah. I don't just have a listen to it and how these guys are shameless, right? I'm going to play this now. Have a listen.
Jose Mourinho used to say it all the time, and winning a trophy. I think Mikel's done his job. From where he took over that football club to where they are now is almost unrecognisable. And we did the game yesterday, right? You know, and there was a graphic in terms of 200 games. Yesterday was 200th game, and he's up there with it. I think it's 5 Ferguson. It's a whole of fame list, and he's 6. But can you get him over the line? No, but the point is, his body work right now suggests when he finishes, he'll be a Hall of Fame manager in the Premier League. That's a fact. Based on the numbers that we saw 20 games in. But I don't think trophies. No, exactly. But you can't go to Old Trafford with Marino and Nwaneri as a 17-year-old who's brilliant, by the way, and expect to go win the Premier League. It's ridiculous. The club need to back him and get a couple of strikers. I think he's done his job amazingly. But at some point, you need, back in the day, Thierry, Beckham, Perez, Overmars, Wiltor, Wrighty, go on forever here. Young. And now they're rolling up with Kai Havertz, who's 10. Again, I think they've overachieved. I really do. I think they're right there. Go spend the money. Because you wouldn't want to look backwards again and say, we could have, yeah. That's the problem.
That's staggering.
This is coming from the worst fucking pundit I've ever seen. He is more tedious, more boring than Michael Owen as a pundit. Yeah, Owen Hargreaves was a quality player. I remember Owen Hargreaves at Bayern Munich and all that. But as a pundit, he is garbage.
Clueless.
He is an idiot.
Mad.
Best believe that.
But the fact that Kelly and the other lady who was saying, one, is he going to get you over the line? Because maybe he's talking about
she was spit facts.
Yeah, and the other one said, well, Kelly said, it's trophies. What about the trophies? Yeah. So stop
we got
but her old man was a serial winner, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? He won the league with fucking Blackburn, even as a manager. Never mind what he done as a player.
Exactly.
Yeah, man, that's fucking ridiculous, man. Like,
shock.
Where do you go from bits like that? Like, that's what I don't ever really get. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's fucking embarrassing, all this shit, isn't it, man? I want to take another one of these questions. This is quite relevant. Give me 2 seconds because I've sort of semi-lost it here. Give us 1 second. I've still got Morpheus in my head, man. I was running down and changing it there, and I'd had it in my nut. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, he's doing a Morpheus thing. I can't see it. And then I see the glasses jump on Norms, man. Honestly, I
thought of it at the moment. You got to blame Nasser. You got to blame Nasser. He's the one. He keeps saying we're playing.
It's my fault, guys. Why always me?
About Smith.
Why always me?
Agent Smith in it. Yeah.
I remember he used to say that catchphrase to Neo. He's always saying, you must be able to see it, Mr. Anderson. You must know it by now. You can't win. It's pointless.
Why, Mr. Anderson? Why do you persist?
Because I choose to.
Yeah, man.
It was inevitable. Oh, I love it, man. We've got a question here from Richie, yeah? Can we attract new owners? This is a little curveball, because if someone came in now, new owners, and sacked Arteta, which I mean, that's the dream. I'm waking up with sticky fucking boxes if that happens. Got Simeone with money to spend, and we could be one of the best teams in the world. But right now, the ship is sinking, man. Listen, like I'll throw my sense in that, man. Like I don't think we're going to be getting new owners anytime soon, and I'll tell you why, my friend. It's because we earn too much money. When the Cronkies own it, and I don't know these statistics as fact, but one thing I do know is they didn't spend anywhere near £1 billion on this club. Something in my head says it's like 700, something like that, but I'm probably wrong. That's just the silliness on top of my head. Arsenal Football Club's worth billions now. They have made such a profit, and I tell you what, you might see some, sort of things where like, oh yeah, they're losing money and all that. This money, their revenue is going up. It's going up and up and up and up. And I can tell you this for a fact: no businessman sells something like Arsenal Football Club where the profits are going this way, and also guess what? They're in London. They are fashionable. They will always be able to make money. It's a worrying moment. These owners are going nowhere, Richie, bruv. I mean, it has to be. The question. When we're going to answer it, these owners are going nowhere. Why would they go nowhere? This is a cash cow for them. They're spending and splurging money on stadiums and the ranch that they bought over years. They've spent a lot of money to get their team to win Super Bowls and ice hockey championships. They don't give a fucking toss about Arsenal. Arsenal are paying for a lot of it, my friend. Absolutely paying for a lot of it, man. We've got a question as well. Gunnar Russ, French pool of talent is deep. Why don't we extract anything from that pool? I'll tell you why. We haven't signed one French player under Mikel Arteta. Not a single one. We had Arsene Wenger, thankfully, in his pomp. He was able to unlock a market, and you'll know this better than I will, Gunnar Russ. He unlocked a market that he just had on lock, and unfortunately for Wenger, once the rest of Europe caught up, so did the rest of Europe catch up with Arsenal. In terms of the signings that we were making, and then the squad that we had, and that's sort of frustrating in itself. Wenger never really evolved. We had that phenomenal. You put Wenger's season in halves, didn't you? And that first season, that first period of Arsene Wenger was all of that. He was so ahead of Europe nutritionally, training, the knowledge in the market. And of course, he had some good players when he got here. Let's get it right. He had a lovely defense.
He a good back four.
Exactly right. He had a wonderful back four. And do you know what he done? Like what I'd like to hope that a new manager would come in. The back four, our back four at the minute is nowhere near as good as that back four. Let's get that absolutely right. I'm not going to say that for a second. But our back four don't need major surgery. No. Our midfield needs tweaking. Our up front, that needs major surgery. And I reckon if a proper manager was to come in now, they'd realise all of this. But I think under Mikel Arteta, we're going to need major surgery up top going forward, because he just doesn't sign any attacking players. It's a worrying thing. And the fact that you're right in this Gunnar Russ, he's almost cornered it out of the market. Why are we not looking at French the market?
Why don't we go into the Argentinian market? If we get Simeone, just very quickly, Aaron, sorry to cut in, but like if we tap into the Argentinian market, the supposed Brazilian market that Edu had, like proper locked in and all of that, like after Ting and shit, like our squad will be looking a lot better, but it's not. Do you know what I mean? It really isn't. Even the Spanish market. But if we got a proper manager in, like you said, back four, back five. Well, I'd probably change David Raya. Like for me, David Raya, probably going to sound a bit controversial again. I think as a number 2, David Raya would be amazing. But as a number 1 keeper long term, I don't see it, bro. If we keep Kieran Tierney somehow, even though I don't think it will happen, then it's fine. Then we just get a competent backup in midfield, get proper midfield, and then forward line. Those are the changes, midfield and forwards. Once we sort them two, positions out, them lines out, we can go places with a proper manager as well. Yeah.
The $1 billion man.
100%.
The $1 billion man that wins absolutely nothing. Do you know what is mad? And I said this when I was on Never a Foul, a couple of days ago. and it was Doobs. I said this to. He was on Lee Gunner's stream rather. He was a lad, you know, with the when at Arsenal, like thing they'd done a protest at Chelsea. He's Michael Dubry's son. He used to play for Chelsea.
Yeah.
So I was on with him, yeah, and we was having a little chat, and we got talking and that, and we was talking about forwards and that, and I said to him, I was like, man, between us, Arsenal and Chelsea, we've spent nearly £2.5 billion, and we've got Kai Havertz now, Mikel Merino up top, and you've got Jackson. Mate, we are both embarrassing. I'm not going to bring it obviously to the Chelsea thing, but the point I'm trying to make is he's saying $1 billion man. I mean, how it just goes to show if your club is run poorly, and this is the point I wanted to make. If your club is run poorly, like Chelsea wasn't under Abramovich, but they are now, you don't win shit. And our club is ran poorly, and something needs to change. Otherwise, you know what? We're going to keep getting the bridesmaid trophy. And all these top gooners lap it up. That's good enough. There's a couple of other sort of questions I want to take. Is from AFC. Big up AFC. You're always in the chat, man. I love you, brother. Question to the panel. Transfers under Arteta. Some of the worst signings you will see in the world. There ain't no fucking arguments here, brother. Football keeping Arteta employed, and these owners and board are killing Arsenal Football Club. Man, yeah. I mean, the question I suppose I'll extract from that is, yeah, they are the worst signings. I can't remember a manager that's been in charge, especially in my age, for this amount of time, and they're that bad. Yeah, exactly.
Havertz has to be up there as the worst.
Yeah,
for the wage as well. For the wage as well, you know.
You had that. Yeah, he's cost us 65 million, adding the wages.
Yeah,
275.
Right. 275 or 285. What's that? He's on is it a 4-year deal he's got? 5-year deal.
5, yeah, it's even worse.
Does anybody care to do the maths, please?
But
I think even at the start of the season we still owed him £58 million wages.
But even when you take into how much money it costs to pay him, you also have to look at the fact that if we go for a forward like Konya or someone like that, if he comes in, his agent's going to go, Havertz, he's on 275, is he? Well, I'm not fucking taking less than that guy. Yeah, you know what I mean?
That's the
problem. Which is why he has to be one of the first names to be shipped out. And I've said it before.
No one's going to pay
it like guns and that. Like that Havertz signing will be Lego heads undoing. And giving Odegaard the captaincy among many other things, bro.
There's been so many, though. That's the thing. Because I get tired of this. We need to back him, financially back him. He's been financially backed.
Yeah.
No one put a gun to his head and said, "Keep signing left backs when you already have Tierney."
Right.
No one put a gun to his head when they said, "Keep signing goalkeepers when you always have Martinez."
Yeah.
He signs these players and then he tries to. Is that new merch? Is it?
No.
These are the wages. These are the wages.
No, I think we're good. Havertz is costing us in the totality of his contract. I believe somewhere near the Özil bracket, innit? Over 150 million pounds over the 5 years.
Yeah,
and he's on like what 15, maybe 20 million a year, something like that, or it might even be more than that, 25 million a year.
Yeah.
So
So here he is. He's on 14. He's on 14,500,000.
Yeah, just on 15 mil a year. Yeah.
Staggering.
Yeah, 15 mil a year. Yeah.
Until 2028.
Yeah, but that'll even come into play with the Saliba contract, I'd imagine. I'd imagine his agent will go, well, I want more than him.
Exactly.
He wants 300. Him and his agent
Shane.
want 300. 100%.
And he should, though. If Havertz is on that much, then he should be getting paid more. You know, but that's it. I used to work in the kitchens. If I was a better chef than someone, I'd say, listen, you know, I want to get paid more than him. He's shit. You know, that's life. And Arteta, like someone said, that will be the sword he falls on. Will be that Havertz on.
If I'm Saka, and I've been keeping this team afloat, he's on 190. Yeah. I've been talking to my agent. I've been saying, yo, what's he doing?
100%, mate.
Odegaard 240 a week, 12 million a year. Jesus on 13 million a year. I mean, that is a shambles. That is embarrassing.
Yeah, oh mate, it's a fucking shower of shit. The website's just, it's like a
Declan
football.London.
Rice
You
on
go on there and it's
12.5
got about
million a
fucking
year.
700 fucking
Pop-ups.
ads.
Pop-ups.
Yeah, like it keeps going and
Like
goes.
now.
But yeah, there you go. Do you know what I mean? Like that's how much is on a year. 15 million nearly, man. And this is where I was saying, and that's why I've done the show about how badly it cripples us. Because you look, what we're going to do with Kai Havertz now until 2028? Nothing, because no one's going to buy him. One, for money, and two, pay him nearly 300 grand a week. What about Gabriel Jesus? No, he's injured until November. So we're fucked with him now for another season. And then he'll have a year left on his deal when he gets fully fit. And we'll still be paying him 13.78 million a year. Oh, what about Martin Odegaard? Oh, he had one good season, didn't he? I'll tell you what we'll do, Martin. We'll jump you up from 4 million a year to fucking 13 million a year. What have you done since? Absolutely fuck all. Declan Rice, he's probably came in and his geezers negotiated and gone, yeah, look at all your other earners. And that's the point that Shane was making.
That would
we
probably
want
be
that.
the conversation. That would be the conversation.
We have five players earning 200k or more a week. Yeah. That should not be happening unless we are serial winners, which we're not.
Yeah.
So you can understand it. That's what I'm saying. You can understand it if you're winning things. Like
if you're winning all the time.
Yeah. William Saliba 190. You can't really argue with that. Bukayo Saka, you can't really argue with that. Martinelli, I've got a lot of arguments about that. Massive arguments about that. You went from 35 grand a week, and then you deserved to be doubled your money after that under Emery, and then the first season you got 70k. Why on earth, after one good season under Mikel Arteta, did you get offered 180? I'll never know. Who was in for him that summer? Can anyone remind me? Oh yeah, fucking no one. The same as Martin Odegaard. Who was battling for Martin Odegaard?
Nobody.
And Martinelli's contract for their signing that year. Oh yeah, no one. So we quadrupled their wages. Now we're stuck with them. None of them's performed in the last 18 months. We're stuck with them. Alexander Zinchenko, he was on 30 grand a year at Manchester City.
Five times.
No one else wanted him. Why have we give him 150k a week?
130 for Mikel Marino, bro.
You know what?
Jesus.
We had a bargaining tool. Manchester City didn't want Alexander Zinchenko. And he wanted to come to Arsenal. We could have just gone, here's 100 grand, take it or leave it, or rot at Manchester City for the next 2 years. Couldn't give a shit. We've just gone, please come to us, Alexander Zinchenko. And the fucking agent that he's got has fucking got instantaneously and gone, we're going to fleece these lot. And do you know what? Fair dues to him. Look at Mikel Moreno, 130k, less than 50 at Real Sociedad.
When Jesus came to the club, did he come in at that 265?
Yep. That's his first contract and only contract. That's what he came in at. Oh, and he had a year left on his deal. Manchester City clearly didn't want him, and he wanted to come to Arsenal. Who was his competitors? Oh, yeah. Tottenham were maybe in for him. Maybe Chelsea were in for him. Chelsea probably bantered us, and that's probably why. But just give him what he wants. And the agent's probably like, well, we want 280 or 250. Like, there you go. Have him. We're a joke. On
the comical front line. The front line that we had against PSV of Tierney, Sterling, and Marino have a combined wage, I think, of 400 grand we're paying. That comical front line.
And none of them even play in that position. Look at Riccardo Calafiori. He has one good summer. He's playing at Bologna or
what was he on? What was he on at Bologna? Do you know?
I think it was like 30 or something like that.
30 max.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was 30 or 40 from prior knowledge. I know it's not more than that. It's one of the two. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll quadruple your wages. Who else was in for him, people? Oh, yeah, no one.
Nobody.
Oh, yeah, no one. Yeah, Jorginho, you sort of get it. We signed him 2-3 years ago. 100. That's probably about the going rate that you'd probably want to pay for a geezer who's done it all. Yeah. That's like, I've got no huge arguments for that. No. Tomiyasu, that wasn't the first contract he signed. We give him another contract extension. When he was injured long term. Mm-hmm. Oh, and how's he done since then? I'll tell you how many minutes he's played. 5 and a 6. 6 minutes of fucking football. Trossard's pissed, bruv. Look at him, 90 fucking K. But then, to be fair, he's blown hot and cold this season. But I'm surprised we didn't give Trossard 165 instead of 90. So that's that. Do you know what I mean?
Are they trying to offer him another contract, Trossard?
I think they're doing something like that, man. But do you know what? You're double pierced if you're not. Ainsley, I keep saying Ainsley Maitland-Niles because his name's Miles. That's why
it's a free pog, yeah. Let's call him
Kelly,
MLS, mate.
Mary,
MLS.
yeah, MLS.
They'll both have their contracts renewed. Like we know that for sure because they run out at the end of this season. There's 5 players that are under 100k. We got 200k, 5 players on plus 200k, and we got 5 players like lower than 100k. That is embarrassing. The imbalance.
And 2 of them are carrying the team.
Yeah,
madness, isn't it, boys?
Yeah, the imbalance, and this is what Berta is bought in for. This is exactly what he's been bought in for.
Just ignore that. Just say 4. Just say 4. Actually, even you can even say.
Oh yeah, because Neto's on loan. Yeah. We ain't gonna.
3. There's our 3, and you're in Timber is actually a bad boy. If I was his agent and you're in Timber, I'd be like, listen, man, if you got fucking pillocks like these, like earning 150, if you got Mikel Merino on 130 and Zinchenko on 150, and you're in Timber on 90, you're knocking on the door and going, listen, man, there's something not right here.
He's earning 1/3 what Havertz is.
Unbelievable.
Man, when you do the math, innit?
It's unbelievable.
So when we're like, who are we going to get rid of, innit? Then you sit there and just think, like I said, I've gone through it. Who's going to pay the wages for these players? Like, and that's why I've done that show. Just show from 2019, it took us 2 or 3 years to get rid of the shit because why? We gave shit good contracts. What have we done now, people? Oh yeah, we've gave shit good contracts. So now we're thinking this summer's all going to be sorted. It ain't. It's not going to be sorted. You know why? Because we've got to get rid of so much shit. Why we've got to get rid of so much shit? Because we've signed so much shit and handcuffed ourselves in the market. It's all so relevant, mate. It's madness. Like, what are we doing here? That's why I do all these things. You know what I mean? So people can see with their fucking peepers. Do you know what I mean? It's a madness, ladies and gentlemen. Like, it's a madness. Where do we go from here with things like this? How are we going to get out of that? I know it's, a little bit frustrating there, with all the pop-ups and things like that, but
it's got to be the manager first that goes, though, isn't it? I mean,
it's worrying.
It just has to be
because the fact that this manager has created this mess, now he has to be now everything has to start over by sacking Arteta first because he created the mess, and now he's going to have to pay for it. And some of the players need to go as well. The likes of There's
an endless list of them. There's a list of them that have to go.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
For me, Tierney's the first to go. I mean, I rate Tierney a lot, but the fact that he got absolutely disrespected and treated by this manager is disgraceful. And Tierney, big up to you, my baller. Hope you smash it at Celtic and you will definitely win trophies there, my friend. Go back to Scotland and you'll be hailed there as a hero once again. Yeah, Saliba might go as well because of the fact that there's still a lot of talks of him going to Real Madrid, and I hope he does consider going because if he stays at this circus of a football club, then he ain't gonna achieve nothing there. He'll just be stuck with everything, the PR and the merch around. So Saliba should just do the right thing, take his suitcase and walk all the way to Spain. And then once he gets to Madrid, Florentino Perez will show him his new home, the new area where he'll be fitting, and he'll be playing with some of the best ballers there at Real Madrid. Bellingham, Camavinga, Mbappe, Vinicius, Rodrigo, top ballers, and he will be one of them if he does go to Real Madrid. And I hope he does go next season because
Gabriel as well. Him and Gabriel are going to head to Real Madrid very, very soon. If this doesn't change,
they go and achieve things.
I'm telling you now, that second leg, as soon as he goes inside the Bernabeu, his head's going to be turned.
Oh, and rightly so.
When he sees those 15 trophies, Champions League trophies up there, he's going to go.
Yeah.
Wow.
And rightly so. Rightly so. You know what I mean? As much as I love him, I wouldn't blame these guys for leaving.
Yeah.
It would hurt me. It would hurt me if they left. But I wouldn't be mad at them because they must go into training every week with that Lego-haired gimp and just go, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah.
But this is what these top gooners like. This is what these top gooners do. When they are our players, they love them. But as soon as they leave, oh, you're a snake, you're a disgrace,
No,
you're a traitor, you're
winners.
this, you're that. You know, he always had a bad attitude, like all of this fucking
Yeah,
shit.
Yeah,
Tired of this bollocks, mate. Like,
Never
Conte's
rated
another
him. I
one that
never
this
rated him.
manager has disrespected.
that's
The
it,
fact
yeah.
that he's running his contract down is disgraceful, and and also not only that, he's willing to give Jorginho a new contract extension for no apparent reason.
Another yes man. That's why he's another yes man. He's fucking second in command. He'll
So
go into the dressing room
it's
and he'll
like-
say, "Yeah, guys, Mikel's all right. He's actually all right. Don't
Yeah,
worry."
so if I'm Thomas Partey, I'll just run down my contract and go and play for a Saudi team, because when someone goes to a Saudi team, they start their careers. Their careers go back to where it all began for them. Because
the Barca are looking at him though. He could go off the Barca and win something. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, because look at what Ronaldo's doing at Saudi. He's scoring goals for fun again, and Ivan Toney as well, bagging goals for fun at Saudi, because
He's got a bad attitude though, Tony.
Yeah, and now look, where are all the top
why
winners
doesn't
now?
Odegaard have a bad attitude?
Maybe we should have bought Ivan Toney.
Because he's a little bitch.
Well, too late for
And he's
that,
a yes
top
man.
gooners, you fan-based clowns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it always Ivan Toney? Why is
We
it
should all
always
be up with
Nico
Austin
Pepe?
Clown,
Why is it
because at least
Pierre-Emerick
he can make
Aubameyang that
you
has all
laugh.
these attitude problems?
Hey,
Yeah.
In the words of Sol Campbell, it's a colour thing.
Is it a colour thing? Is it a colour thing?
No. But all these players apparently have a bad attitude. There's one common denominator. It's Mikel Arteta. That's the common denominator. You know?
Lego Head's on Bigot Watch as well. Never mind Fraud Watch, he's on Bigot Watch as well. You can talk about Guendouzi all you want, yeah? You could talk about Mesut Ozil all you want, yeah? But Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang was throwing his hands at you, bruv, and you made an example out of him. You treated Nico Pepe with absolute disrespect, and then you let Laka rot to the wayside as well.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? That's three. And then obviously not wanting to sign Ivan Toney because he tweeted how it was just a stroll in the park or some shit like that. I'm paraphrasing, you know.
Yeah.
But he's got a bad attitude, and then it filters over to the media, and it's bollocks. If we had an Ivan Toney last season or the season before, we would have won the damn league.
Without a doubt.
And then some.
Last season,
40 million.
Not only that, this manager was linked with Caicedo because he kept good relations with Brighton, because the fact that he wants to sign Caicedo. But what did he do? You know what? I'll phone up Chelsea and I'll bring in 31-year-old Jorginho, a footballer that is absolutely finished. Like, his legs are done. His career, his time as a footballer is coming to an end. So we ended up getting him. And what did Caicedo do? I'm not coming to that circus club. I'm going to play for a big club, and I'm going to play for Chelsea. And look what he's doing. He's balling out at Chelsea. So where are all these top gooners now with all your good relationships with all these players you fancy? So where are you?
Yeah.
Do,
mate.
do any of
Where the fuck are you? Go on, Lawrence.
Do any of you remember Captain Scarlet and the Mysterons?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or was it Captain Black? Was it Captain Black? You remember?
That is Arteta in a nutshell, bro. Yep.
Captain Scarlet. Listen, I mean, I haven't got much here, but I'm convinced I've always said from this guy's coming to the club, I said, I'm going to, one day in a press conference here, I'm going to sneak in and take his wig off. So I know he's wearing it.
You know, Arteta looks like Eddie Guerrero, and he looks like Eddie Guerrero. Him and Edu together, they look like Eddie and Chavo Guerrero. If you are not lying.
You're
not like Captain Black, Jim Jones Barnett, innit? That you just want to snatch off. Do you know what I'm saying?
You'd hear that Velcro rip.
Yeah, 100%. He's got that Velcro.
You see him on the side.
Old Velcro head.
Oh my god. But meanwhile, Nuno Tavares, is killing it at Lazio. And guess what? He's a left back. Perfect backup, or what would have been perfect backup for Kieran Tierney. But no, Arteta knows best. It's always
Well,
Arteta
he's
knows
got a
best.
bite.
Yeah,
Whether it was
I mean, he's
Wenger,
got an
Arsenal,
obligation.
Yeah,
Arsenal,
because he brought in the
He's-
Italian Sophia Carson, the beautiful Sophia Carson.
the
Look,
sweet
he's got
prince,
like
the
hair,
sweet prince.
he's like a wild horse, and he's fun to watch, and all this like this garbage that is.
Oh, he
Yeah,
brings
he
chaos.
described
He
it-
brings chaos.
He described it about galloping, galloping down.
Yeah.
All of this, these metaphors. These metaphors. Right?
What is that all about?
Yeah,
man?
man.
They're like a zoo, man.
it's
We've got
embarrassing.
fucking donkey up front in fucking Kai Havertz, yeah. Oh, sorry. I mentioned Kai Havertz and donkey. I'm sorry, chat. You're going to be subjected to it.
Donkey, little donkey on a dusty road.
Well, he doesn't. He doesn't.
Oh my god! Oh god!
But he does. Oh, where's he gone? Where's he gone? Is this win?
Well,
The mutants have got him, bruv. The Arteta Matrix. Try again.
they fucking got me, mate. The second that finished, I was gonna play this one. Hold on.
Oh, go on, mate. Go
Kick me out, mate. They kicked me out.
Oh, just very quickly. Do you guys remember Pinocchio? Like the old school 1940s Pinocchio, where they drink the beer, they smoke the cigars, and they turn into fucking donkeys, bruv. That is Havertz. All these Havertz, like Conscience, Fooey. You know what I'm saying? They like gets the ears, gets the tail, and then when he transforms, here, and all of that shit. You know what I'm saying, bruv? And then it's over. It's over. Mama.
That was terrifying.
Oh yeah, and that's what
You know who Saliba looks like? He looks like one of the band members from JLS. I can't remember who it was. Yeah, he looks like one of the band members from JLS.
I can't even remember their names, bro, because they were an X Factor.
I think there was a few I remember. Aston, Marvin. Marvin, yeah.
Marvin.
And there was...
Is Marvin? What was his surname?
Oh,
was his Marvin? No, Sims. Marvin Sims.
I think so. Yeah, because
I know his dad, but his dad passed away. So, right. I know family. So
fair.
Mate.
But like, bro, you just got to laugh, innit? I mean,
you got to laugh, innit? What I was gonna say, and it's annoying because like the El Mutant's got me, and I was like, we got fucking donkey up front and Kai Havertz. We got wild horse at left back, and we got fucking dog called Win and a rat of a manager, man. Like, we're all fucking animals in London Zoo going on over here. What are we doing here, man?
We've got a manager that struggles with long blocks.
We're like a petting zoo, man. What's going on?
A manager that struggles with blocks and he's made of Lego.
I remember those
Legoland, isn't it?
About
How does he struggle with blocks? How does he struggle with long blocks?
We're at Legoland.
Well, there you go.
I remember those
Except it's the waving back.
Yeah.
Track back.
Track back, guys.
Northside said something funny about Kai Havertz at one point.
Believe. One with Robbie.
He called Kai Havertz.
Believe.
We're gonna do this.
Remember when Northside said something funny about Arteta? He called him Enrique Iglesias. Enrique.
I could be your hero, baby.
That's Arteta. He's Enrique Iglesias.
Yeah.
He can't kiss away my pain, mate. He's just left too much pain for me. Yeah. Way too much pain. He's fucking left here. There's a couple more. I know we're well overrunning. Jesus Christ!
Oh, Charlton versus Wigan tomorrow. That's an interesting game.
Yeah. Big up Gunnar Russ, man. He's a fucking chap of chaps. What was saying? Yeah, here we go. Was I just gonna say this? Yeah, this is what I wanted to mention. Yeah, AFC always as well. Saying big up the panel, of course. Question to the panel: since Arteta has been a manager, Can you say what player Arteta has improved for me? There isn't one. Now, listen, I'll just go in first very, very, very quickly, and whoever can jump in afterwards. It's annoying because I don't want to give Arteta any credit. Maybe that's a little bit of bias coming at me, but I can only think of 2 players, and I'm going to instantaneously shut myself down straight away in the first one. So I'm arguing myself here. Saka, no, he didn't. He did not improve him. And I'll tell you why, because I reckon he was on a natural great progression anyway. But maybe there's a claim as part of a solid defence that, to be fair, he sort of did build. Some of it, luckily, Gabriel, That's the only one that I can really sort of. I mean, like, I think Gabriel was a good defender anyway, but maybe I'm being a little bit too biased in my dislike for Arteta to say he didn't. I think maybe there are factors in there. He's paired him up. He's built that defence, etc. But I mean, other than Gabriel, and I'm not giving Arteta total credit for Gabriel either, by the way. Aside from that, I'm not really thinking about anyone else, because whilst that question is valid and you've got my answer, I reckon if you flip that question, you can answer that with so many fucking players' names. And by that, I mean, who has regressed under this manager? And
pretty
then
much
you
all
just
of
go,
them.
here's the team sheet.
We discussed this the other day, Aaron. We discussed this on the preview for the PSV match, and you said about Gabriel, and I said, you got a point. And I said that someone said to me that he improved Ben White by putting him as a right back, but he did that out of necessity because he bought him as a centre back and he couldn't cut it. Right. And then Saliba came back. Saliba came back from loan, a player he wanted to get rid of, by the way. And he just got French Defender of the Year. He got Marseille's Player of the Year, and he said, right, can't really hold him back. Brought him back. Oh, I've got to fit my £50 million player in somewhere. I'll put him at right back. Now, granted, Ben White's been a good right back, but he didn't improve him. That was out of circumstance that he put Ben White at right back.
A lot of things that he does is out of circumstances.
Always playing Wanyeri, playing Lewis Skelly. It's all out. It was back against the wall. Hale End have saved him.
He openly admitted with Lewis Skelly. The only way Lewis Skelly comes into this side, he wasn't coming as a midfielder, right?
Yeah.
He didn't have no left back, so he came in as a left back.
Yeah.
And he's obviously kind of cooked there. He's done well there. But he plays as an 8 and he plays as an 6. When he was in the academy, that's what he played as. Right? This season, I said it on, I can't remember whose stream it was, it might have been Gun Down stream. This guy, for the whole of this season, has been winging it. Arteta's been winging it all this season. IT solution, internal solution, whatever you want to call it, that's all he's been doing. And, you have to call it as it is. We see it. But for some reason, the top gooners,
oblivious.
We're basically being run by IT crowd, bruv. That is literally internal solutions. IT crowd, bruv.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
It's mad. The only player I would say is Gabriel, and even then that's debatable because Gabriel's always had his bozo moments, but the whole Saliba thing, I'm not going to give Arteta any credit of that because again, that's circumstance. But he developed
in France.
Exactly. The only debatable one is Gabriel for me because Saka was already on a trajectory. Like I think
if anything, he's held Saka back.
Oh, he's massively
definitely.
Massively. He's held Martinelli back, and not only that, destroyed his career. Martinelli was boiling. He was
amazing
under like Unai Emery and that. And then
he was amazing. He was electric.
Drained his ability. That's another one, bruv. What is it? Count Arteta, bruv. Count Lego heads, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? Vampire.
Suck the life out.
Draining the energy, the fucking skill set.
Guys, all right, just we're not. Listen, I haven't got no badges. I haven't got no coaching badges, so I don't. But what would be the thing you would say to Martinelli when he's playing? What do you think would you say to him? What's one of the most basic things that Martinelli doesn't do?
For me, what he's done to these wingers is he has made, and I don't want to repeat myself. He's made tracking back more important than anything else. You look at all the best attacking players in the world through history, Maradona, all your attacking players. People were saying, why isn't Liverpool unlucky? Salah hasn't got injured. He hasn't got injured because he's not run into the ground. He is not run into the ground. If you see Arsenal on the counter-attack and Martinelli gets the ball, by the time he gets to the box, he's absolutely drained. He has no sprint left in him. For wingers like that, for attacking players, you say to them, you go, track back when you need to track back. Don't leave your full back exposed. But you need to reserve your energy for when you're attacking. That's your job. That's your main job. They are so shackled by him. Attacking players are so shackled. It's all about getting into formation, getting locking up. They're all shackled, and that's the big issue, is that there's no freedom. There's no freedom to express themselves. Ranieri, if Arteta stays as his coach for the next 2 years, he'll do what he did to Saka. He will absolutely drain the life out of him. He'll just turn him into a winger that tracks back, and that's it. You know, and that's the main problem with Martinelli. You just need to. He needs to be a bit freer. You need to tell him, take on your fullback. If you lose it 5 times in a row, I don't care. Take him on. You know, but Arteta is so based on numbers and so based on you tried to beat your fullback 3 times today and you lost it twice. You know, I don't want that to happen. Give it short if you don't feel like you can beat him. You need to tell them, keep taking them on. Listen to Gary Neville or Jamie Carragher or any of these lads that were defenders and say they hated a winger that just ran at them all the time. They hated it, you know. And you look at Saka used to. I think it was Aaron that said it, that he used to beat 3 or 4 players, and now it's beat one, cut inside shoot, beat one, cut inside cross. It's so regimented, and these are flair players.
Even Bukayo Saka said himself, sorry to cut you off, Shane, just very quickly. Bukayo Saka said himself that the manager wants me to track back and defend. I don't want to do it, but that's what he wants. That tells you everything. But yet these top gooners can't see why Saka has regressed.
Can I just make a very good point on that as well? Yeah, and I'll tell you this. First off, big up Strasbourg, Steve. Yeah, big up, brother. Steve, big up, and FC always. I will come back to this point in a little bit, but can I make a point on what you said? Yeah, you look at the last time we won the league. Yeah, 2004. Of course, Robert Pires on the left-hand side, Freddie Ljungberg on the right-hand side. They didn't track back. Why was that? Oh yeah, because you had the best left back in the world. Pains me to say it. And Ashley Cole, and you had Lauren, an absolute unbelievable, competent right back, and then you had 2 fantastic centre backs. The point I'm trying to make here is you've got a fantastic defensive line that can get your wingers out of jail to not track back. How many times did you see Robert Pires, actually apart from the Juventus in the Champions League? Do you remember when he slid and took the ball off of Patrick Vieira of all people? And yeah. We all
that was personal. That was personal.
From it. Yeah, we all scored from it. But the point I'm trying to make is we don't remember Robert Pires. When we talk about Robert Pires and say, do you know what? He put a lot of effort into his game, a lot of energy, and the tracking back he done was unbelievable. We don't remember him for that. We remember him for the 2-1 Anfield, scoring that absolute stringer. But you know what goal I'm talking about. You're talking about the lip over. I can't think who else of Aston Villa. Nip over his head and then lob Schmeichel. We talk about that when we're talking about Bobby Pires.
Absolutely skinned J. Lloyd Samuel.
We think about that world class moments. Up until Adebayor, he was the most high scorer in the North London derbies up until that point, and he broke it. I think maybe even for Tottenham. When he came and scored against us, but fuck him. But the point I'm trying to make is Freddie Ljungberg, when he went on mad runs, scored his debuts and all that, he wasn't known for tracking back. You know, that I'm not saying they never put their energy in, but the point is that was all Lauren behind him, and we had Ashley Cole behind him. Yeah, you know, that's. But we have a good defense now. We've got a good defense now, but we've got a manager that said, you know what, you all need to fucking defend.
Exactly it, though.
Why do we score?
And so you lose.
Arteta's obsessed with clean sheets. Arteta's obsessed with clean sheets. Arteta said, you score 2, we'll score 5. You know what I mean? We'll outscore you. That's the thing. We have a good defense. We just we might let in a few extra goals if you don't make them track back on, but we will score a bucket load more compared to the few extra we'll let in.
Well, look at the 10 draws we've got. 10 draws. 10 draws.
Shocking.
Yeah, I'd say maybe 80 to probably 90% of those draws we should have won.
We've still got 10 games to go, bruv.
And with Wenger, we would have won.
Yeah, we would have won it.
Do you know what I mean? He used to attack when we had 10 men. He'd say, I'd rather lose 3 by 3 and then lock up for a draw. You may as well go for the win. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Listen, it's frustrating when you sort of sit there and you think, you know, we're in this position, because I reckon the sternness is going to go, oh yeah, we got 10 draws. You got 12 draws when you won the league. Yeah, we won the fucking league. We also had 26 wins. We're nowhere near 26
We
wins.
only
Oh, yeah,
won
guess
them
what? We didn't
26.
fucking lose any. Oh, and guess what? We done that at the end of the season.
Yeah.
There's your matrix.
That's
There's
what
it.
we done.
There's it. There it is. There's your metrics. Yeah.
You've won.
You've
won
won
the
and you've
league.
lifted a trophy.
And you changed
Yeah.
history as well while you were doing it.
What, like,
Yeah.
exactly. And you change history, though. You know, I've never really been one of them to go, you know, oh, yeah, is yours gold? That's not really ever been my cup of tea. But you know what? That was a fantastic season. They won it that season. It was a fantastic season regardless. They just immortalized it.
Yeah.
That's what made it so special. They immortalized it. And almost going back to what we were saying before, look at the squad differences. Everyone loves Mikel Arteta just like they loved Arsene Wenger. But Arsene Wenger, in the same years that Mikel Arteta's done, had done 2 doubles.
2 doubles.
Like at the end of this season. Do you know what I mean? Because just like Arsene Wenger, he took over after Bruce Rioch. So then you count that, and then he had 5 full seasons, just like Arteta will have at the end of this season. 1997-98, first full season, double. 99, second. 2000, second. 2001, second. 2002, win the league at Old Trafford, double. What's Arteta going to do this year? So when we're still feeding off of the fact that he won the fucking FA Cup, buzzing, I'm happy with that. But
next year we're going to close the gap by 1 point.
Yeah, Aaron,
you
forget we've got Super Mick Arteta. He knows exactly what we need
to do. Yeah.
Apparently, Tierney at the back, even though he's our best left back, he still won't play him. And then
we're all going to win the Champions League.
Oh yeah, he's not been any good for 2 years. Arsenal been their way to Champions League, and the inception of that chant was to qualify. That just shows they still sing it. 3 redundant points at the focal point of that whole fucking song, and these spastics at the stadium still sing it, and none of it all makes sense. Mikel Arteta don't know what we need. We've already qualified for the Champions League. We won't win it if you want to upgrade it. You don't play Tierney at the back, and Gabriel fucking Martinelli has been falling off of a cliff and into an infinite manhole since the fucking end of time. Like, what are we doing here? Like, but this is the fan base we've got to deal with. And people will come on here and they'll go, Aaron, you're being fucking negative. Lawrence, what are you talking about? Normski, you're fucking so negative. They'll say Shane, they'll say Shinatsa, they'll say, you know what I mean, Macy, like, you lot are crazy. How can you think like this? And I'm sitting there and thinking, what we're doing is articulating what we're seeing with our eyes with a very, very simple and honest opinion. We're not really gunning for anyone else. We're just have expectations, and our expectations aren't met. I don't think we're unrealistic in our expectations. I don't see anyone sitting on this panel, including myself, saying I expect Arsenal to win the fucking Champions League, the Premier League, the FA Cup, and that every single year. We know we've got limitations, but I'll tell you what, after £750 million spent over 5 years, half a decade, £750 million spent, I expected a lot more when he gave us the drivel 5 years ago. And I think if I was to go around the panel and say yes or no, I think I'd be in a full house for unanimous yeses, if I'm being totally honest. It's not good enough. We're not mad. We're not silly in the head. We're just trying to maybe persuade a couple of idiots. And there ain't just a couple of idiots. There's a lot of idiots. Now, what you're watching just ain't good enough. It simply is not good enough. AFC always is saying AFC. I've been supporting Arsenal since 87. Me 89, bro. What a year. Apparently, top gooners, when we call it, we are toxic and negative. And this is why I sort of quickly put that up. Look, we're not being toxic and negative. What about what we've said is toxic or negative? We want Arsenal to win. This isn't good enough. Why is it not good enough? Because we ain't fucking won anything in 5 years. That's why it's not good enough. Like, you know, maybe the older heads like a Lawrence, maybe a Shane, maybe a Normski in the chat. Remember, was it 18, 19 years? And then we lifted the title in 89. I'm sure it was 18, 19 years. I can't remember what one. Either either. That was a painful time. Yeah.
I mean, I went to that game at Anfield.
21 now.
It's 21 years. That's it.
Yeah, that game at Anfield is the best memory I've ever had of being an Arsenal fan. That whole weekend, no matter what Arsenal achieve in the future, nothing will ever surpass it. I mean, even I went to Copenhagen. I flew from Los Angeles to London, and then went on to Copenhagen to witness us win the Cup Winners' Cup. But even that couldn't surpass what we did in '89.
Because it's a
And
fairy tale,
the team that you was up
Sorry,
against, do you know what I mean? They were formidable.
That Parma
You know
team
what I
was
mean? And to go
ridiculous.
and do that, win by 2 clear goals.
Oh, the Liverpool one.
Yeah, nobody
Listen,
gave us a chance.
Mate,
No one.
listen, when you get that, and George Graham is coming out, and he says, he's like, I actually thought we were going to win by 3. And then he says, you know, at the half time, the boys go in there at 89, and they're like, George, everyone's going, fuck me, it's 0-0. And George Graham's going like, what an half, boys. Absolutely excellent. Now we're going to nick him in there. And guess what happens? A corner routine that they've religiously worked on. And Alan Smith, they'll all come out and say, yeah, it never worked in training, not once. Guess what happens? Smith,
Thank you very much.
bottom left-hand corner. Here we go. It's 1-0.
When it
Now
really
their knickers
matters.
Are starting to get
When
a
it
little bit
matters.
fucking worrying.
When it matters.
Yeah.
And then we all know John Barnes going forward. Pick the
Should have
ball
run
up
it into the
and
corner.
bite it and fucking make it flat. Hoof it into anywhere you want. But I tell you what, that just weren't what that Liverpool
Why did he
team
just
done.
take it to the corner flag? Some people
Yeah.
say.
And then guess what? We get John Lukic. He's right there, who rolls it over to Dicko on that right-hand side. He looks up and he just thinks, don't shank it. Please, 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 whatever you do, don't shank it. He clips the ball up, and Alan Smith, right on cue, controls it like an absolute masterclass. But he also sees the runner Mickey Thomas just out on his eye. So in his excellent first touch, he thinks, I'm going to flick it over. And guess what? He makes a fucking fantastic ball, and he touches it, and it ricochets very, very, very nicely off of Steve Nicol. Oh, look, here we go. He's going through on goal now. Bruce Grobbelaar. Oh, what are we going to do? We're going to play a little bit of cat and mouse, are we? It's all up for grabs now.
Legendary.
That was crazy, bro.
There we go. And then we see the
And you just see Nigel Winter.
you see the little backflip with his legs going up in the air. What celebration was that?
Yeah.
That's the celebration that you have when you've won the most entertaining league title that will ever be told. Ever
Unscripted.
Cannot be equal.
Unscripted.
That mathematically can't be equal.
He's charging through the middle.
But that's the thing. Standards. Like this football club, we're meant to be the 3rd biggest club in English football. But yet these fans have the mentality of fucking Boreham Wood and Barnet.
Yeah.
And I'm not throwing shade to anyone that lives in Boreham Wood or Barnet or used to live there either way. I'm from South, but, you know, that's by the by. Like, raise your standards. Yeah. But again, look at their own lives. You know, they probably get walked on in their own lives. And I'm not trying to mug them off, but at the same time, it's like, if you accept that shit in your own life, then when you support Arsenal, no wonder they accept this bullshit. No wonder they accept the lies, the deceit, the false broken promises and all of that. Like, they'll accept any kind of shit. Some point you have to just, you know, wake up, stand tall, look directly in the mirror, at least for a minute, and be like, no, enough's enough. I want to change. I want better for my life. And if you want better, go get better. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. That's what we're all trying to do in our own lives. Yeah. Live our lives, be with the people that we love, because family matters. And that's what you do. But these guys, they can't do that. I mean, even if they're from broken homes, make the best of your situation that you're currently in. None of this victimhood shit. You know, life is hard. Yeah. It's not fair. Deal with it.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, Aaron, okay, Craig Burley, who's a pundit out here in America at ESPN, he hit the nail on the head when he said most Arsenal fans are a mirror image of the club itself.
Yes.
They've got weak personalities. They're spineless cowards who accept mediocrity and failure for success because they're failures themselves in their own lives. Yeah. Now, call me greedy, but I want to see Arsenal challenging for league titles and Champions League and winning cups every season.
Yeah.
And when I get slagged off on Facebook by dickheads saying, "Oh, well, what if you want trophies every season? Support Liverpool or Man City instead." You know, fuck off. Yeah. You're not an Arsenal supporter. You know, you're like Tottenham. Go down the road go down the other end of the Seven Sisters Road and start watching Tottenham because they're used to winning nothing every year.
Yeah, and they accept
I want my team lifting silverware.
Yeah. Facts.
Yeah. Yeah, do you know what I mean? I don't think it like quite what you say. I don't think it's unreasonable for Arsenal Football Club to be sat here and expecting more than no fucking league titles in 21 years.
What's wrong with
I
having
don't think
standards?
that's unreasonable. I'm not saying I expect 20 league titles in 28 years. If I you know what I'm saying, 18, 15, 14, 12, whatever. I'm not expecting that. But could I not expect one? In all them burden years from 2004, is that not a lot to ask? I think for a successful, massive footballing institution like Arsenal, like it's madness. Like,
And do you know what it is as well? It's the manner in which we've fallen off. It's the manner in which we've gone out with a fucking whimper with this Lego-haired fucking narcissist leading us. You know, again, I don't mean to get annoyed, but it's the manner of it. It's looking at the wages there and seeing Kai Havertz on what he's on, and Timber on 1/3 of what he's on. It's so lopsided. It's so, and you know, and when he's making these ridiculous, you know, Community Shield comments, we have 3 trophies, and when he's blaming the ball, and when he's doing his fucking light bulb speech and all that nonsense, that all comes back on us. You know, we're the fans. We're the ones that have to, in our group chats with our mates, try and put up for the team. You know, and there's nothing wrong with having standards. We're talking about Mickey Thomas, and we're talking about Henri, we're talking about all these amazing memories and the marble halls, and Arsenal is a massive, massive club, globally massive. There's nothing wrong with us having a certain standard, and for him to be coming out with his smug attitude all the time, you know, he struts around like he's done it all.
Yeah,
like he's done it all, and he's still a novice. He's still a novice that won an FA Cup with a team that wasn't his, a team of players, a team that had a few Mavericks in it, that had Aubameyang and Ozil and all the players that he was already thinking, I'm getting rid of you, while they were winning them an FA Cup. He already had plans to get rid of them. He in his press conference the other day, a few of the reporters came in late and he laughed about it. You sacked Aubameyang for being late. It wasn't funny when he was late. You know what I mean? You're a fucking like that. That's just hypocritical. You know, and he has so-called standards himself, but you know, there's nothing wrong with us wanting to win something. You know, we're the Arsenal. We should want to win things. And like you said, I'm not talking about going 4 leagues in a row like City. You know, fair enough. That's what they did, but at least win 1 or 2. You know, we had 2 of them in our hands, and you threw it away. Again, out of stubbornness, like you said. Yeah, he had the Saliba incident. He never learned from it. Never replaced it. You know, and
that's Matt. He still hasn't.
He still hasn't. And we're going into this summer now, and it terrifies me. This summer, it's going to be a disaster. All the players we have to get rid of. We already have a small squad. How thin is our squad going to be going into the following season? You know, unless we spend an absolute bucket load of money. And then on the flip side, I don't want him spending. You know, hopefully Bertie gets control of.
That's the point of it.
He has to. He has to, though, doesn't he?
That's the point.
Surely he has to. Surely he has to, because there's no other point having him.
Because that would just be a pointless. That would just be a pointless exercise. Bringing him in, he has no control over who's coming in. Ridiculous.
Paul Davis was underrated.
Paul Davis.
Yeah. Absolutely.
He had a lot. Yeah, quality. There's a lot of players in that generation.
I don't know. I don't know if any of you have heard of Dan Potts.
Yep.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. He was doing an interview after the I think it was the West Ham game on AFTV, and some dickhead.
That long Simon Jordan looking lanky pillock you're on about.
The drunken
man. He said, "Oh, we don't need a striker. We need a centre forward."
Yeah,
you know, this is the mentality of our fan base.
One's a goal scorer. Yeah. What are you talking about? Isn't it? Yeah.
That's what you're dealing with, though. You
know? It's worrying.
Oh, it just sums up this fan base. You know, like I said, most of them are ostriches. They've got their heads stuck in the ground. They wear Arteta tinted specs because they live in this fantasy fucking world, and they won't, or refuse to admit that this clown who's our manager has been a total shipwreck.
Yeah.
Mate, honestly, the outside sexuals are like And I don't mean to tar everyone with the same brush, but a lot of them, they're like women, you know, like you can be a successful woman by being moderately attractive. Job done. You never work a day in your life. That's that. You know, you wake up, the geezer will look after you. I know times are slightly changing, but you kind of get the gist that I'm going. This is what the Arsenal are like. It's just a glitter sparkle fairy world where, do you know what I mean? You don't, everything's all good. You know, you'll be looked after. It's fine. You know, it will all be great. Do you know what I mean? Well, why don't we just come into the real world where, do you know what? For every woman that's like, oh yeah, you know, it's wonderful, glitter sparkles, they turn around, the sun's shining, all that, is a man mostly behind them working his bollocks off into the fucking ground, fucking providing all that he fucking can. And that's the point that I'm trying to phrase is
ungrateful, strong and independent merchants, bro. Do you know what I'm saying?
We're the numero uno, the providers. We're the winners. We're the go-getters, the breadwinners. And I think a lot of these heterosexuals, they're just stuck in please look after me, la la land. I'm a 6 out of 10, so you know, look after me. You know,
no, they think they're 10s, bro. They're the ones that think they're 10s, brother. They won't be told any different, bro. Like that's exactly what they're on. But
like,
now they're getting the dosage of reality, and that's it.
I see it may be an analogy some people do or don't agree with me. That's absolutely fine. I've not brought a panelist and a group on for everyone to agree with me. Otherwise, it's pointless. But the point I'm trying to make is you know, it's not fairyland. It's not Princess Sparkle Land. Like, it's the real world. And do you know what? There's real world problems going on at Arsenal. And it's been going on for such a bloody long time. We've been enabled. Yeah, we've enabled a regime to be pulling blankets over our eyes and allowing a lot of our fan base to be so blinded by this nonsense. We could go back to the Matrix thing again. Do you know what I mean? Because that's what's such a good film back in 1999, because it's always going to be relevant. That concept, no matter what you do, that concept will always be relevant. Knock, knock. Wake up, Neo. Follow the White Rabbit.
The Matrix was a documentary. It wasn't a film. It was a documentary.
The Matrix has you, Top Gooners. The Matrix has you.
Oh, you know the last game of the season. Was you at that? Was you there?
I was, and I'll do something after you finish this.
Yeah, I just kind of want to get. I mean, I think you've said it before, but listen, we're like scratch records, and we're going to keep repeating ourselves until it gets through these guys' heads. When he turned around and sort of said second place is not good enough. Those were not probably the exact words, but you kind of get my gist, yeah.
Yep.
What was the atmosphere like when he was, after beating Everton, and what was that? Because when I was watching it, if I didn't know any better, and I flew from space, as an alien and came in, I think, has this team just won something? That would be my thinking. So you was there, you was inside the stadium, you felt the atmosphere, you saw the people around you. Please,
Norms. You've opened this up to such a channel of excellence. The last day of the season, I've got so much to do and say on this. I'm trying to find a picture. I will get. Thank you very, 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 very much, Normski. You absolute legend. So. I will present this right now very quickly, but I will not talk about it at the minute because I want to paint a picture to the people watching. Yeah. So I'll tell you what about last season, right? Last season, we all sort of kind of knew that we weren't going to win the league. Why were we not going to win the league? Because we all knew Manchester City were realistically going to beat West Ham. Yeah. And I'm going to paint this whole picture to answer your question. Normski, you legend. Thank you very much. I love doing this little bit. So yeah, I'm sat there. Arsenal 2-1 now. Yeah. Final whistle goes. I'm sat in my seat. Yeah, I've been sat in that seat for a few years. I'm sat in my seat like this. Everyone around me, the virtually 95% of the Emirates, are up in raptures, celebrating, clapping, and I'm telling you, final whistle. I'm sat in my seat like that. Everyone around me is clapping instantaneously. The fact that it was a good season, we finished second and we took it to the last day. Everyone everyone was clapping like we just won the league. Maybe not going mad like we just won the league, but clapping like they expected us to win the league. And it's like, you know what Liverpool would do at the end of the season? It's not going to be a shock to them the last day. They'll just go buzzing, we won the league. And I remember looking around and sat in my seat and doing a left and doing a right. And I'd done a 360 or 180 rather. And I looked and I thought, you weak, pathetic bunch of people. Everyone was just absolutely celebrating to the rafters. Pathetic and weak. And then I got introduced to that Mikel Arteta grabbing the microphone and him saying, we do not accept second place, guys. Well, all your fans do because they're fucking going mad. All your whole stadium are all going mental. I'm sat there with my arms crossed looking and I'm thinking, what are you lot doing? What are you lot doing? Do you know what? Why don't you all sit down and just be devastated? And then, do you know what? While they're doing their lap of honours, just go, fuck, I'm devastated. And then go, oh, after a few minutes, then go, oh, do you know what? It's been a valiant effort. I'd actually half appreciate that. I'll go, do you know what? Yeah, you've lost it. You're processing it. You're quiet. But when the players come out, do you know what? Go, yeah, all right then. Nah, there was raptures. There was people going in there. I was hearing fans going in the concourse and all that going, what a season, though. What a season, though. What do you mean? You've just lost. You've just witnessed your team mathematically on the final day of the season lose the Premier League title. And you're all smiling and going buzzing. But wow, this is how far. And I witnessed it right with these two. Witnessed it. And I thought, fuck me, this club has gone absolutely backwards. So then the point you was making, mate, we then go to that. And then he's saying, don't accept second. Yeah, like I said, all your fans have accepted second. And what do we do now? We're in second. So what do we got to do? Accept it or not accept it, Mikel Arteta? What one is it? I don't understand. But I'll tell you what I do understand is that game was played on Sunday. Yeah. And I don't know if you boys can see it very well in this because obviously, you know, it's what it is. The picture that I've just put up was my season ticket renewal for last season. Yeah. So people in the chat, maybe people on the panel might be able to see it. It's a little bit small. Right. So Arsenal played Everton on the 20th, Sunday, the 20th of May. All right. Have a little look at that black circle. To secure your seat for next season, you must do one of the following. And I got this email one day after we'd just lost the league on the 21st. Yeah. On the Monday, the 21st. Or was it or Tuesday, the 22nd? Either one. Please secure. Oh, and it's conveniently blocked out in red writing so you can't see it. This is a direct thing from my email. To secure your seat for next season, you must do one of the following by 3 p.m. 3 p.m. on Tuesday, the 28th of May. Pay by card or apply by finance. Basically, what I'm saying to you is they let us have one day before we could digest losing the fucking league to Manchester City last season, and then they gave us 1 week to fucking pay for next season. That is what you are dealing with. This is, you can see it right at the top. Aaron, your support pushed us the whole way. We won't stand still. The renewal of your season ticket. There you go. This is from my emails. This fucking season. We played Everton on for people that just need to rehear it again. We played Everton on the 20th. 20th. 1 day later, they sent me this email and they wanted full payment for this season's season ticket 1 fucking week later. And they even clouded it in red so you can barely see it. Probably so you could miss it because fans like me that don't really buy all the merch. You know what I mean? How mad is that? It's here on screen for everyone to see. That's where'd you go from here? That's worrying. That's where our club's at. Right there. Right there. Oh, you just lost a league. I couldn't give a shit. Give me your money. You've got a week to pay it. Like a loan shark. What's
essentially that's what they've said. They don't care. You are a customer. Aaron, you're a customer. You're not a fan no more. You're a customer.
It's like Goodfellas. Your house burns down. Fuck you. Pay me.
Yeah. Pay me.
Yep.
Pay me. I'll give you a day to process it now. Give me the fucking money. There's their people. Anyone that sees it, and I'm going to be bringing this up in other shows. That's right there.
Yeah, bud.
There you go. And you can see it's from me because it's got Aaron right at the top of it. My name. There you go. And you can check the dates, everyone. 3 p.m. You got 3 p.m. to pay it or you're toast. You're gonna sleep with the fishes.
Fuck you, pay.
Do you know
Where's
what I mean?
the
There you
money?
go.
Where's the money?
Where's the money?
Where's
the money at?
Listen, we are gonna leave it there, but boys, man, I appreciate
a nice way to round it up and conclude, bro.
It is, man. It is. Listen, we'll go with Shane first because he's been here since absolute dot. My friend, please shout out your channel, and just before as well, Shane does that. All the links will be made available in the description after this video. So, also as well, Shane, shout your thing out. And what have you got coming up, my friend?
Yeah, obviously Shane Gunner's the page or the channel just started a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, smash those likes up and smash the subscriptions up. And I also have a series of shorts I do each day, which is just this day in Arsenal's history. And it's just, it's mostly just used to take pot shots at Arteta, to be fair. But yeah, just a bit of humour. And I have, what will I have? I'll have a post Chelsea match, and I will have tomorrow. I'll have deciphering Arteta's press conference, which I do every time he does a press conference. I just do a little 15-minute video where I try to break down the fucking shite talk that he spits out and break it into normal English. But yeah, apart from that, that's about it. But yeah, subscribe and try and get me up to that 100, get me started. And cheers.
Absolutely. No, listen, say thank you to me. Thank you to you for giving up so much time. I said to my missus, it's funny. I always say to her, it's only going to go for about this sort of time and that, and it fucking doubles, man. Like I was like, honestly, like there's some shows I do for about an hour and it gone for 2. And I sit there and thought, we'll go for about 2 hours ish. You know, usually there it's all about. And then she sent me a message like, "Are you anywhere near done?" And I was like, "No." Like that's why I come downstairs. Just like, you told me it's not going to be going on for over 3 hours. Fucking 4 hours and 30 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Sorry, baby. I just trust you. Do you know what I mean?
It is what it is. It is what it is.
Do you know what? The best comment that I've ever had is being called a lovable "see you next Tuesday." I'm sorry, I just am what I am, you know, but I can't help it. Sorry, baby girl. Norm, sorry, no, we'll go Natster. Sorry, and then Norms. Natster, shout your thing out, man. And have you got a couple more videos coming out, my friend?
Yeah, I'll have at least one. Big up yourself. Thanks for having me on. I know I came through a bit late and all that shit. You know, lateness is greatness, but Natster official. Insta and YouTube. I've got 3 videos out at the moment. I'll probably do like a Chelsea preview and also like my thoughts on, you know, Real Madrid and how I see both ties going and all that. And then just raising the standards as well. The freaking standards, guys. You know, all of that shit, yeah. And I know I said I'll do a live stream at some point. I will. I just need to sort out a few things. I want to make sure I get it, you know, live streamable, you know, for want of a better phrase, you know. Try and do it properly, you know, like
live streamable, guys.
Yeah, live streamable, guys. Yeah, like the videos and all that. But yeah,
destination, guys. It's the destination, guys.
Make sure you conquer it first.
You got to conquer the misses and all of that. Like, what is quarning with that guy, bro? But anyway, it's I will have a live stream at some point, but the video will be out. You know, I'll probably say tomorrow at the very latest Sunday sort of morning, because I know obviously it's like a 2 o'clock kickoff. So yeah, there'll be plenty more coming soon. And yeah, just big up. Thanks for promoting me, because I know you show much love on my channel as well.
I do,
Normski as well, and everyone else. Just check it out. You know, like, subscribe. You know, I don't know what subscribers I'm on, but I think last time I checked I was on 20. So yeah, you know, I'm going to take it step by step incrementally, and 50, then 100, you know, then 200, then 50, you know, so on and so forth, and just build it up, man. You know, and you're welcome. Anyone's pretty much welcome. We'll see.
When you hit the top, mate, just remember us all. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I won't forget you. I won't forget any single one of you guys.
You have that radio voice, so.
I've got elephant brain as well.
No,
so
and
I might not remember your names, but the faces I always remember. But I'll remember you guys' names anyway.
Welcome to National TV.
Yeah. Welcome.
And
it's live.
It's
live.
Yeah, copyright.
Oh yes, and all of that shit. Yeah, man. Oh no, what is it? Was it Robin Williams and that? Good morning, Vietnam, and all that shit. Do you know what I'm saying?
Good morning,
Good morning, Lego heads. What's going on here?
Oh, Velcro nut. Good morning.
I have big plans for the future, but basically, stay tuned. I'll still be doing this shit, but like down the line, it will vary. It won't just be strictly Arsenal and football, but yeah, man. The world is not even my oyster. For me, sky's not the limit. So I'll take this as far as I want to take it, man. And that's where I want to be in it. Do you know what I'm saying? Whatever's going on in my life. Man. Oh yeah, 100%. You have to. Like before, it was like what you said earlier at the start. Like feeling a bit down and all that. And we all get a bit down sometimes and all that. Whatever's going on in our lives and shit. But for me, like I have this thing. Like I say this. Like positivity is the key to longevity. Do you know what I'm saying? So if you keep your mind sharp, you keep it focused, you stay positive, genuinely, the world knows no bounds, when it comes to whatever you want to do in life. So I just keep that energy. I keep that consistent. And then whatever I want to do, like I always have everything I need, just on a basic level, but things that I want, just put in that bit of effort, which is what I'm trying to do. And then just take it exactly where I want it to go, in it, live the life that I want to live. Guns has got the villa. I want my villa at some point as well, innit? I want to be in the sun, like a little bit of a tan, just a little.
Everybody loves the sunshine.
Yeah. Big up Roy Ayres as well. I saw him live, innit? Like a year.
I saw him live as well, brother.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a musician. I'm a musician as well, so
Yeah. I love my music, man.
Ain't nothing Normski can't do.
Everybody loves the
He's
sunshine.
Morpheus by day, musician by night. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. 100%. And like, I could go on all day when it comes to like Roy Ayres and that kind of. I love that shit. I'm very like old school. But yeah, no. Big up everyone on the panel. Normski, Shane, Macy, Lawrence as well, OG, and then obviously you, Aaron, as well. Show mad love from day one. Day one. So you will not be forgotten either way. No, I like you too, man. No, much love, bro.
Oh, stop it. Yeah. No, listen, that's what it's all about. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't really care what people look like, sound like, this, all that. As long as you can have a decent fucking conversation with me about Arsenal, the rest of it, I promise you, I could not give a fucking shit about. Just, you could be a fucking robot elephant that's fucking green. If you can talk to me about Arsenal, I'm there all day. Let's talk to it, man. So, do you know what I mean? The fact I've got so many different people that I've been able to connect with as well, and all walks of life. I absolutely love it. And do you know what the best part about it is you all know what fucking you're talking about when it comes to my beloved Arsenal, man. Do you know what I mean? And in most cases, probably all cases, more than me. I love listening, I love talking, I love learning, and that's why we fucking do it. Normski, Morpheus, the magician, yeah. Welcome to the desert of the real. What are we saying? What you got coming up?
Right. So on Sunday, obviously, you're doing a match reaction with Rashid after the Chelsea game, and then I'll be doing my own match reaction. And then on Wednesday, I do a What's Going On podcast with rival fans, friends. They're friends, but yeah, when we're on the show, we're rivals. Aaron, you've been on there. The PG, it's the PG. That's the PG. That's a PG show. You know what I mean? No swearing on that channel.
Do you know what? You
was very good. You was very good indeed.
I was very good.
I know you.
Do you know? I am on this. My mate Darren, like you probably seen him in the chat, man. In mod, like Dad's a smoke chew. We was talking in the car on the way to the Emirates, and we was talking about things like that, and we was talking about people coming on, and your name was mentioned. And you know what he said to me? He said, I know that you've got respect for Normski because on your own channel you try and mod yourself in terms of things, because there's been a couple of times like, oh sorry, Nim. It's like, so I know you like him when you're on your own channel. You try and be a bit bilingual. I'm like, yeah, he's good stuff. No, yeah. So don't poison me too much with your language and attitude, young man.
Watch your profanity.
Watch that, man. I'll be watching that every episode soon. But no, big up to you, Aaron. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. I mean, I couldn't come on earlier because I was involved in another meeting. So I'm involved in like charity and stuff like that. So my life is quite busy outside of that. So thanks for having me on. The chat was lively. Meetings. I don't think I've been on the show with Shane, but big up to you, man. Great. You know, I've been on with Macy.
He's one of us, bruv.
Yeah. Been on with Macy, and the gentleman in America, and make America great again. Yeah.
Down. Yeah. Oh, you mean Lawrence is there? Yeah.
Lawrence, is it Lawrence?
Yeah, Lawrence up top.
Yeah, because I've been on the show with Lawrence before. You know what I mean, man? Just chilling in bed, man. That's where it goes, man. The cute line.
I know, yeah. Whereabouts in America? Whereabouts you live in?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's not as fucking bad for some, is it? You know what I mean? Chilling in bed, yeah. He's probably looking at
bless America.
Isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Look at these fuckers. I'm going out to get myself a hooker and some blow in a minute. You know what I mean?
I'm an old sod.
Yeah. If I was in Cali, bro, I'll be on that Cali, bro. I swear, like, you know,
I'm not
it's only
about
stuff. Yeah, fair enough. To each their own.
Big up to the chat and everything. Big up to everybody, man. Macy, Macy, Cronky's out. Macy's the one. He's leading the charge on that one. So you keep going, Macy, man.
Oh, thanks, Macy. Appreciate it, bro.
Keep your foot on their neck, brother.
Yeah, I'll always be Cronky.
As you're talking, say yourself out, and then I'll come to Lawrence after. Thank you very much as well, by the way, man. It's always a pleasure having you on, giving me your time, and it's fantastic points you always come out with. So I'm extremely grateful, man. And I think the people that listen to you are also extremely grateful, and so they should be, because you spit facts left, right, and centre, mate.
Yeah, of course. Like, even though I am like the youngest out of all of you, because I'm like in my 20s still.
You sure about that, man?
Well, I'm still like, I always.
You got to hold that on you, man. You got to hold that on you, brother.
Yeah, but I'm not like these zesty young Arsenal fans that always say, "Oh, the best looking Spaniard." I'm not like one of them. I'm me. Because
you're not tapped. You're not tapped, brother.
Of course.
Yeah, exactly. You've unplugged, brother.
Of course not. I speak from the heart.
Geezer's living in Zion, mate. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I speak from here because I always want the best for this football club, and that is to win trophies. And this season, like, we're still going to be in another season without one because of this manager. And not only that, him and the rest of the rest of the board with him, Tim Lewis and Richard Garlick, all three of them, along with the Cronkies, they have to start backing this Berta, because even though Berta is more of a more nice version, like he can get some better players. Arteta really has got to start trusting in him, because if he doesn't trust him, then Berta will be in the same predicament that Edu went through when he was our director. So yeah, I mean, like, let's see what Berta does. I mean, I've seen what he did at Atletico Madrid. He bought some of the best players there, the likes of Soloth, the likes of Alvarez from Manchester City as well. So he did a great job at Atletico. But let's see what he does at Arsenal, because like this will be a big job for him to get rid of some of the deadwood at our football club.
Yeah.
And for Sunday, it's a very, very tricky game against Chelsea, because both of us have gone through a bit of a sticky patch this season. Chelsea on the back of their 1-0 win over Leicester, and on us drawing with Manchester United. Both of our clubs have fallen under a cliff under both our owners, because they have an American owner as well. So I expect a good performance against Chelsea, but I just think we may not get a result over them. Maybe I might fancy a draw.
They got Neto up front, though, haven't they? They've got Neto up front.
Yeah,
so they've got injuries to their forwards. So, I mean, obviously Cole Palmer, he's a bit of a clutch player, but
he's been out of form. But if there's any team that
I think we're kind of like, I think we're kind of on the same.
They still got some key players. Chelsea, they've got they've got Caicedo, they've got Enzo in midfield, and Romeo Lavia is also back in training as well. So I hope there's a possibility he may start alongside either Caicedo or Enzo. So Lavia's got some big opportunities against Arsenal, against our midfield of Declan Rice and Thomas Partey, and Bukayo Saka against Chelsea. I think we shouldn't rush him back because it's a risk. Because if we rush him back too quickly, then this could really sting our chances of facing Real Madrid in the Champions League, because he needs to be ready for that game, because we cannot afford to risk him in a game against Chelsea. And besides, it's the last Premier League game until the international break, because the international break is just around the corner after we play Chelsea. So I'm not confident with that game, but I hope we may get a draw, maybe a 2-2 draw in that game, considering considering the fact that Chelsea have not beaten us since Todd Bodler took over their football club. So I expect a good performance against Chelsea, but I don't fancy us beating them at the Emirates, because we've dropped points already at the Emirates as well, when we lost 1-0 to West Ham. So don't expect.
Can I just ask one quick question? I know we're wrapping up on that, but
you
just hold another kind of.
I've got another 3 hours in me, Norms. Come on,
what I was saying, just interested enough, we know that the league is done now, and our focus now is on Champions League. Going into this game this weekend, do you think now, with us knowing that the league is done, pretty much done, is the pressure now off, and we just go and play with the handbrake off? Because now, yes, mathematically, we're still in it, but realistically, we ain't catching Liverpool. Right? They only need 16 points, and that's it. We go and do the guard of honor for them. Lovely. So I'm saying, going into this game at the weekend, do you think that we will go in there under pressure? Yes, we've got Moreno up front, or do you think we'll just go and just play with a bit of freedom?
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll let Lawrence answer this one. Coupled with also, thank you very much for giving me so much of your time, Lawrence. I'll let you answer Normski's question there, ma'am.
Sorry, I didn't catch. What was the question?
Difficult.
Now I forgot. No, basically what I'm saying.
Normski said that. Normski said, Lawrence. He said the fact that Arsenal's chances of catching Liverpool are looking a bit slim now, and the game on Sunday against Chelsea. Do you think that we may struggle against them, or do you think we'll play with freedom against Chelsea on Sunday?
Yeah,
I've got a nasty feeling we're gonna lose. I hate to sound pessimist, but I've looked at the league table, and if Chelsea win, they're only 3 points behind us. So I've got doubts about whether we're actually going to finish second. I mean, I don't even think we'll finish third, because you look at the likes of Man City and Chelsea. I mean, it's really looking bad for us. And as I said, if we get knocked out, well, when I say if we get knocked out, when we get knocked out by Real Madrid, that's going to be it. The whole season's going to go belly up. And I think the team will just, down tools.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's a big worry. Yeah.
It's,
if we're trying to preserve second place, then maybe yes, I could see that's where the pressure could come, because we haven't got second place sewn up. Then I hear that. So that's going to be another major drop off.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at our remaining fixtures compared to the teams that are in and around us, we've got some tricky games coming up. We've got Fulham coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And the way they're playing, I wouldn't. I mean, we've got to play Newcastle again, and we know how well we do against them. So I mean, as I said, I'm not trying to be a doom and gloom merchant, but I'm a realist, and I'll be amazed if we do finish second this season.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I kind of was just kind of thinking, like, because you've got these teams still behind you. Yeah, I think we'll finish in the top 4, top 5, but it's about where we're going to finish within that.
It might be better to finish below second.
I'll tell you what, Nottingham Forest. Yeah, I think looking at them, they're only 4 points behind us.
Aston Villa.
Yeah, I mean, if they play with tomorrow, and we lose, I seriously think Forest are going to overtake us.
Yeah.
As I said, I mean,
if we did finish third, just so he can't say we're progressing. So look, we've dropped from where we were last season. Just for Arteta, so we can't hide behind that. Well, we finished second again, but I don't think we'll finish second either.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of them things where it's like a worry where everyone's got a bit half expecting second, and then what goes and happens? Would you be surprised if Arsenal finished 4th or finished 5th? But he'll stay in a job if he does finish 5th. He won't if he finishes 6th. But you know what the big worry is he's not going to finish 6th, and staying in this competition, staying in 5th and having Champions League qualifications is what this managers is all about. Do you know what I mean? What I have done for everyone just there while Sam was asking for my Insta is I've posted a postable link in the chat for everyone in the chat, for everyone to watch it. It's clickable. That's everyone's here, I think. I don't think I've missed anyone that's here or has been on. We've got Shane in there, Nats is there, Noms's in there, Rashid's in there, Arsenal History and More. Everyone that's got a channel is in there. There will also be in the description as well. I haven't done it just yet because I don't know who's going to come on. But I will get that done by tomorrow. So don't forget to like and subscribe to this video, but not just that, to send a like and subscribe to all of these legends as well on the panel. We are going to wrap it up there. But big up, man. Like I said, wow, we're running 4 hours and 50 minutes. That took 20 minutes to wrap it up. I mean, and this is why my missus gives me grief. Do you know what I mean? Because she's like, don't worry, in 5 minutes, I'm just going to run around there, 20, 15, 20 minutes later, and we're still waffling. But there you go. Do you know what I mean? It's all free content, people. We've still got a good few watchers in there from start to finish. It's been unbelievable. So all the people that have came, finished, pause, double pause there, and still here, it's unbelievable. It's always grateful,
to
man.
have people still in the chat and still,
Big up everyone. Big up Aaron. Definitely.
Across a few channels, we've got 20 still in the building, man. That's awesome. I think we had 65 or 70 earlier. Do you know what I mean?
Wow.
Which was a high, man. And that's what it's all about, man. Listening to all of you world-class panelists talk about, you know what I mean, what we love. And that's what it's all about, man. And I greatly appreciate the time. But listen, we are going to bounce. Everyone shout their things out. Will be in the description. Links are all there and they are all clickable. Big up, brother. Always respect, man.
Yeah, man.
On that note, we've got to go, man. It's got to be everyone out for me.
Yep.
And the set piece coach.
And the set piece coach.